All righty. Testing. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you are watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure to subscribe. You're on mobile. Press hard chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, it's an interesting one today. A lot of yesterday got walked back here. You got more updates. Market surprisingly did not go down too much. So we're going to see how this plays out. Oil is already coming back up. Europe is not looking so hot, but it's pretty much the back and forth of yesterday with the peace talks. We did get a couple of earnings. They actually were, I think it was like 2 out of 3. They did good, but a couple sold off, so we're going to see how it plays out. And then we got to talk about the yield curve in bonds. That is the number one thing everybody is talking about right now. So we're going to go over all that. I hope you're having a wonderful morning. You know, we're here on time a little bit today. So good morning. Oh, good morning, Chad. How are you? What's up, Jeff Kent? What's up, man? How that pony look good, baby? Good morning, Watcher. Good morning, Usha. What's up, Casey Race? What's up, Mr. Paris? Mr. How you living? Charles Noah, how you living? Oh, what's up, Jeremy Walls? What's up, Laurie? What's up, Graham? Oh, how you living? Lorraine. Oh, Maria, man. Oh, my gosh, it's coming in now. Look at everybody. Phil. Oh, what's up, Brendan? What's up, Coda? Good morning. Good morning, Coda. Good morning, Carly. Good morning, Mr. Dirtfinger. Good morning, Eddie. Patrick Parker. That's Spider-Man's little brother. If you didn't, it's as true. It's real. He's Spider-Man. He have it in the genetics. What's up, Bailey? What's up, Mama, Youngblood? Oh, Mr. Crocker, how you living? How you living? The fake news video. You like that one? Oh, just get ready, man. The yield curve. They were just talking about it. So are you ready? So on average, it takes anywhere from 3 to 25 months since the day of inversion before you reach the next peak and then things go down. And then on average, from the day of yield curve inversion, like the actual day that it inverts, there's usually a 19% gain between yield curve inversion and the day of the peak. So keep that in mind. It's a very interesting one. Again, I'm calling everything now the peace talk put. So we got the Powell put, but then also with how things are playing out today, it looks like we got the peace talk put. Okay? So let's see what happens, man. Let's see what happens. So getting into the news. President Zelensky, he said that Russia is sending in new forces even after yesterday's talks sparked a glimmer of optimism. Russia earlier said there is no breakthrough in talks. It won't discuss status of Crimea. Ukrainian fighting continued north and west of Kyiv. Even after Russia declaration said it will pull back, more than 4 million refugees have fled Ukraine. Futures in European stocks fell while oil rose as optimism about de-escalation faded. Treasuries were mixed, with the 2 to the 10-year curve briefly inverting. The dollar lost ground and the euro climbed to the highest in 4 weeks. The yen rebounded from a 6-year low and bonds rose after the BOJ pledged to buy more securities than planned and include longer dated debt. The bear market rally, the surge in U.S. stocks in the past 2 weeks may lead to a steeper reversal due to clearly weaker fundamentals, including a Fed bent on hiking sharply. That's what Bank of America said. Raphael Bostic, he reiterated he favors 6 increases this year. He also said the long end of the yield curve is being pressed down by safe haven demand. PIMCO said inversion may be an unreliable recession signal. Oh, look at that, PIMCO. Look at that. Glencore, they won't seek deals in Russia, but will continue its valuable business ties there. Rabobank began winding down its activities and will exit. Citi's extra scrutiny on Russia corporate bonds threatens to send some of the latest into technical default. Boris Johnson said it's inconceivable sanctions would be relaxed on the basis of only a ceasefire. Ukraine called on international maritime insurers to withdraw coverage on shipping companies carrying Russian fossil fuels. Germany activated an emergency plan to secure supplies of natural gas. So again, the Germany deadline there is coming up tomorrow, and they are already starting gas rationing or some level of plan. Sergei Lavrov is in China for the first high-level deal in-person discussion since Putin's invasion. Is buying Russia debt worth the risk? As the world recoiled after the invasion, many hedge funds asked the question and salivated at the thought of a payday that may be the biggest in a generation. Investing in distressed debt requires a cold calculus, but even veterans of fraught situations such as Venezuela and Sudan, like Greylock's Hans Holmes, they draw a red line at Putin's war. Oh, they don't want to invest. Interesting. 4 of Russia's 5 richest men have escaped sanctions so far, with governments apparently reluctant to disrupt markets where they're outsized players. UBS will buy back up to $6 billion in stock over the next 2 years. Shares slipped in Zurich. Tesla made an undisclosed multi-year nickel deal with Vail in the past year, people familiar said. Apollo said it won't make an offer for UK education publisher Pearson. Shares plunged. City staff at London Canary Wharf office are working from home amid a second day of power disruptions across the east of the capital. Micron rose pre-market after upbeat forecasts and strong demand on chips. BioNTech plans to return some of the windfall from vaccine with a special dividend and a share buyback as much as $1.5 billion. Scarcity inflation is driving the economy, says BlackRock President Rob Capito, referring to the fallout from a shortage of workers, agriculture supplies, and housing, and of oil in some regions. Put on your seatbelts because this is something that we haven't seen. He warned with an entire entitled generation that has never had to sacrifice. Dang, BlackRock just called y'all entitled. He wasn't talking about me. Wait, is he talking about me? Is he talking about me? Oh, man. Okay, BlackRock. Fine. You buy the houses, you buy everything, and then blame me? This guy. Nickel trading remains all but paralyzed on the LME 3 weeks since it was suspended after a 250% price hike. Accusations are flying. Lawsuits are being prepared, but perhaps it's not the rules that were broken. Maybe they just weren't fit for the purpose. The players involved are key, from big shot Zhang Guangda, whose massive short position set the stage, to the longs like VW and Glencore and the 145-year-old exchange that failed to act. Goldman plans to return office in Hong Kong. Investors and company debt are bracing themselves for more trouble ahead after a turbulent quarter. The worldwide pool of the safest corporate debt has shrunk by $805 billion this year, while the global junk market lost $236 billion, according to data by Bloomberg. That's the biggest dollar decline since records began over 20 years ago. We have to talk about that, okay? We really have to talk about that. Do you know how many bond records have been shattered in the last couple days? Do you know this is the biggest divergence, the 5th biggest divergence in bonds and stocks since the great financial collapse? Oh, they don't feel me. Anyways, 4 companies looking to issue fresh debt. Post-COVID labor market reflects a shift in spending that's heavier on goods and lighter on services. Hiring has boomed in transportation and warehousing, but the leisure and hospitality sector is 1.5 million jobs below its pre-pandemic peak. It's the stay-at-home economy in a nutshell, said Wells Fargo. ADP jobs report is due today, and non-farm payrolls on Friday. Okay. We'll go over some bomb facts. We'll go over some bomb fun facts later. Fed Barkin 9:15, EIA U.S. oil inventories 10:30, and then Fed George at 1 p.m. Earnings from UiPath. That's today. The Fed owned the bond market. Now it's breaking it. That was just a good headline. Chile's central bank raised the key rate by 150 basis points to 7%, resisting expectations for an even larger 200 basis point hike. Officials warned the economy is on a downward path and highlighted the reversal in the levels of private consumption. ADP job report showed a 455 gain in payrolls this month, followed by a revised 486 increase in February. Final fourth quarter GDP was revised down to an annualized 6.9 from 7. Traders now bet the ECB will hike its deposit rate to 0 2 months earlier than previously expected. Germany's inflation accelerated at the fastest pace since records began after the reunification in the early 1990s, coming in at 7.6, topping 6.8. Oh, shit. That's crazy. So Germany and then Spain's inflation went to 9.8 from 7.6. So Germany right there, that could be part of it, but their inflation was estimated at 6.8, and it came in 7.6. So they had almost a 8.8 surprise off of Ukraine, pretty much. So keep that in mind for your next CPI, my friend. Japanese bonds climb with the year with the yen after the BOJ surprised investors with a pledge to buy more securities than planned and included longer-dated options. Haruko Kuroda gave a further strong indication to the bank that they'll continue capping long-term bond yields. China's shadow banks are emerging as unlikely white knights for embattled property firms by becoming mini developers themselves. Trust companies have bought stakes in at least 10 real estate projects, betting that unfinished homes will eventually yield cash. So literally, there's a report on this. China's property sector is crashing, and now a lot of companies that own a lot of the properties, they're being forced to just go buy back in again. It's pretty wild. I'm sure we'll hear about it. The oil surplus in the first quarter, which was much smaller than OPEC expected, even before Russia upended the market. Analysts at the cartel slashed their projections to 600,000 barrels a day, down from 1 million. Group is expected to rebuff calls this week to fill the supply gap, led by falling exports from Russia. Oil rose for the first time in 3 sessions, with the SPI asset saying ceasefire talks and lockdowns continue to dominate. Gold rose from a near 1-month low as copper gained. Aluminum advanced after Rusal said its operations may be affected if pressures from war and sanctions persist. Wheat futures edged lower for a third day. Banks may see underwriting fees sink by more than half this year with grim IPO market. Citi agreed to sell India retail banking for $1.56 billion to Axis Bank. FedEx is partnering with startup Elroy Air to test moving packages using drones. Small advertisers fighting fraud suit against Meta won class action status after federal judge expanding the pool of plaintiffs for more than 2 million ad buyers. Apple blocked the antitrust lawsuit over the App Store from being expanded to include millions of U.S. customers. China pledged new curbs on its $30 billion live streaming industry, trimming tech stock gains. Regulators will identify and publicize major tax offenders. World's top jet lessor has $2.5 billion at stake in Russia. $3 billion Vegas entertainment hub planned by Oakview. Microsoft let out a big rally on high price tag. Chicken price fixing prosecution ends in second mistrial. U.S. plane crash investigators go to China for 737 probe. Goldman plans full return to office in Hong Kong April 19th. SoftBank to shift arms stake in troubled China unit before IPO. Procter & Gamble cut to neutral at JP Morgan. Price target 165. Salesforce to invest $3.5 billion over 5 years in France. Visa launches NFT program as it considers art, the digital art. Apple will no longer repair iPhones marked as missing HTTPS. March Madness will cost you tickets to the Final Four games on Sunday in New Orleans. $17,000. On this day in history, the Treaty of Paris was signed in 1856, bringing an end to the Crimean War between Russia and the alliance of the Ottoman Empire, Great Britain, and France. The treaty made the Black Sea neutral territory, closing it to warships and prohibiting the presence of armaments on its shores. That was today, bro. That was today. Well, not today, but like today. Does that make sense? Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. I'm in a coat. Hey. Happy Honda Days, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to the people who sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen. So on behalf of the cult, people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge and special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you and thank you for doing what you have done. And big shout out to the police officers, firefighters, doctors, nurses, teachers, all the other public service out there as well, even the truckers, baby. We love you and God bless you and thank you for doing what you have done. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of a Jets! Oh, man. Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, nah. Oh, man. Good morning. That was an aggressive sentence. It came out. It came out like a cat, like getting stepped on or something. You know what I'm saying? It happens sometimes. But you got to be in the game. You got to be in drive. You know what I'm saying? Oh, good morning, Chad. Good morning. So I got a couple plays. I'm going to be looking at, we're going to see how today plays out. It's really not down too much. We're going to watch how any of the peace talk put plays. But I am going to be watching post-earnings plays, like we said. Micron, Restoration, Lulu. Keep that one and watch. And then you got Walgreens. That's a pre-earnings play as well. So we'll see how that one plays out. They haven't moved too much. EXC, I really like that it's held up, but it's not there today. Again, it's down today, even though energy is up. So we're going to watch how that plays out. But I would definitely watch any of the oil companies. And then that's pretty much going to be it. Throw a couple safe havens in there. I do like wheat, but again, in corn too. They're going back and forth, but I'm sure by the end of this week, maybe next week, it gets a little crazy. So we'll see what happens. Call out any plays. If you see it, call it. If you like it, call it. If you got a question, call it. Do whatever you need, baby. But have some fun. And let's go. This one's going to be good. Yeah, we're going to be watching all the EWGs. Again, Europe isn't good today, so we'll see how they play out, and we just go from there, man. We go from there. Back to yesterday. It's going to be an interesting one. Again, if we hold this drop or not, and all of the headlines. So let's see. Do you need the curve to hold or solidly invert? You just need it to stay there. It is going to stay there. That's it. It did it again this morning and came back up. Pretty much by the end of this week, give or take, you're probably going to watch the yield curve inverted. It may bounce right back up, and then eventually by the Fed and the data, the next Fed and the next data set, if the curve is already inverted a little bit right now or getting there, by the end of that, it will probably be inverted. So that's what we're waiting for. And again, the timing of it all, pretty much for the next 3 to 25 months, you may face a recession if it stays there. So let's see what's about to happen next. Okay, you got 5 seconds. Call it out. I love you, Chad. God bless you. Where is it? Round 1. Fight. These guys. Round 1, baby. Sent in the Jets too early. Now we sent them in good, baby. We sent it never too early. What's yours is yours, is what they tell me. That's what they tell me. A wise man once told me that. His name was Yosh. I'm just kidding. He didn't tell me that. He didn't tell us. I think it was these scammers. Why they want to scam me so hard? I don't know if I'm going too early, though. Okay. Do those fill? Young fill. You don't need. I paid a little bit for these. We'll see. This one's a little bit risky, but I'm sure we'll have some time with it. And then hopefully we get some level of value rotation today. Apple green. Interesting. And then watch the post-earnings continuations. Again, Lulu, Restoration Hardware, Micron. Those are the ones to be watching right there. PSX is up too. I don't know why. Well, I do, but again, that play is crazy. That play's up 142% now. So I don't know if it's going to get in the money anytime soon. What is that, 87.50? So don't trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I just grabbed a Walgreens April 14th call. I spent like $120. The premiums are kind of high, so that's why I said I'm a little worried about that. So definitely watch out for that. But pre-earnings play, they report tomorrow morning, so pretty much we'll probably sell out by the end of the day, or hopefully try to get a free one. So we'll see. Yeah, Micron's dropping. They had a good earnings. They're barely up though, so we'll see where that goes. And again, Restoration Hardware, they're down a lot, and we will see what happens. Where's that PSX? 85. We're at 87. But yeah, the PSXs are up like 150 now. which is very interesting. Myrna, Apple heading for $3 trillion. Crude oil has been ripping back in a very aggressive fashion. And then watch the bonds today. See how this plays. Bonds are negative, but so is the SPY. And they're kind of close, but you can see they're moving opposite today from the cash open. Bonds are going down. Stocks are going up. So let's see where this leaves us. Tesla going, XLE, AMD. EU considering new sanctions against more Russian banks. Yeah, BNTX, they announced a special dividend today. So keep that in mind. That's partly why it's going up there. Where is PSX? Walgreens still going. Restoration is down 10. It sucks. They had good earnings. Costco all-time high. Tilray. Roblo slipping. Yeah, Costco is on the high. And I think it's a 52-week high. They're breaking out from there. Watch that. And watch anything value related. I was looking at the wrong one. No, the PSXs are up 87. I don't know why I read that at 150. How many days will Apple be green? I mean, this is one of the biggest streaks it's had. It's fascinating. There's Lulu. Lulu may come up off the bottom. I mean, they're still kind of holding up. AMD pop. All right. I grabbed another one. Very, very small. Let's see how this one plays out. Sheesh. Wells Fargo, they're down. PSX is looking good. I thought banks were up earlier, but if those start slipping again, watch the correlation there with bonds too, and we'll see what happens. I mean, JPM's kind of holding there. Big cheek lay on the SPY. That's what I'm saying. Watch the correlation with everything else, and we'll see where it goes. But don't trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed a Lululemon. So look, if SPY bonds are going up now, I mean, yields are going to go lower, but bonds are doing good while stocks are selling off there. My ratio is still equivalent. But don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed a Lululemon next week option trade. It's just a call. I only bought one of them for like $20. Just a $20 post-earnings gamble. If it goes up from there, we'll be good. If not, I mean, we'll see what happens. So super far out the money. It was $20, but all the other options were too expensive. Which one was it? Not TLT. Walgreens still holding up good. What was I going to look at? Corn is moving. Yeah, it came back up there. Even Brazil is moving. Again, the oil companies are all doing pretty good now. Uh, 2,000 shares of wheat at 10. Good look. With the continuations, just keep them small. Keep them small. I mean, $20 for that. The Walgreens already up 25%. It's just like focusing on a different, a specific catalyst, even though we got volatility. So I like it. And then, I mean, even then though, today's pretty interesting with the oil back and forth. So we'll see how this plays out. Someone just bought 1.25 million deep in the money Airbnb. Check if it was a cross trade. Vale announced that deal with Tesla. Or apparently Tesla bought a bunch of nickel from them. They're dropping there though. Tesla's down. Amazon's out the low. Apple's holding up a little bit better, but it's not too pretty. Is that DSX or CSX? XPEV Neo. Yeah, the PSXs are up over 100% now. Neo is going. Is GME being manipulated? I just think you got a lot of activity in and out. If that makes sense. Like an energy day. Well, yeah, remember energy had that weird bounce back yesterday and then came back up. Even the corn plays ended up coming back up here. So now like what? Where is it? ZC or ZX? I'm only down $100 on that one future after it went crazy. I know 125. Yeah. That's actually wild. So those are oil has started to come up, commodities again. It's just weird. It's a very, very awkward day when you look at it. And just because, again, the last 3 days or last 2 days have really been interesting. You got the peace talk stuff. The peace talk put is what I'm calling it. And then it's like it's just still playing out in very small increments. AMD going, snap. Yeah, AMD's on the high. AMD's actually killing it right now. 1.89 right now. Where is it? LMT? Yeah, LMT's up. Boeing's down, but it's trying to come up. Airbnb, coin, little pop. Coin's holding up decently. Oh, that's sold? Ah, scammers. All right, they wanted that. I sold out of the PSX. I didn't think I put a high ask and it still filled it, so I'll take it though. Again, we still got the B and O's and all that, and then we'll wait to get another. That was a good one though. Airbnb's on the rise for some reason. And then TLT looks like it just got straight bid from that first drop. But it's still, again, they're both negative right now. Airbnb just launched positive out of nowhere. I'd watch Booking and any of the other plays. I got overpaid. That's good, man. Oil coming out. Why isn't booking? That's weird. Airbnb just like woke up. Let's see if that keeps going. Roblo just flipped. Roblo starting. Some of the growth stocks are starting to move here. Watch what happens and keep a close eye on some of the tech names. BA trying to go green. AAL, UAL. VWO came back to life. Lulu picking back up. Let's see. Those plays are slightly up. Again, the Walgreens too. Walgreens came back down. So Walgreens, we had 30% on it. And then this drop right now just brought them right back down. So again, they have pre-earnings. We'll see what happens. PSX is only 150 from the money. It's not worth holding. It's a good play. I mean, it'll cover you for oil for the next month or two. It's moved up a lot. I mean, and we're getting it going there. I thought the ask was high. I wanted to see what I'd get. I still have the other oil plays, but it's a mix of just taking some cash and also just being in a position where I'm taking advantage of the gains when they're there. But you can't hold it. But again, that depends on your account and what you're doing. Like I'm always saying, just have more money for the next move. That's all it comes down to. So if it's a good play, I mean, that's the hard part. So if it's already working and it's doing good, the question is, what's in your account? How do you want it? Will the money help or not? For me, I wanted to clear that one out. Then I still hold the $2,000 of oil plays on B&O. We hit another one in between. We've been kind of like double dipping. And PSX was late stage. We overpaid for it. Remember, we bought PSX on one of those up oil days after we were already up a lot. Amazonian. Very interesting how many things just like ran right there and then just the market's still chilling. And it looks, I don't know. The TLT is a very interesting one so far. The world is backtracking all of the peace talks from yesterday, but you're not selling off in the same fashion that you went up. Apple down 2. Baba's actually looking good. Yeah, the VWOs, those are chilling, but wide spreads. The B&O play, it's an old one. We made that one when we said oil was going to go crazy at the beginning of the year. So we have like October calls on oil, and they're already in the money, or they're right at the money. Testing neckline. It's a floor trade. I see that Airbnb trade. It says it's a multi-leg floor trade. So there's some like market maker hedging stuff part of that. But we'll see. Play on the high. Amazon's coming down. Lulu's coming up again, which is good. The Lulu's went up 47%. Get out of here. It's only $10, but still. That's the thing. Yeah, no, they're up. The Lulu plays are up a lot. It's a wide ask at 31 though. It's up 47. That's what the percentage says. That's why I'm like, huh? Tesla bounce, Airbnb, SPXW, Melly. When does Melly have earnings? But Meli's Latin America, right? Meli is South Argentina. That's weird. They came up on the scanner. Someone bought a put play on them. It's not too big, but it's interesting. That's why I'm like, what? But these plays are expensive as hell. I don't even think it shows up on the chain. And it's like a normal trade. Corn Pop, Meli online trading site for Latin America. SPY popping up here too. Again, see if any of the oil names could be bringing stuff up. Yeah, PSX and XOM just came down. Well, we'll see how that plays out. Corn, bro, I was down so much on this one, and then it came right back up, but we'll see by the end of the day. And then Airbnb, another quarter from yesterday. I think we were a little higher, though, right? Yeah, this is just holding its level. We were at 176. That one's a weird trip. A lot of weird trades today. UNH rocket out of nowhere. I had that on the watch list this morning. I wanted, again, healthcare, but yeah, they did kill it there. Airbnb's at the high. Tesla came up a little bit. You're up on the Dow 0.08, and then you're down on the Nasdaq and S&P, but yeah, the margin's not too wide. Yeah, but the Dow is doing good right now. Again, I'd watch Walgreens and like Abivai. They meet that criteria. Alcoa on the low. Nike wants to push rotation besides Apple. Tesla call sweep. Affirm on the high. NVIDIA on the low. Wasn't AMD just running? Ukraine defense, no mass withdrawal of Russian force have been spotted around Kyiv or Cherniv. That's kind of what we were getting in the morning. If one of your long-term holds doubles in 3 weeks, would you make the shares free? It depends what it is. But usually, I mean, if it's a long-term hold, I mean, I would probably do something different. Anytime I have a big gainer in the long term, I get excited because it allows me to buy other stuff. So, like, think about it. We started stacking up Snapchat and then Abivai. And then depending on how those two moved, if one of them went up a lot, it would allow me to go and grab the other company and then keep my balance the same. And that's all we've done for the last couple years is anytime something is ran up, we left it alone and just kept riding the position and let the position compound in size, while at the same time now we were building up our balance in our safety net. So that's the way I look at it. I mean, you've watched for 2 or 3 years. I've never taken, even Snapchat, I've never sold out. If anything, I've sold covered calls. But the only thing I've ever done is once it hits a high point, I just start buying the other stuff and then use that to build my balance. To build instead of rebalancing, let yourself have a good position, let it grow, and then build around it. Costco busing still. SPY's kind of hanging out, bro. Weird ass day with the bonds and stocks and just everything all tied into one. What are your thoughts on believing what Russia says all the time? They've lied. I mean, bro, everybody, I'm telling you, this situation is crazy. I low-key got into a fight on the Bloomberg chat yesterday over it because it was crazy. How you would, from across the board, man, I mean, everybody has very strong opinions, and everybody is just very, they're like, they're into this. I don't even the chat would just, like, it showed up, bro, like, right before the watch list, and, like, I was getting, like, headline, and then I just see these guys in the chat. Usually, that's what I remember I told you. I'm like, man, this chat is toxic. It popped up. I wasn't even looking at it. And then I see these people talking, and then there was, like, a big OG guy in there, and then he was, like, they were, like, people were arguing with him on a bunch of shit, and I was just, and I just came in, and I was like, y'all really believe what you're saying right now? And then it was, it turned into a big one. I had fun. But a lot of people, I'm telling you, the range of what people agree on and believe, it's wild. It's wild. Like, some people really believe that it's like they believe every single headline they see. They think that the situation, like, they were really, really excited about the peace talks. They really thought it was like this and that. It was just weird, honestly. It was like I thought I was like, who do you work for? So you don't sell covered calls? We have. I have one actually, I think, on Snapchat in the long term. Fat fingers, 60 leaps. Strong opinions. Nah, people are crazy, bro. I was even like, I just started bringing up even facts, and they're like, you can't go back in time. You can only comment on the last 2 months. And I'm like, you are a very smart individual. I have to get back to work, my friend. PSX up 3. It's a good play. It's a good play. I still have the PPC and the NUE. Puts don't seem to be moving. A lot of things are weird. If anything, it looks like TLT and SPY are following. They are matched up equivalently right now, so watch out. Because see if TLT leads us the way down, and if they hold 0.2, 0.3 the whole day, and TLT drops, the market might come down with it. So, I mean, we will see what happens next. Okay. XPREP breaking out. McDonald's is on the high. Do you have plans to scale in more to EWG, VGK? Of course I do. Again, it's patience with all of this. Again, like you see today, what did Germany do? Germany announced today that they're already putting in plans to inform people how to save gas and, like, ration it. I don't want it to sound dramatic, but it sounds pretty dramatic. But that's like the first start. And then again, just imagine how many people have gone back and forth. It's only been 72 hours of trading days since we've made the play. And you already see how it's like a lot of back and forth. So it's like I have a lot of time on it. I'm going to be patient with it. You see how long we've been in the wheat play as well too. So I'm giving it time, but I do plan to build around it. I do like the logic of it. And it seems like, regardless of peace talk this, peace talk that, whether it's fake or real, it seems like the energy situation is still very, very much at key. Yeah, the ruble is crazy. The ruble, again, and that's why we'll see how it factors into some of the energy stuff. Because now, I mean, with the ruble strong and the ruble still kind of doing this, I mean, we're going to really see what happens. But where was I forgot what it was with Germany. They announced, it was like, I forgot, it sounded dramatic. But let me see. Yeah, there it is. So, again, like I said, this is all going to happen at the end of the month tomorrow. They said Germany enacts emergency gas plan as Russia wields ruble threat. Economy Minister Habeck sees Russian gas could be cut off, faces significant exposure. Where was it? They rely signaling. They plan to tell energy companies by Thursday how to pay for fuel in the Russian currency, even if the process of switching won't begin immediately. I think that was from the Russian side. I forgot what it says. It said what they're doing. It said they're going to they're already putting out signs for people, and then they're going to have a plan pretty much to ration gas, essentially. When should I double dip B&O? I mean, definitely not now as it's going up. Again, because that's why I don't know how I sold those PSXs for 100%. We bought those at the damn high. Remember, I said that. I said these are late stage oil plays. So it's looking like the Omicron pattern. I mean, this would be a better time than not if it did continue. But premiums are high after here. So try to get any commodity plays. You want them on the red days, essentially. Am I up on the corn now? Yeah, I'm up on the corn future. That was a wild swing. And then the mini one I'm still down on. That's fucking crazy. Man, these commodities. This shit's wild out here, bro. You know? Yeah, Germany's inflation rate jumped huge too. That's an early signal of kind of CPI inflation impacts. Obviously, we're different than Germany, but they already had a big inflation surprise, and it correlates, with the timing since everything happened. So there it is. SPY popped. It did not follow TLT. So if the SPY could go green, it's gonna break here. But they look the same with the little gap, and then this right here, it looked like it was leading, but SPY just took off. So keep that in mind, and we're gonna watch. Banks are coming. I don't know why the banks have been very strong with some of the headlines and how things are playing out. Waymo riders to offer public driverless rides in San Francisco. Waymo, some self-driving shit. Newegg pop going again. Where's GME and AMC? So just see if the hype is there on some of those, but watch out for them. But yeah, Newegg is going up. It's up 7% now. Play at your own risk into your own heart's desire. Remember, have money for the next move. That's your only required job. Your only required job, my friend. Lulu's hitting a high. There's Restoration. What's the other one? Micron is going up. The Lulus, those are still up 30 or 40. We need the Walgreens came back up actually though too. So remember Walgreens reports tomorrow morning, I believe, or the day after, but we should have some level of earnings run up tied into there. Microsoft's on the low. They're selling off. PPC. Stealing from Ford. Tesla. Tesla might go green, though. Again, Amazon, Apple, all of them are at the low right now. Microsoft going low. Google to offer free driverless rides via Waymo. Walgreens pricing in 4. Boeing went positive. Someone's dropping news there. Yeah, Waymo chasing crews, driverless rides in San Fran. I didn't know that Waymo is Google's. I thought it was just some self-driver thing. DraftKings pop. Nike wants to rip. I mean, Lulu's doing good. I think clothing retailers doing good, and any good earnings is great. Bro, those Lulu plays are doing good. They're up 80% right now. The ask just jumped on those. So if Lulu actually can break out and have this post-earnings continuation, this could look nice. But I don't know. Maybe it gets to 400. AMC. Walgreens, iSig. Neo. Snap, they came up earlier. They're actually about to go green. Airbnb went red. That was an interesting pop it had. Hood call sweep. Hard to be bullish. It's not about bullish or bearish. Everyone forgets this one. It starts with a B. It's not bullish. It's not bearish. It's budget. That's it. I am not a bull or a bear. I am a budget. That's it. $20, $50, $100. Don't go too crazy. See what I'm saying? Let it play. Let it come to you. in this volatility until the global phenomena hits. Bullard. These pronouns getting wild. I'm budget. That's it. I need all of you. I need all of you to have the budget as your title. Kremlin ruble payments for gas will take time to come into force. To Russian gas will take time and won't begin immediately this week, despite a March 31st deadline. That's what the Kremlin says. So they're giving them a little bit more time. I still do have those intel calls, yeah. They're still up like 30%, but they were up like 200% last time. My budget back better, you prick. Apple on the high. Or excuse me, not Apple, Boeing. Roku selling off there. Roku on the low ticker down 3. Biden posed to use Cold War powers to develop battery metals. What does that mean? AT&T, Cisco introducing WebEx could affect Zoom. Watch out. There's Biden posed to use the Cold War powers to develop battery metals. I think this is related to EV. This is just coming in right now. Electric car, clean energy supply chains dominated by China. Invoke as soon as this week Cold War powers to encourage domestic production of critical minerals for electric vehicle and other types of batteries. They're going to be adding battery materials to the list of covered by the 1950 Defense Production Act. Same one that Donald Trump used. Lithium, nickel, graphite, cobalt, manganese, I don't know how to say it. The list could help companies access $750 million under the Defense Production Title III Fund. Interesting. So energy bill, kind of, or again, Defense Production Act for battery metals it seems to be the plan right now. We'll hear that by the end of this week, but that's just coming out right here. There's Zoom. A couple of things again, some red candles, and then Hitch dropped that news there. Wayfair and Smile Direct both cut at loop on sales risk. Energy stocks rise with oil as no breakthrough in peace talks. MP off of that news. Yeah, it is actually moving. I look at Abivai today. Man, Abivai is just you know what I'm saying? It's just Abivai. You know what I'm saying? That was like the first big stock we saw, man. I just love this guy, man. Even that average there, I don't know why they let us get it at 109, bro. How did that even happen? We got it here last time. This is a 1-year chart. This ain't even the, you know what I'm saying? That's crazy. I love it. We'll keep it, but we'll see. Shout out to dividends, baby. Switching to think, do you ever use dollar amount instead of quantity for options? Nah. I factor in how much I'm spending, and I look at the dollar amount very, very, like it's very important to me, but I don't place my orders in dollar amounts. Longevity, they're running up there right now, actually, yeah. Abivai like Katniss Everdeen. See, that's a Hunger Game reference. I still have the Alcoa play. They got clapped a little bit. We bought 5 of those at like 15 cents. Now they're like 1 to 4. I don't know why those got clapped as much. I mean, I think it's with the materials, but I think if they start launching again, those will come back to life. Bros is popping. They were doing good yesterday. Boyle and LNG on the high. Abivai split. Honestly, bro, if they did, I mean, it goes back to 80 and we doubled our shares or something. That would be insane. Honestly, Abivai split would be like the next crazy thing. Bros is getting a pop right now. SPY's coming below VWAP. Again, there's a big delay between the SPY and TLT today. It's really hard to tell. So just keep your eyes out for those. I'm sure when one of them moves crazy, we'll get something. LMT is on the high again. Amazon is on the low. There's Abiva. Lulu kind of in its own little world there. We'll see how long that lasts. I love you too. God bless you. We like the vibes. Facebook low. It's weird. Tesla's like the only one like kind of holding like near the highs while a lot of the other bigger techs are dropping down. Yeah, Facebook's at the low. I think Apple's about to hit one, and then Amazon is too. MO calls cooked. Where is MO? They kind of slowed. Dividend. Wait, as long as it holds up, but we'll see afterwards. It might hold that range till earnings. Liquidity, do you think there's going to be more hype? I mean, I don't know. I mean, they said the move would enable a stock split, but I mean, I don't trust anybody. So I don't like, I don't like more and more shares all the damn time, but we'll see. Airline pump, a lot in the morning. I don't know if they're still holding up. Oh, yeah, they are. But they're only up a little bit. Like, they're up less than 1%, but they're just holding the high side. Why don't you hold any mega cap? I do. I bought Amazon I bought all those companies, probably almost 10 years ago now. But when we made the long term, it was 2019, and everybody at that point, Amazon, everything was already up. People were saying, how would I build my long term without that? So we started over from 2019, and that's why I even said recently with like Netflix and Facebook at some of these prices, now may be the time to add some of them after years and years have gone on. But in my big portfolio, I do have them for the YouTube ones. We're looking at them, but we started out we started out at a different time, and yeah, we were essentially looking for the new mega cap companies. But it doesn't mean we want to add to them. But at that point, those were the companies that were overvalued or higher valued comparatively. Tesla pop. There it is. I was saying, dude, Tesla was the only one that was like, there it is. That's big. I don't know if does it have to do with the bill. Levent Corp, a couple are running. Tesla's really popping now. Maybe it has to do with the defense production thing. I don't know. Tesla, big pop. Bro, that's like what? That's $1,100. It just jumped like $10 there in one candle. Neo high. Baba pop. That one on Tesla is big. That one is big. QS for battery play. You can. I don't know how big again, we're going to get another update on the Biden lithium or electric thing probably by the end of the week, they said. So we'll see. Apple's even coming up with that one. That kind of woken up a lot of things. Charge point. They're up. Energy transfer. Where's charge point? $20. It kind of came back. Let me see the banks. Yeah, they came down a little bit. That one was weird. LA PC play. Any sympathy plays on 4? I sold out of my Fords yesterday. No other sympathies. Not yet. Until if we're gonna play that news, we gotta kind of focus in more on it. And then even on top of that, a lot of these are just like the growth plays. You kind of know my history with some of the EV ones. I did like Lucid. I remember I was saying that earlier in like October until I saw the car at the mall. But I'm still kind of in the middle. Valero. Oh shit! I forgot. Don't we? I think we have a Conoco too. Those are down though. Room to use energy production, produce battery metals. Yeah, is that why Tesla's popping? Because again, we got that news early. We were waiting, but only a couple of things moved. Still have the Intel and Verizon. The Intel's slightly up now. That Verizon just really never moved, then got clapped. Excuse me. SoFi, the Gigafactory funding. Oh, it's going up again there. Couple more energy plays at the high. Even PSX is still holding up there. Lulu, God bless you, man. God bless you. But we'll see. I don't have any, again, no sympathies on any of those. Just, I like specific catalyst earnings plays right now, especially coming into the next month, and then just focusing on the broader goal here with everything going on, and then, making sure we get good long-term exposure as that is been working out. And then our favorites, like, again, Airbnb, we still got a lot of big positions on there, so that's kind of my big growth play that we're banking on. SPY's coming back up, though. There's Lulu again. Where's TLT? Tesla's still going. TLT's back to the high, so they're moving in tandem. This shit's wild. LAC ripping, still holding Turkey for a while. Yes. Like the turkey plays are still up 30%. Crypto fear 5500. Greed MP going. That's the first one that moved before Tesla on the battery thing. So there you go. That's holding a little bit better. It's interesting. Alcoa didn't move and they were clapped. Tesla, bro, that's like a $20 move on Tesla since. I have MO in the long term. My other plays, they expired and we lost on those. Apple's starting to come back up. Apple's hitting the high. Apple's green now. So watch how this plays out. Aqua, EWG, VGK, they're still both there. I don't know where the plays are, though. ANET on the high. Like, actually. ANET's moving pretty decent. They won't let it close red. ANET has a big candle right there. Soxel. Where's Micron too? Watch ANET. LAC Ripper. Yeah, you guys posted that one a couple of times. Lithium America Company. Yeah, I see. Ever since the news, it looks like all of them. Even Piedmont. Young Piedmont's getting in on the action too. Who else? We did great for LAC still. Yeah, Piedmont's going up. And remember, Piedmont had the offering already, so that was like good and bad news. Now that's out the way, but the price is still holding. TLT's hitting a new high. They have now gone positive, so it's inversing here with the market. See if the market plays along or not. It's still going to be an interesting one. DJI giving up. Yeah, Dow's red. Remember, Dow is positive. SPY is still red, and then Tech is still red, all less than 0.25%. Dow is barely red right now. And ever since that Biden news there, we've been watching a lot of the, companies go crazy. The energy battery companies related to the Defense Production Act. Still no volume. Yeah, 10 million. 10 million first hour. Or we're just about 20 minutes shy. It's not the best, it's not the worst, but it's definitely kind of what it's similar to the pace we've seen over the last couple days, where you're getting that, it's like less than 100 million volume a day. You're really getting like 12 million volume an hour on the S&P. Biden, there's pretty much by the end of the week, we're probably going to get an update on Biden using the Defense Production Act to guarantee battery supplies and battery materials like lithium, and then even coming into copper, aluminum, and a couple of other things. Yeah, MP, LAC, bond just went green, so let's see now. Green bonds could justify the down here, but let's just see how it plays. I don't know. This one's a wild one. BA selling off. A couple of things selling off. A couple big candles here. TLT starting to rocket though now. So again, it's continuing that, and but the market tried to like follow along today. We're gonna see. Yeah, Boeing just got a candle down. So did Ford. Cannabis vote is today, I believe, but I think they made some amendments to it. Tilray's popping. You still like puts on EWG? Yes. SPY coming down. Man, after TLT pop, it's gonna get interesting. I don't know why Tilray. I don't know what time the vote is. There's no news coming in now, but they're up on that. Amazon. There's a vote for weed. Boeing. Lulu. Where's the other one? Wally. Come on, Wally. You were doing so good, man. I still got faith in you. I know you got that earnings preem. I know you're going to come back. TLT. Again, even like commodities stop going nuts. It's weird because Brent is like not even like that active today. And then commodities have kind of all made a move right now, and then they're holding up. It seems like we're waiting for the next move. Everything is just like kind of pinned from commodities to everything else. So either we're going to get news or it's going to literally, we've done nothing all day today. It's been almost an hour, and just look at this. We are like flat. Prime Minister Johnson, sanctions on Russia should be increased until all of Russian forces have left Ukraine. You've been enjoying the market videos. Great for after work. Amen. God bless you. God bless you. And hopefully you've been paying attention to the main points. You know, it's European energy, what's going on with that, the Federal Reserve, the bond divergence, and then now the yield curve. Those are probably your three most important things right now. And then getting into earnings and everything else. But you know, that isn't that crazy? I forgot. I kept saying it on the watch list. I said it this morning. But do you guys realize this is the 5th largest divergence in history between bonds and stocks? So the spread, that's what they call it. The spread between treasuries going down and stocks going up. This divergence is the 5th largest. So just imagine that. So it's like, I know we've been watching it, but it's just like, this is big. This is like, again, a lot of people haven't seen this one. It's the 5th largest. It's not the largest in history, but it's number 5. So it comes in as number 5. So looking back at least 20 to 40 years here, you've never really seen stocks rally this 15, 20%, and then bonds sell off that same margin. It's a wild spread. So I think the largest ones occurred around 2008 and then like the early 1920s or some shit. But again, the further you go back, you have different bonds. So even like back in the day, I mean, you had different bond durations and different activity. But that's why. So like, I know we've literally been talking about it for a month or two, and I know a lot of people get impatient, but the fact that the divergence is widening It's literally one of the biggest and longest we've ever seen, because usually it would close up, or they eventually one of them gives, but it hasn't. Russia's Putin signs decree banning state purchases of foreign equipment for critical infrastructure without approval from March 31st. All the weapons Biden promised, none have been shipped. General said, I don't know. I mean, are you genuinely surprised? Oh, look at Bradley Frizzle's peach surprised me more than that. Oh my gosh, happy hump day. Bradley Frizzle in the peach, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! Oh no, oh my gosh. God bless you, Bradley Frizzle. Man, that's what dedication looked like. They don't film you, bro. I'm just saying, that's what it looks like. That's so beautiful. Oh my, the most consistent peach in the game by far. By far, honestly. Like there's like Jordans of the game and then everybody else. You know what I'm saying? It's just top tier peach. That's it. Like I've never seen that in my life. No one's done it like Bradley's done it. That's all I'm saying. That's it. It's just a fact is a fact, and that's it. It's just I've never. Oh my gosh, I've never witnessed that. Like that level, that stretch, that streak. You know, it's like watching the A's. You remember the A's when they broke the MLB record? You know, Moneyball. That's what it is. This is better than that. This is insane. I mean, no one's ever seen this before. It's upsetting to Wall Street. It's gonna be like 1929. We'll see. We will see. It's small good decisions, baby. That's 28 months of small good decisions. Ha! Hard. God bless you. That's another horn. That's another one. We love you, Bradley. Thank you for everything, my friend. Thank you for everything. Hopefully the long term's kicking. Hopefully y'all doing what you doing. Yeah, hopefully witnessing history. Bro, we're honestly living through a wild time. Again, the bond divergences, all of this. So, but at the end of the day, I know all of you will be able to say you learned something when we come back to this. And hopefully, too, you've gotten the lessons there from the long term and what it has provided and taught. Coin pop. Spus. TLT's hitting another high, and the market's done. Only time SPYs hit highs is when TLT wasn't. So it looks like highs on TLT today have been bringing down stocks. So we'll see what happens. I called one of my physician coworker friends, Bradley Frizzle, yesterday. His name is Brad. He didn't think it was as funny as I did. I feel you. We should just start calling every Bradley Frizzle. I'm with it. I'll be like, is your name Bradley Frizzle? Your name's Brad? Like Bradley Frizzle? They'll be like, who's that? You don't know Bradley Frizzle? Oh, wow. No way. That's crazy. Take a peach to him every day. He would get freaked out. I feel like I would see him post to Reddit. He'd be like, hey, Reddit, advice. My name is Brad, but I have a coworker, and he always calls me Bradley Frizzle. One day, he started calling me Bradley Frizzle in the peach, and then every day, he started handing me a peach. I don't know what this means, and I really am confused what it could possibly mean. Advice? Oh, you should do it. You should do it. Hey, Reddit, my name's Brad. You're going to see that on Quora. For real, though. Bro, bro, the questions on Quora, like, have you ever Googled something, and then you see, like, the first Quora link, and then it's just, like, it's wild always. It's just, like, dude, I'm like, who is asking the questions on Quora, and why? Like, come on, like, it gets crazy. It gets crazy. He said the Quora link. That's funny. Apple coming down. So just watch the TLT drops, and we'll see. I need Airbnb. Tesla's still up. Q-Scaler's still going. Yeah, Q-Scaler, MP, and LAC again. All the lithium ones. Roblo, green. Look at you, guy. Let's go Abivide next, or Airbnb. Piedmont on the high. Roblo's on the high. But SPY might still come down here. Again, watch TLT. EXC chilling. It's so weird, bro. The days that materials and energy are bad, EXC goes up. The day that is good, EXC chills out. I'm like, what? The average on the AAs. They can come back, but get more time. That's it. Alcoa with time is going to be good. Biden to speak with Zelensky at 10:45 a.m. Eastern. Bullshit. Apparently, Zelensky and Biden in 20 minutes. I don't believe them. That seems very surprising. Lucid popping next. Yeah, Lucid's starting to go again. People are going after the sympathies now. I don't know if it's going to be a live speech, though. I think they'll probably speak, and then we will get the, what's it called? The updates. It's funny. Did you see? It sucks. So I know people are going to judge me because I say it. Honestly, bro, it's so crazy how you have to, like, preface things nowadays. But anyways, do you guys know Peter? You know Peter from Fox? You know Peter, the guy who asked the most craziest questions, maybe the realest questions. I don't know. Did you see his little segment? He had a segment on TV, and they took a screenshot of the papers that Biden was holding. They were making fun of going off of this script. It's actually pretty wild. You get to see Biden's talking points. I didn't know they had that. What, you didn't see it? Oh, let me find it. I sent it, or I got sent it by Lending Tips. He sent me it the other day. I was like, wow, that's crazy. Yesterday, I think. Do you see? You didn't know they had that? No, I did, but it's like, it's funny when you see it. Like, you have to just, it's just funny how they did it. Yeah, it was like tough Putin talking points, and like it just had like 4 things, and then it was like very, it's to the script. Just relax, okay? Relax. Okay, relax. Don't worry. Just don't worry. I'm telling you, I've already, the wildness of the, just relax. It's okay. Relax. Me, I'm chill. No, you're actually chill today, Graham. I have to watch out. I didn't know. Like I said, I stumbled into a political argument talking about economics on Bloomberg. So now I'm like, oh shit. Everybody is affected. Everybody is prone to it. Some facts will always get ignored. So it's just a very, you got to watch out. You got to watch out with what you preface. Like, I don't know. The roles have reversed. I feel like, I don't know. I can't even say it. The Fed barking, open a hike in 50 base. Who was it? Fed something yesterday was like super aggressive. But market still hasn't cared. SPY's going down though now. Again, TLT still kind of holding up. Fed interest rates. They're down from yesterday, but still like yesterday. All Europe's down except the FTSE. And that's probably because of oil. watch for if TLT spikes, it'll go lower. Just wait till they break up because now they're starting to move inverse. It's weird. I've said that like 18 times today because I'm just looking at it, and we still, this whole week or even from last week, it's still been this like weird positive, negative flip-flop correlation every now and then. So it's interesting to see. And the fact is we walked back. A lot of this stuff got walked back from yesterday. Yeah, so Zelensky and Biden are going to meet, but I don't think it's going to be public. Like, we're not going to hear it. Barkin, Ukraine war impacting inflation. Demand not hurt so far. The weed talks, I'm not too sure, but some of them started moving. QuantumScape, they're going again. TLT's hitting a new high, but SPY's kind of bouncing there. So watch it, this breaks. Again, today has just been, it's been an hour, and we're literally at the same price. Yeah, QuantumScape's still going up there, hitting a new high, decent size candle. Interesting. Sava doing thing. LAC's been absolutely killing it. That lithium company. That one hit. Did we get the PCE or something? There's PCE quarter over quarter, but that's not like the actual number. And then you had German and Spain inflation today, and both of those came in really, really hot. So some people are worried about that. But, I mean, again, I wouldn't be surprised. We may get a 1% surprise on the CPI, depending on how it plays out. Tesla at the high again. QuantumScape. TLT's hitting a new high, but the SPY's bouncing from it. SPY's not playing along. So, not too bad. Roblo on the high. LAC again. Roblo, has it been at 52 lately? Yeah, it hit there a little bit ago. So, that's good. Tesla, another new candle. Again, TLT might start coming down, but the market's just not responding to it at all. Airbnb getting one, too. Today's about Apple. I feel like Apple might even be buybacks. Remember, they've announced big ones over the last couple of earnings. So, I mean, you're watching some pretty big moves there. Yeah, Apple just flipped, or Airbnb just flipped positive. Spotify. Oh, Spotify kind of bounced a little bit. We went negative on it from that early position. But I wish, that's why we'll see in the next coming days. So I might want to hang on to the deposit for a little bit because I would love Uber or Spotify kind of back here again. So we will see, my friend. We will see. Robo is looking very good right now. QS is still going crazy. It's interesting how Apple kind of hanging out there, but a lot of the material plays, again, QS, MP, Tesla, all of those are on the high. BNGO, I haven't seen that on the high in a while. Even Workhorse Alive, a lot of them are. Micron is earnings. So it's kind of in its own little world right now. That's why I like Lulu doing its thing. I'm sure Restoration as well. So you can see it. There's like a couple names doing their thing or like moving in tandem. But then anything with earnings, it's like in its own little world. That's why we kind of like those plays more or less. How big is Sana? Sana 44. Sana's still good. I mean, 44 I think is still... Did we buy this stock at like 20 or some shit? Why is BlackBerry? It's like, again, you've been taking turns. It was like the super hype stocks, and then now just like it goes to like different ones. We'll see, but I mean, it's different than what we saw a couple days ago. I don't think the housing market could be stopped. Rates will hurt the little guy, and big funds will continue. Can't see real estate crashing. I mean, it will eventually slow down, even though I'm the biggest real estate bull you'll meet. But what a lot of people don't realize, I'm going to make a video on this, but it's a simple quote. It's what Powell even said. Powell himself even said they don't want to destroy the real estate market. You got to realize if you wanted to do a Fed-induced recession where you could lower inflation, bring down assets, and start raising rates, the last thing you want to do is hurt real estate. Powell even said it directly from his mouth, a quote. He said he does not want to hurt real estate. You have to realize the consumer, you could go put us into a recession, mess a bunch of things up, and most people will, at least 68% of people will be okay if the equity in their home remains. And then if they have the ability to pull from it and do all of that. So it's like, in a weird way, you're saving grace right now for it to go from recession to great financial collapse is real estate. That's it. So it's like, it will eventually slow down the measures that they do, but they don't want to, they don't want to crash it, but they just don't want it to go up 20% a year. That's it. That's all you have to do with real estate. If you could stop it from going up 20 to 30% a year, mission accomplished. They don't give a shit. But worst case scenario, I think, even then, even a 5% decline, I don't think would hurt that bad, but they don't want real estate to crash. And when I say they, I mean the Federal Reserve and most of the White House and government. The last thing they want is for most people's household wealth to diminish, especially if you're going to raise rates and jobs and prices go up and everything else. Yeah, 20% a year is crazy. Bro, even from when we first made the video, end of 2020, beginning of 2021, it went up. They said it was only 11%. It really went up 30%. I made 30 to 50% on every property I bought from November 2020 to March 2021. And then, even then, from 2021 all the way to today, it's already up another 20%. It's wild. So that's all. You have to just stop it from doing that. Because then, again, we're talking 6 figures, 7 figures. These are big amounts of property, big purchases. So it is wild. It is wild. It needs to come down 20%. Even then, I mean, although I think that would be difficult, I don't mind that. And I don't think a lot of people will. But it would still be expensive. Sadly, if you go down 20%, you take me back to the price 8 months ago, 6 months ago, which is wild to think about. So, but again, there is a very big incentive if the Fed wants to pull off their plan and actually slow inflation down. They don't need real estate to come down. They just need it to not go up anymore. And you would be surprised if real estate just stopped going up at this pace, it would actually make things a little bit better. You would be surprised. IonQ, Boyle, UNG again. Oh. You need people to come in and buy behind you. Not really. This isn't like real estate's not like a pyramid scheme. It's not like GameStop or AMC where that happens. The point is, when real estate prices go up consecutively 10, 15, 20% year after year after year, but then you start going aggressively, that's when the market overheats. We're talking overheated economy. Now we're talking about prices overheating, and when you overheat, I mean, I don't know if you ever had a car overheat. It's not a good look. That's what people are even worried about now as we get into the next set of data from CPI to jobs and all of that. Like this Friday's jobs report, it will be important because we want to see, is there signs of an overheating economy? When the prices go high and then everybody starts ramping and buying things up and buying and it just drives the prices up, you get worried about overheating because then it would be a massive demand destruction as opposed to a more natural demand destruction if prices gradually go up. Amazon's dropping, Apple too. Yeah, rents are up. I think it's like Las Vegas and Miami have some of the highest rent inflation. How could Tesla move after the stock split? Probably like it did last time. Just it'll probably move a little bit slower then, because now you've probably like what 10x their shares in the last couple years, but it'll probably be like that. When can I rent the American Dream? Well, you'll see. I mean, again, I was looking. There's still a lot of it just sucks because it's like there's still good houses and cheap houses, but like it's the big cities. It's like if you want to be popular, it's going to cost you. That's it. It's like the big cities are the ones that are really, really expensive right now, and the ones that have super high inflation, rent inflation, even the house cost. But there's still a couple places or a lot of places that are like, outskirts of cities or like in the, not as like Miami, LA, New York, Austin, Dallas, certain places, Atlanta, like even Atlanta has a lot of good places still. But it just all depends on where you want to live. Like Tennessee, Nashville, super expensive, but there's a lot of places outside that are still cheap. Again, like even it sucks because it's like even in California, some places like the Inland Empire used to be a lot cheaper, but now it's expensive, but it's still relatively affordable to a degree. But it really just depends. So, but that's the part that sucks with it. Like you're going to pay a premium if you want to live in these places where the places you didn't want to live during the pandemic, if you think about it. Yeah, Phoenix and Miami, those are the highest rent inflation. Dallas, Austin are not cheap. Property tax makes it expensive. I agree with you on that sense, especially if the prices are too high. But there's some places that are just super cheap. Is that your next target, Empire? I've been buying properties in the Inland Empire for probably like 7 years now. I own a lot throughout all of SoCal, from San Diego to LA. I saw my parents do that back in the day before they lost everything. They went to like Moreno Valley, San Bernardino. I told you guys that story. I remember my parents, they bought this house, and every time they would put a stove and oven in it, the house would get robbed. The same guy robbed them 3 times in a row. So they stole the fridge and oven, and then my parents would put another one. This was in Moreno Valley. And then they would put another one in there, and then they would steal it, and then they put another one in there, and then they steal it. It was crazy. Did your parents lose everything because they were over leveraged? It was a mix of that, and then my mom was my mom got scared. So once people stopped paying the rent and they had a bunch of houses, like they had savings, but then they paid it for a couple of months, and then my mom got really, really scared. So she made the executive decision. She was like, sell them all, just foreclose them, and then because it ended up being a good move. So it was more over leveraged, but then they flip-flopped on their plan. A lot of people did this, and they just didn't really have the financial knowledge and background with it. And then we ended up almost losing our house that like I was raised in and going to school in at the time. So it was an interesting moment, but they really didn't know much. I mean, my parents were like the people. It was like the random people. You remember, when GameStop was first going crazy, and AMC, and like the most randomest people you met, all of a sudden they were like, "Oh, I'm getting into this," or "Have you heard about this?" Like everyone just started doing it, You know, my parents, again, they barely spoke English, and everybody at that time during the real estate bubble, they were like flipping houses and buying houses and cash out refinancing, all of that, and then they got clapped. So that's it. They were trying to make that American dream come true. They were. They did. They just did not know. Again, I mean, they were still very, very, very uneducated on the matter, and it was pretty wild, pretty wild. But we got to learn a lot. It was a lot of sadness, a lot of joy too. That's it. How do you define over leverage? Pretty much not being able to hold your assets for 12 months, assuming no income. That's it. I would say is over leveraged. So the question is can you make zero money off of an asset, and would you still be able to have to pay for the borrowing cost or whatever it is? My house increased to 200. What happens if I cash out? Then the market crashes. You get to keep the money. That's the benefit. But then you still owe that amount. So let's say like your house was 200 and then you cashed out refi 260. So then you still owe 200 on the house, and then you take out 60K, you still owe 260,000. So then if real estate crashes and your house goes to 100,000, let's say, for all the real estate bears who want to see a, German style real estate crash, let's say it goes down to 100. Now, if you sold that house, it would be a short sale. You would still owe the 260. So you see what I'm saying? But now your house is only worth 100. So and then you would still be paying the mortgage on 200,000, 260,000 every month. So that's how everybody got killed back in then. What ended up happening is that, you went like, that's what, like, I don't, even if you look at the Inland Empire and like Moreno Valley down to Temecula, everything going on back in the day, what ended up happening, they were building these new homes and people were buying $500,000, $700,000 houses that were just going for 200 grand, 300 grand not too long ago. So then what ended up going on, you had a mortgage for $700,000 on a house, and then a couple years later, it's worth 200 grand. So it's like if you're paying, it's like paying the price, it's like paying the monthly payment for a Ferrari, but now you're driving a Honda Civic. Do you see what I'm saying? And that was the problem, because then a lot of people are like, well, shit, why would I pay this amount? I could go get 3 houses for the same price I'm paying for this one. That's what's happening now? No, it's the reverse of what's happening now. Right now, inflation made your neighborhood better. I forgot who said the joke. They said inflation was the only reason why some people were able to move into a better neighborhood without moving. It's the reverse right now. Because if you bought a house in 2020, your payment is locked in. You got locked in at that Honda Civic price, and then it doubled up. So now, literally every house from 2020, I'm paying the same price I was paying a year or two ago, and now the prices have doubled. That's the reverse situation. That's why people are asking, "Yo, can I take money out of my house now?" If everybody takes money out of their house and the prices go down, then in the future you got the situation again. But it's the reverse of what happened then. Rivian. Rivian, all of the EVs. I guess that bill is getting people excited. Are people taking money? There's data on it. It's like it's up a little bit, but not as much. But recently, it has been going up. But it's not like it's not the same. Like back then, I think everybody was pulling. It was so much easier to get money out of your house. Like even then, today it's still hard. Like even to qualify and even to pull money out and refinancing, it's like again they just like back then it was probably double what we're seeing now, just because people can back then people were just anybody could have got the loan, the refinancing, no documentation, all of that. Same happened in the bad area, 500 for low class by me. Yeah, it's happened everywhere. That's why, but then some areas were on the cusp, but it's like some of these places instantly in the last 2 years, like we've seen more $1 million neighborhoods created than any other time. Like literally more, there's more $1 million neighborhoods now than ever. After I bought my first house flip was, or my first purchase was a flip. And then from there, I turned into another property and Facebook stock and all of that. And then just kept rinsing and repeating. I was hooked. Missed out on a lot of things. I told you, like LA properties, a lot of stuff when I was young, even up until this day, even the last couple of years. I mean, that's one thing I will say with all of it is, a lot of good opportunities, just being addicted to the real estate and staying involved in it. But then I also missed a lot of things along the way. What do you think of RIOs, mining stock, and divvy? Oh, well, I need to check the yield. Banks rotated hard to pick up that tech weakness. A little bit, but we'll see. They're kind of, I don't know. There's been a lot of back and forth with the banks lately. Tesla's coming down. Apple's hitting a new low now. You're saying Micron's dropping. Yeah, Micron's about to go red after the earnings. Lulu's at the high, but looks like it's about to come down. Think about Florida. Florida's hot right now. Especially if you could secure a good Florida property cheap, given how high the rents have gone, they've been a good cap rate. But I do like Florida a lot. Abivi's going. It's interesting to see what's actually leading the way here. So TLT's still up. So again, remember TLT broke out of a new high here, and then the market didn't go down. So I think this level correlates with the low of the day. Yeah, Walgreens. That's why it seems like the value plays are doing that. You think single family is stronger in Vegas than Cali because Vegas has more room for new homes? No, because that supply will kill it. I mean, right now it's like it's a cash economy. So like Vegas and like Miami, some places like that, the places with higher rent inflation, but especially Vegas, like that's why Vegas got hit the hardest and didn't recover from '08 as much, because most of the people there get paid on cash and tips and stuff like that. So if you have a large building supply, it's a lot more risk in the future, but right. But when it's going good, people really, really buy there because Vegas, it's expensive in Vegas, but you could easily rent a house in Vegas with less documentation, simply because you could say, oh, I'm a server. You could say I'm a server, I'm a stripper, or I hand out the cards at the thing. They're how they are with income is a little differently, or more people there are familiar with just cash deals. So, but that's why it was so hard for Vegas to recover, just because when they implemented Dodd-Frank and some of the rules, it made it very difficult for people to, it made it difficult for people to qualify and buy everything back up. Figs, you said takeover chatter. Lululemon, biggest gain in 6 months. Let's see, Figs. Option volume rises the most. That's about it. Axios takeover chatter. So we'll look out for that. I mean, I haven't confirmed it yet, but stock is moving. And there's option activity. SPY's coming down, but TLT is too. So, like I'm saying, I don't know. This one's hard. UVXY coming up. TLTs. Where's corn? See, the corn and commodities haven't broken out. Bro, they're very calm today. Like, awkwardly calm. Oil might hit a new high right here. So, see how that's crazy that even corn came back up here after that fat drop. Because that was a big candle, only to be right back here. It reminds me a lot of oil. UVXY still coming. Email tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Or, I mean, if you highlight my name in the chat like that, it's very easy to answer stuff. But I'm assuming if you have any, like, real estate or anything like that. Indo NVO. CCK. There's a lot of random ones on the high right now. Novo Nordic. SPY coming down to a low right now. FIGS is still holding up. SDC. I think there was something in the morning on them. BA. Are you holding the MU put? Yeah, but that was like a $30 one from earnings. I didn't even check it. I assumed it was clap. That one, I bought it for 30 cents. Is worth 11 cents now. You think big money on the way selling up? I think there's some big money selling, some big money buying. That's like, especially like through Bloomberg, analysts, all the different stuff. You know, I read a lot. I don't know if you guys have noticed, like, even then, like with the watch list, and I'm pulling you out those quotes, you know, I'm scouring a bunch of different articles, analysts, reports, all of that. So it's like you're 50-50. That's why I'm saying it's funny, because I see the same thing in retail, but even on, like, when you look at like Wall Street analysts and companies, a lot of them are, it's just like some are buying, some are selling. And some people think it's the typical bull market rally. That's what Bank of America said yesterday. Even Zoltan, he was talking about it too. But then some people are saying this is the best moment. TD Ameritrade, what was it, Sean Perez or something? He was even talking about how just the volatility will be, the day-to-day will be driven by these headlines, but things are looking a little bit better. So we'll see. Am I bearish or bullish? I'm budget. It's like I'm bullish because we have time. I mean, I'm always going to be buying the long term, and I'm bullish because the yield curve just inverted and we just got our first rate hike. So all of those factors tell me that I have at least a couple more months of bullishness at the very least. But then I understand what's going on here with Europe. It's a financial energy chokehold. And I quite frankly, I think anybody ignoring it is just very naive. And I've seen that from people from retail all the way down to Wall Street. Again, it's just, what's going on right there is very, very bearish. But we have all of these competing factors. And like I'm saying, until the yield curve gives me my signal, I am going to be bullish. But my budget comes into play where it's like I could play everything. Even Bank of America said the same thing. The most optimal strategy right now is light positioning. That's it. You position light, small gains. So if you get any sort of grind up or melt up or even a melt down, small plays, light positioning, you have flexibility. You could get in and out. You could turn something small, and if it gets a really big grind, you could just ride it up there. But that seems to be the approach, and that's what I'm saying. I'm all about budget right now, where it's like, again, my long term, I'm fully allocated. That hasn't changed. We've been buying every single dip out there, and I'm still going to be patient. Again, watching the budget and what we got, but it just seems like light positioning, small plays, and if you're getting something and keeping it light and having that flexibility, that is going to be your answer right here. Ukraine's Kuleba, Russia has not ceased hostilities. That just came in right now. S&P session low down 0.4, NASDAQ down 0.6, Dow Jones barely down at 0.5. When the yield curve gives any signs to pull out, once they start correcting it. Or if there's other signs of an overheated economy, but we'll see. I mean, but it's a boat crash, and it takes a long time. But like I said this morning, it's 3 to 25 months. So anytime, again, you have never had a recession without the yield curve inverted. So there's never been one recession in history that existed where the yield curve was not inverted. And throughout history, anytime the yield curve is inverted, you have set a peak in your stock market between the lowest time has been 3 months, the longest time has been 25 months from, peak to peak. So if the yield curve inverts, it's the fastest it's ever turned into a crash and set a peak was 3 months. The longest it took was 25 months. And then on average, from first yield curve inversion till the peak of which it turns into a recession, it's usually a 19% gain. Keep that in mind, 19%. So that's why I think a lot of my, with that being said, I hope it explains some of my logic here, where it's like, yes, we got bullishness, we got bearishness, but, playing this whole thing going on, it's very important, but the most elusive thing about all of it is the timing. Promise you. Everybody on Wall Street knows what I'm talking about. You even know what I'm talking about. But the most elusive thing is timing. Some people think it's now. Some people think it's later. Some people think it's going to be in a couple months, or some people think it's going to be a year. So it's the timing is what makes it difficult. And you see it. You're living in a life right now. You're watching all the news. You're watching the rallies, the drops, the volatility. We have all these different events. So hopefully you see why timing is so elusive to everybody. Stock market digests the news faster. I think it'll be 1 to 3 months. It will. It could be. It will in the sense that it's doing it faster, but you never know. That's the point. And the point is to just understand the real signal is when the Fed starts stepping in to correct, we're probably going to have the biggest problem on our hands. So I'm confident in it. I'm not too confident. I know there's a lot of stuff we don't know, and I'm willing to learn, and I'm willing to be wrong on it. But at the end of the day, too, though, I do like what I'm seeing in the sense that I don't think it will be too elusive. And given the level of tension in markets and with the level of disagreement between market participants, I think it's going to be really easy to hit. Just because I think it'll happen, and just like 2015 or anything else, I think a lot of people the signal will be so clear, and for a week or two or even a month, everyone's going to be like, nah. So we'll find out. We will find out. But yesterday kind of started the clock, but I'm sure by the next CPI or the next Powell or the Fed minutes, we will definitely be inverted on the 2 and 10. We should be setting up huge short strat, setting up the market financed by shorter term. Not necessarily, because if you get clapped by the musical chairs, you're clapped. You see what I'm saying? So I like my strategy. Long term, writing out the shares, again, positioning small up and downside. We're going to play earnings plays. And then once the timing starts to look very good, I will begin to add to the puts. And I have some puts that I'm holding for now, but they're all small. Again, I've said it in the video. I've documented it clearly. Once my signal hits, I'm going to go big, and I will even be willing to sell stuff. But until that signal hits, again, we're getting the first part of it now, but the next signal may not come for another 2 years. So we'll see how it plays out. But that is, I plan on going hard right before that happens or right as it happens. I don't think you need to be early on it. I think the earlier you are, the less you will be rewarded, essentially. I think, and I've seen it before firsthand. I've been very, very early on things sometimes in my life, and I don't get paid as much as buying it the day before or the week before. So that's kind of how I'm approaching it, but still making sure we have some exposure just in case anything happens. Sell stuff. I'd be willing to sell stocks. I'd be willing to sell real estate, some of it, and make sure I take a little bit of extra cash there at the top above anything. But I'd be willing to sell everything, and I would be willing to go heavy on puts, but the signal is not there. Once it happens, you will see it. You will probably be shocked. I could honestly say that. I think some of you will be shocked. You'll be surprised about the amount of money I put in on the downside. You will probably be surprised if you watch me sell stuff, or if I told you I'm not buying any real estate, or if I told you I'm selling this and selling that. But it's again, the signal I'm talking about, it happens once a decade. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I'm very confident in it, and that's why, in the meantime, I'm going to write up the gains. Again, if we get 19% more before that happens, again, most money is made about 12 to 24 months before the recession. Leading into a recession is where you make the most money, believe it or not. MU goes negative. The plays aren't up. A lot of things are selling off, but TLT, new high. So again, I thought this high correlated with here, and now we're above that. Cost you what, like a point? I think every half point on TLT cost us like almost a point on the SPY. Figs is coming down. It looks like we're not getting that. Yeah, Walgreens, the year-to-date preview just came out. So here's Walgreens for their earnings. Estimates, adjusted EPS 1.5 billion. Sales estimate 31 billion. Adjusted gross margin 21. Let's see. They have 2 buys, 15 holds, 3 sell targets. Average price target 53.44, 11% upside from current price. Implied one-day move following earnings 4.7. Average absolute change after prior 12 earnings 5.7%. Shares rose 6 of the last 12 earnings. Adjusted EPS beat 9 of the last 12. Shares are up 2.9 in the past 5 days. The SPX is up 3.4. Shares are down 9.2 in the past year. SPX is up 16.4. And then dividend, people are I think the dividend might go up a little bit more, is what they're expecting. A slight dividend increase for Walgreens. So SPY going down, big volume here. I mean, it's 8 o'clock, so hasn't been too much time. Volume 17 million coming into the second hour. It's not really that high. MU red. Sell in May and go away. We got one more month till then. We got one more month. Isn't that wild? What happened? Nothing really. We're just still digesting. If anything, oil and some other stuff, they're just hanging up and they've been up. But remember, today they walked back every single piece of what brought us up yesterday. So we're actually still holding very good. There's, to ask what will bring us down today. I mean, we could theoretically come right back down to here, because everything from yesterday was walked back. It really was not true. Again, both sides kind of reiterated that this morning. So energy's back up. A couple of things are moving. You got some boost for material plays with the Biden thing, but right now we're just like kind of slowly selling off, and then bonds are going up now. So it's kind of closing the divergence, which is both good and bad. You could see it. Again, your 5th largest divergence in history. You are living through it, and you're watching it right now. So literally, the only other times the bonds and stocks have diverged like this, it was 2008. Yeah, it was like January, like yesterday, and now it's somehow we're about to be in April. I don't know how they did it, man. I don't know how they did. I don't know how we got here. Marijuana vote, I'm not familiar. SPY is selling off. Looks like it's catching up a little bit more at TLT. TLT is not flushing the same way on the upside, but it seems like we're getting an inverse. Bonds go up today. Stocks are going down. Bonds are down 3/4. SPY is down 3/4 almost. So keep that in mind. Dow is doing the best right now. They're kind of holding up, so watch if anything keeps value, like Abivi's holding. I think some of your oil plays are still holding, but they're kind of coming down. Again, a little bit of butter, 458.70. We still got some room. Let's see at 457 flat. And then the close of 455 of the other day, before yesterday. Euro close is 930, not 830, I believe. And then Europe, again, Europe's not bad. Again, Europe made an emergency energy plan, or Germany did. EWZ. DWalk article, 93 drop in signups since last week. Because you can't even get on the app. They don't even let people on the app. You can't even truth if you wanted the truth. You know what I'm saying? It feels, I just want the truth. Amazon just flushed 1.6. I think the market would have crashed in 2020 if COVID did not happen. I know the yield curve inverted. It would have been the catalyst. Yes. If COVID didn't happen, it probably would have took another 6 months. But if they ended up having to cut rates again, I know they were already getting into that. But yeah. Again, everything from 2018 was bad. So like 2018, you really started seeing money dry up. Again, the first ever repo crisis, nobody could tell you what happened. That was still one of the most wildest like weeks and months of my life. And I say that just because there's no real answer as to what occurred when it's all said and done. And then what happened from 2018, again, that was coming off a taper tantrum and a bunch of other things. But what it led into, the market was fragile. Again, 2018, 2019, bro, selling a house was ridiculous. Do you know how hard it was to sell a house back then? Oh my gosh, it was hard to get money. Liquidity was dried up. Stocks were kind of just like leveling out there, and then you had the trade war and other things. But a lot of money was just gone from the system. Money didn't show up one day, and there was a lot of like cracks that were showing up. So I do think if 2020 didn't happen with the pandemic and the stimulus, we would have probably saw something similar. The euro payment for Russia. Yes, they said they're going to be willing to extend it a little bit, but pretty much after March 31st tomorrow, a lot of deadline sanction stuff on Russia and the other sides, they're going to come into play. Got the no badge. It feels good, baby. 13 months, Miguel. Tell him. Show him. Lulu. Oh, Lulu. Good job, Lulu. There you go, Lulu. Great guy, Lulu, you know? Great guy. Let's go, baby. 1 year. 1 year, son. 1 year. So, Chad, I love you guys. I hope you know you're blessed. Okay? I really hope you know you're blessed. I do have something for you today if you would like it. It's called a positive message. Okay? So, if you would like a positive message, please check in right now. But also, if you'd like to help out, I need your help right now. Okay? I need your help. We're at 1,000 like resistance, and I can't do this without you. Okay, Chad? I can't do this without you. I need you to like the video. It's minimally invasive. Okay? No purchase necessary. All we ask is you like the video, hit the thumbs up. I want to know who's going to hear this message. Every day. Every day. It's a beautiful thing. So if you hear me, let's do it. And I know the like button today might not be working. So a lot of people, they've reported pressing the like button and it doesn't show up. So you might want to test that out too while you check in here. Okay, but I need your help. Okay, I can't do it with that. I need you to show up right now. Just let me know you're listening. Let me know you hear this. Just hit the thumbs up button. That's all you got to do. Just hit the thumbs up. Oh, help is on the way, baby. Help is on the way. I love it. I got some good ones for you, okay? So if you hear me, say what's up. I love you, Chad. God bless you. I hope you know you all have a purpose. I know 400 people are going to hear this right now. 500. I know they're going to hear it. So I hope you know you got a purpose, baby. Okay? Don't let them play you. If you had a purpose, a different one than being here, right now, you would have been born on the Mayflower or some shit, bro. Wow, that's 600. God bless you, Chad. Thank you guys again for being here. We love you. You know what I'm going to give you today? I'm going to just give you some Aristotle quotes. I love them, baby. I love them. So here's the first one. You may have heard this one if you've been following me for a long time. Aristotle says, "It is the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it." That's the first one. Here's the second one. Educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all, my friend. It's no education at all. That is your positive message of the day. Oh, educate yourself, but make sure you educate your heart too, baby. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Oh, you could learn a lot, but oh man, he said it's no education at all. Education is a broad thing. It's full circle, man. Scholes agrees experts to talk ruble gas payments. All right, hold on. Y'all should listen to this. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Okay, I love you. And God bless you. Thank you again for being here. If anyone follows you on Instagram under my name and asks you about trading, that's not me. Report them. But you can still follow me. Long-term plays are there.
No, exactly.
God bless you.
As you're saying.
I feel like it's going to go to an ad soon.
To keep that open so that he can signal
I'll be back.
easily that, when something does change and when there is something that, he might be interested in that you could use, that matters. The risk, of course, always is that, politicians want to have an outcome for their own purposes and that then they'll make bad choices.
All right, so that's on Russia's side. I'm wondering if there's anything changing on the Ukrainian side, because we've heard from Ukrainian officials previously that they will not cede an inch of territory to Russia. Is that view morphing at all, as it seems that there is more of a focus on some of these disputed territories? If that ultimately is what brings an end to a conflict, has Ukraine given any indication that maybe that's even open for debate at this point?
No, and politically it's very difficult for them to say otherwise. But the facts of the matter are that if the Russians were to say, and the Ukrainians have kind of said this, that what they want is the Russian troops to withdraw to where they were on February the 23rd, which means they already were in Crimea, which is Ukrainian territory. They already were in a third of the Donbass, which is Ukrainian territory. So, it is... the politics of this are very difficult. You can't acknowledge you're giving anything away, but the reality is what it is on the ground.
Indeed. All right. Thank you so much for your great reporting on this. Bloomberg's Mark Champion joining us from London. And of course, one thing that this conflict has highlighted and exacerbated is a shortage of certain industrial metals. And Tesla taking action in that regard, but even doing so prior to the conflict. We'll talk about Tesla's hidden competitive advantage. The electric car maker made a secret deal to help it dodge the nickel crisis. We'll have more on that next. This is Bloomberg.
Wow, we're crunching tons of polygons here.
What's going on? Where's Regina?
Bro,
Hi,
honestly,
I'm LaDonna.
It's crazy the ads you see on television. You know that, bro? Every single morning on Bloomberg, do you know what ad they play 4 times? Bro, by the time I take a shit, literally, I hear 4 times that I need to go see a therapist and that I have depression. Every time. It's crazy. Bro, it's crazy. They're like, you know what I'm talking about? They put the Betterment ad or whatever, and they're like, oh, you can't lift the bench? Oh, you need help? Bro, I'm like, bro, by the time I'm done pooping, it's every single time. Nah, this ain't even targeted ads. This is just the ad network. This is playing just Bloomberg Live TV. No. This is television. They don't even target you. This ain't like Facebook. This is on the television. I'm like, bro, what? I'm like, damn, maybe I should go see a therapist, bro. That's crazy. But yeah, I was like, man, that's nuts. We need more news on the Russian contracts. We do. They targeting Bloomberg watchers. I know they really, bro. All the ads are crazy. It's like a couple ETF ads, a random environment ESG ad, and then like 4 therapy ads. I don't negotiate with therapists. Oh, man. Trading could lead to depression. I think anything could lead to depression, but I mean, especially trading. But it's still, I think that's why, you got to get in the right mental space, get a good budget. Don't give into the animal spirits that allow you to lose control. And that's it. That's it. Easier said than done, though. Have you bought puts? Try Zoloft. Need help going to bed? Get puts in an Ambien. Brought to you by Carl's Jr. Music make you lose control. Music make you lose control. London market is going to close at 9:30 our time, so in an hour. 11:45, 11:30 Eastern. Being around positive people helps. I agree. Do you run trading fraternity, co-real estate under a C Corp? Narc. Get him. No, I don't know. That'd be a question you'd have to ask my tax professional. We have a very extensive structure. What a damn day with the bonds, bro. It's crazy. C Corps you can't, then, brother. I was actually looking into a lot of that stuff. Someone brought, someone asked me a question on the real estate call. I think it was Tyler or Trey who asked me, and they were like, they said, what am I most excited about with real estate? And one, I think it's the gold rush. It's again, I called it the real estate gold rush, but I was saying how policy changes and like all of that is what I'm most excited for with real estate in the next few years. If you have education, if you see how they're changing policy and how they're going to, everything from ADUs all the way to opportunity zones and tax incentives in different places, that is going to be a really big driver of real estate. And I know that policy, if you know where the policy is going with real estate, you can make some nutty plays. So it's not only getting loose, it's just the winners and losers. If you can identify winners and losers of real estate policy, that's it. Like, I think it was even in like there's so many different things, and then even taxes and even the tax incentives certain properties provide in different areas, all of that. It's absolutely wild. So that's what I'm really excited for. But that's why it's like, you do need a tax professional. Look in and start talking to people, and you might even be able to learn about where people are going. Biden considers invoking defense production to boost minerals for EVs. Yeah, that was earlier today. All of them just launched. In Costa Rica. Well, listen, man, don't call your brother that. Why? You want me to repeat that? What? I can't do that. Show love to your brother, bro. Come on. What do you got, little mini Cain and Abel going on there in Puerto Rico? Costa Rica? It's okay. Show love, bro. Show love. Even if he don't love. Even if he ain't got love for the cult. We still got love, baby. Ooh. Someone say, Narc, what's up, baby? So you said, Narc, what? What's up? How would defense production boost minerals for EVs? Just making sure, well, there's going to be winners and losers, probably, a.k.a. give it all to Ford and GM. But they're going to, it'll at least secure supplies or at least have people focus on it. Again, I mean, it's just, it highlights, the broader problem that we're dealing with here with both supply chains and then access to resources, commodities. Hate does not drive hate. Only love can do that. Ooh. Yeah, the Defense Act, it would give them funding too. Another couple billion, I think. Or I think it was like 800 million. Why are we going down? I think we're just digesting everything from even yesterday, and you even remember all the news in that big run-up we had. Pretty much came out this morning that most of it was, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. Do you call it fake? Do you call it over-exaggerated? Or that maybe it was true, but then there was just negative stuff now? When you started, did the world feel as connected as it does now? Oh, no, not at all. Bro, back when I started trading, like, you could still trade on a 15-minute delay and be chill. Like, bro, back when I started trading, if you had news, you would be ahead by weeks. Like, weeks or at least a couple of days. It was crazy. That's why, like, back in the day, like, if you had any information, oh my gosh. And I didn't. I mean, I was a fucking child. Like, I didn't, I was just like some of you guys starting off, but things were slow. It was very, very slow. Oh, yeah. Bro, the only place you could talk about stocks was Yahoo Finance message boards. That's why, like, I remember, like, I liked Twitter when it first came out. That's what got me, like, as a, even talking about stocks, like, back in the day. Because I remember when I was in college, my first couple years trading as a kid, the internet wasn't developed. Like, we didn't have... Like, you only had Yahoo Finance, the message boards, and it was all penny stock pumpers and, like, weird shit. You didn't have a place to talk about things, or it was, like, random message boards that existed on, like, different financial places. But then that's why I remember when Twitter came out, and I was like, wow, you could, like, talk about stock. It was mind-blowing for me. And then that's why, like, I even though I hate Twitter now, I started on Twitter, and that's where I started getting out there. And, like, I was like, yo, because people would just ask me questions. I was like, how do you guys not know this shit? It was wild. But back then, it was just not connected at all. It was just not connected at all. I'm not that old, but I started very, very young, and I started at the cusp of the internet age. Again, that's why, like, someone asked earlier, like, after my first house flip, like, one of the first IPOs I'm looking at is damn Facebook, So it's just a wild thing. That's where Tyler Royke found me. Amen. But it was crazy. But it was a lot more connected now. But it's so weird, though, because there's a lot less... I don't know. We're more connected now, but there's still, like, a big disconnect between, like, the know and the people with know-how and no know-how, if that makes sense. I don't know. And then even, like, there's a big disconnect between fact and opinion. So it's just very, like, it's weird because we are more connected, but in a weird way, most things are, like, spread out. The spread between, like, agreement and everything is wild. Like, back then, it was very, like, it was just very simple when things were getting bad there. And, like, you saw the greed, but it wasn't as, like, I don't know. It was like today. It's honestly very similar. We're just, like, with a lot of gasoline, if that makes sense. 119-day bill bond, 0.085, allotted at high, 64%. SEC to propose new disclosure rules for SPACs. Russia resume attacks on Kyiv. Yes, that's partly why we're down. And then they, even Ukraine, Zelensky, he said the situation is not better. They pretty much said, yesterday what it seemed like there was just a lot of cold water poured on the headlines from yesterday. Yesterday was just a look of what peace talks would look like, essentially. Anytime we've seen these big rallies from, like, post-invasion or anything, this is how you could see what the market would look like if we got a real ceasefire, a real peace. But for now, it just, it's all back and forth. Mavis 66 call sweep. My NFTs. I think the other ones that I just bought, they went down. I think. Oh no, they're about the same price as when I got them. And then the mutants are still killing it. But we'll see. We'll see if the NFTs come back to life. It's going to be an interesting one. Putin Draghi discuss Istanbul peace talks. Market efficiency hypothesis. I mean, I agree that markets are efficient to a degree, and I do because I'm one who has taken advantage of inefficiencies in the market. I'm a big fan of that, even in any market. I love it actually, but it is still very like I don't know. After watching the LME thing, and then after first it was GameStop, that was one thing, but then to watch it on the LME. And then, like, think about other moments. I'm just like, I don't know. I think there's a big invisible hand hanging over us, and I don't think it's the invisible hand of self-interest. As you know what I'm saying, it's not the OG invisible hand. I think there's an invisible hand that has a little bit more excess control to prevent anything going crazy. The hand from Super Smash, yeah, exactly. That will just stop you if you make if anybody makes too much money, or if it threatens somebody who's necessity to, like, the functioning and stuff, they will stop it. Yeah, the too big to fail hand, 100%. That's I don't know what to call it. But it's not Adam Smith invisible hand. It's not the same, like, driver of us, doing this or doing that. Necessitated. Yes, there you go. The hand of Will Smith. The MU put, I've already answered that question earlier. It's down. I gave you a full discussion the first time you asked it, my friend. You've been listening to years. Yeah, man. I don't like it when people say, like, I ignore them and then spam the chat all day about it. That's like the best way to just, I don't like to, it's weird. So I don't know what you're tripping on, but if you could please stop spamming that, I'd appreciate it. I'll just ask a question or like, get a normal discussion. That's probably like one of the top like pet peeves, but I could control my behavior, so I don't really, that's why I'm not reacting to you. But I hate it when people say, like, oh, you're ignoring. When people start acting like that, it's like, and I'll give you this advice too, because if you do that with girls, you ain't gonna get any play. I'm just telling you right now. That's how it works. Okay, my girlfriend gonna get mad if I tell you this, but that's not how you're supposed to behave. You know what I'm saying? It's like thinking you're all up in my DMs. You be like, I've been following you. What's up, man? Why are you ignoring me? Oh, no hug? No hug? Oh, you just ignoring me like that? Oh, why are you ignoring me like that? You know what I'm saying? It's like, make me laugh, bro. Make me laugh first. You know what I'm saying? Or say something, but then it just gets crazy. And then honestly, guess what? Someone just said it. You want to know what the crazy part about all of this is? It's the same thing applies to money. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Remember, money's biological. If you chase it, it runs. You know what I'm saying? If you keep focused, if you keep going up to, you say, money, why you keep ignoring me, money? I think money's ignoring me. Money's going to be like, yo, chill, bro. Chill. You're ignorant, be real. Go look at, so your other message before that, you were also talking shit, and I ignored it, and then I ignored your thing. Again, I could choose my reaction. You see what I'm saying, bro? So if you want to participate, I'm happy to have you. If not, I mean, I'll just let you talk to yourself in the chat, and we will all laugh now that we've called it out and we've gotten over it. So I love you. we have merchandise, and let me know what you're working with, baby. He must be reborn. No, I'll just let it. It's good, man. This all the philosophies, bro. It's so easy. Honestly, lately, I've been on some real, what's it called? What's his name? I already forgot his name. Esoteric. What's his name? Why am I blanking on his name right now? I'm blanking so hard. What's his name? The guy I keep talking about? Epictetus. That's who it is. The Marcus Epictetus. Yeah, I've been really, really chill, man. It's been good. Watch my coin. Let's see. Very stoic. Very stoic. I like it. I don't know. I've been a big fan. How'd you say your trading style has changed over the years? I've learned a lot in the last 2 years of just dealing with the hype in the new hot money market. I think that's been the biggest change. I think I gave into a little bit of FOMO, and I had to. I feel like everybody did. Where like you kind of I had to adjust to things, just being able to play in a market and even stick to the script in a market where things were really, really detached. So I think that's a definite big change there. I've definitely been more patient. I've every year I just develop more patience, and that's it really. But I think the hardest, the most important lesson is what we learned, and that's why I love it now, because even when you see the market start acting like it did in the last year or two, we have experience now. So it's like I don't think I'm going to, I'm not reacting the same way. In the sense, like I said, it's very easy to see that everything is going to have its turn. Things are going to rotate as they should. It looked a little crazy in 2021 and the end of 2020, but I've definitely learned, everything is going to have everybody's going to have their moment with it. And it's, my strategy is just it's been solidified there with the long term. So definitely like that. But that's been the biggest learning experience. One, getting thrown into a hot money market, sticking to what but then having to like pivot and then pivot back and then watching the up and down, and then even like the socialization of the stock market, more or less. I don't know what to call it, but like you have more people in the market, more talking about it. It's become more mainstream than it ever has been. So I think all of that kind of, played in and gave a lot of learning lessons, but it's just been an adaptation. I've always been one who adapted, like, again, I've adapted many times throughout my career and at different, pivot points, like when tech became hot before, I had to pivot before FANG was even FANG and stuff like that. So it's been good though. I've been really, really grateful. And I think, the experience we've gained in the last year or two, I mean, nobody could ever take it away from you. And it's just something that I'm just glad I got to live through it. Glad I got to see it. Glad, it didn't cost me too much money, and learning experiences and all of that. And it's something I'm excited about. And I'm glad I got to take advantage of what I saw early in April 2020 when I made that, first inflation call. Remember I said, let's get rich off inflation. And that, I'm glad I made some of the moves that I did from there, whether it was crypto down to real estate and everything else. So that was good. So much talking with no real point. That was actually my goal for that question. So there's like a Guinness Book of World Records that I'm going for. So it's good. I just needed witnesses. So I'm glad you're here for that one. Thank you. But that means I'm getting closer to my goal. Money will be everywhere. It will be. I didn't know what was going on, but now I understand looking back. Amen. Love Chattadonia. I love Chattadonia. I love Chattadonia. I love philosophy. I love the long term. I love everything, man. I love being alive right now. I'm telling you, we are living through such a wild moment, and where it's going to lead to. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So that's what I'm saying, man. There's just a lot of you guys you got experience now, and just nobody's going to take this from you. Nobody can't. That's it. Nobody could take this from you. That's the beautiful part about it. And quite frankly, all of you are going to look back. Maybe somebody's going to ask you one day, they're going to say during this moment, what were you doing? Yeah. So it's good. It's good. The awkward endings. I swear I don't know how to end them when I'm on the couch. I just get hella awkward, bro. I'm going to lead straight to the metaverse. Amen. My close friend just died today. Gotta live in London's life. I'm sorry to hear, man. We're praying for you, their family, everyone too, man. That's crazy. It happens. I know 2020 was a crazy year for me. I lost a lot of people. So I feel. Don't trip. I'll tell you one thing, Chad. Success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It's the courage to continue that counts. Amen. I think Uncle said something. He said, successes are never safe. I said something. I seen a lot of talkative bitches that's never playing the game. Something like that. Hey, man, keep going. Any meetings tonight? Is today Wednesday? Oh, we got that real estate call, baby. Ooh. So Wednesday, real estate call. Email corealestate@gmail.com. If you want to get into it, this is what you do. You email. Honestly, I know a lot of people. I don't know why, because I know they hear me talk about it here. Don't DM me. Don't DM my Instagram. You can email my email if you like, and I could refer it. But if you want to get involved with it, I mean, it's a very simple process. You send out the email to them. They will get you the code. They'll do everything for you. You got great guys willing to help out with it. But, I don't know. I feel like some people ask me that just to, like, converse sometimes. But it's just very simple. If you really are trying to get into it, call realeestate@gmail.com. Very, very simple. You will either do it or you're not. We have scholarship opportunities if you need help and you can't afford it. And yeah, that's it. Super simple. Simple. PHILO from yesterday still hitting. I know it's a lot of my problem relates to me. My pay rate being low. I applied to 6 jobs this morning. Let's go, baby. Let's go. And focus on your job. That's it. The best part is, man, you could control the level of work you put out. And if you do a good job and you focus on a job well done, and as you see you going out there and you start applying for more places, you will be rewarded. And somebody who works hard, no matter what anybody believes, what society, it is always looked highly upon. So keep going, and that's it. And those are the things you can control. So I love it. I love to hear that. I feel you heavy, bro. I feel you heavy. What do you talk about on the call? It's Tyler and Trey. Honestly, it's more like just like a giant. We do a Q&A, and then it's like a giant PHILO, but related to real estate and goals. And then there's a lot of community. It's a lot closer than it's a lot more just like direct. But there's a lot of everything. It's very unique. Is the best way to put it. But it's created some awesome results. That's the thing. At first it seems a little bit like weird and a lot of people don't vibe with it, or it's like a certain amount of people do, but it works out very, very well. And the people that we've seen, if they've stuck with it, they've ended up doing it and building a career and closing a deal very, very fast. And again, a lot is we live in it's a good market right now to be doing it. Mulan. You invest New York, New Jersey, yeah, everywhere. Everywhere. And usually, even if I don't like it, I mean, I always offer deals to the Chad, or I have other people in those areas who are a lot more active. Even with interest rates going so fast, yeah, we still have a real estate call. CVS on the low. Watch out for Walgreens. Hold on, CVS is selling. Next Fed catalyst is just going to be shrinking the balance sheet after they start raising rates. But I'm pretty sure we're about to get 2 double rate hikes in a row. I think next meetings are going to be half a basis point, and then they might let it chill, or they're going to double hike the meeting after that. And then the next catalyst will be tightening the balance sheet and actually, quantitative tightening and reducing the balance sheet. A double. So I think there's going to be doubles. So there's going to be a double rate hike. That's what the market's already saying it. It's even it's like what I'm saying is not that crazy, because look at March right now, or what, May's already at a double hike. Okay, and then the next meeting is July. It's already at 1.25. So from 0.75, that's another 50 basis points. So I think if anything, we might do a double and stall. But if there's a month delay between the Fed meetings, they're going to double. Most likely, if this stays the same, unless the divergence closes, I would not be surprised by that. And I don't know if the market will be either. That's the interesting part. Triple double. Doubt it. Runaway inflation. Well, what I'm saying has nothing. I mean, just because they do that doesn't imply that inflation is going to magically stop. I'm just talking about the Fed action and then the catalyst. But I know CPI is going to surprise this one or the next one around. We might see a 1% CPI surprise after watching Germany today. And then the Fed minutes will be another catalyst where the market can move. And then the actual Fed meeting or anything in between there. Do you think it's counterintuitive to buy 2023 or just wait? In what sense? Buy 2023 what? What are your thoughts in buying consumer staples too late? It depends which ones. Like some wait till earnings here too, and I'm sure in the next coming weeks, coming months, I would not be surprised if you got a good deal on one of them. Like if Walgreens goes down after earnings tomorrow, or any of these. I mean, Walmart's still kind of holding a price, but I would look for them. But you saw how I did with JP Morgan and even the last couple months. Identify your shit and then just wait a little. But try to be advantageous about it. Just don't chase it while it's going green after having a 5 to 7% week. You know what I'm saying? Banks going down. Well, interest rates are coming down, and again, people are getting worried about some of the liquidity stuff and just different issues with all of these banks. Again, even exposure to commodities and anything in between. To use the good vibes you got. Look at the chat, bro. God bless you guys. That's so beautiful to see, man. It's beautiful to see. You know that you got people in there like, I got you, bro. Good vibes. Pray. We praying for you, Cam. Amen. Amen. Oil data bullish. Eric Natal on Twitter in Poland banning Russian oil. 2023 commodities or energy. Are you saying buy like contracts that expire then, or buy in 2023? If you're going to buy in 2023, I mean, I would want to wait a little bit more to, I can't make that judgment today in the beginning of 2022. But if you want to buy plays out to 2023, I mean, you can. But that's just going to be a premium question. And like, it goes back to any commodities, energy, anything related to conflict right now, like we've said. What's going to happen? You are going to take a 30 to 50% risk on every single play minimum. If not, you're going to lose all of it. And it's just because of there's lack of liquidity and there's high volatility and back and forth. I think there's high opportunity. It doesn't mean just because that's your risk, it doesn't mean that the plays won't go up. That's the whole point. It's like if they go crazy from here and by the end of the year, you're going to make, we've banked on every single energy play for the most part, as long as we just held them till they went profitable or we didn't get short amount of time. But it was, they would definitely fluctuate 50% way easier than anything else. You know what I'm saying? So that's what you got to keep in mind. Honey, you're my risk. So just, again, play small. Keep positioning light, and I think you'll be good. That, you can't go wrong with that. That's Bank of America's strategy right now too. That's what they're all saying. It's a good strategy. I mean, we play small. That's what we call it. But light positioning where you could play a slow grind up or slow grind down. It won't cost you too much if you have to deal with volatility. But then you could capture a small play could go a very, very long way. Light positioning could be very, very good for you if it does do something not only unexpected, but just have a slow grind up or grind down, whatever it may be. Markets say inflation too high, Fed moving too slow on rates to make the bond market attractive. Yes, but then also factor this in. Somebody brought this up on the chat the other day. We had a discussion on it. It's very, 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 very simple. The Fed is also breaking the market, the bond market. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. The Fed, they're slowly stopping the rollovers, slowly stopping, or I think they fully stopped the purchases. And then before we know it, they may become a net seller than a net buyer, right? So that's also part of what we're seeing here too, is that the Fed is, again, they were the reason the bond market stayed up. They were we had low-key yield curve control. In a weird way, we kind of went mini Japanification, and now the Fed is backing off. So as the Fed is backing off, a lot of that money just isn't there. So, but I do see what you're saying with it, but it's like, I mean, the Fed is, I think they're saying technically for the Fed to get back up, they would need to raise by like 1,500 basis points, I think. Just for the Fed to be equivalent with what everything is pricing in and like to not be behind the inflation curve. I forget, it's called like the Taylor Index, I believe. Something like that. Now they plan on selling $2 trillion of mortgage-backed securities. No one firm has the capacity to buy it. They'll wind it down. They'll wind it down little by little, but the banks have a lot of money that they could hold. But that will be a difficulty. But I think they're going to unwind other things first. It's going to be a wild. I mean, it's an experiment. I hope you know that. That's the best part about it. Good morning. What's up, Mr. B? I'm hyped too. It's a good day. It's a beautiful day. Confusing though. The bond market moves today. SPY, all of that. It's wild to see. Tesla going. Good morning, my friend. Good morning. Someone put Facebook there earlier. Microsoft actually did come back up. Grateful for the chat. Oh, yeah, I didn't see the other one. My bad, man. I totaled my 20,000 vehicle. Chad's cash at me without hesitation. I don't know how to repay them yet. We got love, baby. That's it. See, shout out to Chad. Or not. Amen. Yeah, mortgage-backed securities. That is funding loans. A literal, it's like a bond backed by mortgages. Told you, not me. That was someone in the chat. I remember that. I remember that, bro. Chat got love, bro. Chat got love. It's beautiful. The Cole email, colerealestate@gmail.com if you want the real estate. It's Twin Day Wednesday, baby. Tonight, midnight, very scary. Well, it's end of March. We'll see. Just get ready. Back and forth. The peace talk puts. Chad is the soul of the market. Optimistic long term. Indeed. Corn. At least, where was this? What day was that? March 14th. History in the make. Walgreens offering more boosters. Oh, EXC, kind of. Again, the premiums went up, but I want the out of the money ones to rocket. The ones at the money are doing great. Am I land flipping? Nah. There's one place I want, but that's about it. I have to still do more research on it, and it's weird. But I'm usually not a land type of dude with it. Like, I buy a house with land. That's my thing. I don't like just the rock, if that makes sense. Abivai, Apple, Airbnb, your favorite long terms? Yeah, I mean, I like Apple too. And Abivai for sure. Airbnb is kind of the growth one. If the yield curve stays inverted, the Fed would have to do an emergency rate hike. They don't have to because of the yield curve. So what's going to happen is the yield curve will be flattened, but that's just the natural cause of both the Fed and the market reaction. But they don't have to fix the yield curve. Yield curve. Again, it stayed flattened or inverted for like 2 years, right? So the thing with the yield curve is that usually responding to the economic situation, once the Fed starts easing again, that will fix the yield curve. But the Fed is responding to the market, they're responding to the economy and not necessarily the shape of the yield curve. Again, even Powell tried to downplay it, but then on top of it, Powell said, look at the 3-month 10-year, but even then he was just saying it's not going to affect their decision. Before you know it, they will start to say that. They'll start to say, oh, well, now we don't really care if it's inverted. They're going to say, even though it's inverted, it could still go up. They're not really going to trip. PayPal could be good. PayPal and Square, I like both of them. And PayPal, I mean, I said it last time, it didn't hit, but like, bro, they have to have a good earnings eventually. There's going to be one of these PayPal earnings, and Facebook is launching. Truck news. You can now listen to WhatsApp voice messages before hitting send. It's the only thing I'm seeing right now. It's actually going up there. Yeah, it's a pretty big move. PayPal's going. A lot of growth names. TLT's still up, but we're bouncing right back up. So this is kind of breaking the inverse there for a little bit. Facebook, Apple, CNBC comments. Lulu is at the high. Such bullish news. I don't know, man. That's the only thing that came up. We will see. Market will come down once they cut rates again, and the yield curve goes normal from inverse. Yes, that's my signal. That's what I'm waiting for, and I think it'll be very, 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 very just that's it. Look at the DM. I quoted the Chad talking to my boss. That's either going to be good or bad. Oh, I wonder what you told him. How much would it go down? At least 15%, I think. You'd prefer 3 or 24 months? I think 12 months is a good time. Right in the middle. That's what I said even 2 weeks ago. Before we even got the inversion, that video, what I said, how the next recession will happen. I said before anything is going to happen, the yield curve is going to invert, and then people are going to talk about it, and then it'll probably be a 12-month time frame from there. So, like, pretty much it's like I think coming into 2023, we'll probably have some level of issue there, give or take. Monetary policy runs on long and variable legs. Milton Friedman. Amen. Oil's just doing the Omicron pattern. I can't believe it even did it, and it did it that fast. I love how I even called it the Omicron pattern, and it works. What the hell is this weekly shit? So again, remember, this is when I made the video. I said oil's going to go crazy, and then all of a sudden, this big, wild drop. It bounces, come back. It looks very similar this time around, so we'll see. But it's doing this faster. You could kind of see it there. Yeah, Lulu's up 10. Our plays are only up 57%. I say only because they were up like 100 at one point throughout the day, I feel like. Didn't they go a little higher? They were like holding the high 40s, but they're kind of slowing down. But that's a good one for now. It's decent. Does EV news affect Ford? It should, and I think a lot of people aren't like going straight to it. But when it's all said and done, I mean, you've heard the government, you've heard Biden. I mean, chances are, if there's anyone's going to benefit off of it, it's going to be the legacy automakers. Ford, GM. Ah, Mary, I'm going to get married to French production. Here, come on. Supercuts owner Regis hires Jeffries for debt help. Y'all remember when Supercuts used to go hard? Supercuts used to be so popular, and then people would make fun of you if you got a Supercuts cut because you didn't go to like a real barber. Y'all remember the Supercuts day? That's when like you would be a Supercuts and a Subway next to each other. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about, right? It would literally be a Supercuts and then a Subway right next to it. Always. It were like Great Clips. It was like a Great Clips and then a Subway. Always. I don't know if that's just me. You know what I'm talking, or a Quiznos. Yeah. Dog, come on. Tell me that. I'm telling, bro. I don't know. That's it. Great Clips, Supercuts, or whatever they called it, and then a Quiznos or a Subway. That's it. All right, bye. I know Quiznos was fire, bro. Why did they have to go BK? It's crazy. Nah, I never seen a Supercuts. Man, Quiznos went BK. Quiznos had a lot of weird shit. And I just remember, SPY's dropping right now. Hold up, picking up. Meta, Wendy's to launch virtual space in Horizon Worlds. Wendy's metaverse news. But SPY's coming down right now. I don't know what it is. Again, TLT's still up. So it's like just periods where the market's kind of ignoring it. Now, Wendy's, I don't know if the Wendy's, literally Wendy's is getting into the metaverse. USTR says U.S. not considering tariff reductions as part of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, but will include economically meaningful outcomes. Is this related to the trade war? Hold up. That one's interesting. USTR, but I don't know, that could be related to the trade war and some of, they say sanctions or they said tariffs. Tariff reduction. Yeah, not sanction. Very interesting. Don't focus on energy issues with UAE Crown Prince. They didn't. So we're reacting a little bit to that. Maybe we get some China trade issues coming up. CVS is hitting another low. That one's interesting. Keep watch for that one. See how we react to it. Quiznos bought their vendors, forced franchisees to buy from them, then raise the prices of vendors' food. Caused no margin for franchisees. Man. They used to have some dope tuna melts. You know what I'm saying? Was it a tuna melt or something? They had something like, I forgot what Quiznos was, bro. It was good. For everything. God bless you, Mr. Dollar. Cannabis legalization vote should be today. I just don't know the time. I feel like a lot of people don't know the time. Maybe we should find it. Is the floor vote scheduled 1 p.m. Eastern. So 50 minutes. Rules Committee will determine at a meeting scheduled for 1 p.m. whether or not to make any amendments in order for floor consideration. So this is regarding the amendments. It's very convoluted. I don't know, but I think at least 1 p.m. you're going to get something. It's 40 minutes ago. Major plot twist to the story about Russian aircraft violating Swedish airspace. Reports are out that 2 Su-24s carried nuclear weapons. Oh, the meatball sub. Yep, that was it. We got that Quiznos talk, son. Interesting. Everything. All the news is just wild. Bro, yesterday, how did we not, like, dude, I don't know how everybody gets, I don't know how most of you aren't jaded yet. Because that's where I think that would describe my attitude, is I'm just very jaded by it all. Because that's why it's like, again, I don't know how people, like, it's like we could argue about it, this and that. And I'm like, why are we even, like, reacting? Like, we've seen this so many times already now. But it just, I feel like it's so, I'm just jaded by all of it. Like, literally, we went from, they said they got poisoned 3 weeks ago. Then the next day, everybody all of a sudden just says, okay, we got peace talks, and it looks like they're pulling back. And then today, they're like, nah, they ain't pulling back. They're actually pulling in. And even though we said that, no, they're pulling in. And then did we tell you 5,000 people died? Oh, yeah. And then, so it's wild. It's wild. Firehouse or Jersey Mike's? Jersey Mike's. I've never been to Firehouse. Called propaganda. Well, unfortunately, algorithms respond to it. That's kind of what we're dealing with. That's Russia for you. They both said it. They literally, they both said it yesterday. They both said constructive, positive, Kremlin, Zelensky, Ukraine, Duma, something. It was just all of it. It's just all of this is just, I don't know. It just, you can't trust any of it. I think it's been very clear at this point. So SPY coming down. What's the other one? EXC, Lulu. Walgreens, I don't know. They were up for a little bit. They got earnings, but then CVS started dropping, and then a couple of the value plays started coming down. And then Boeing. Those plays are still down 50 or 60 now. That was the same one. I'm not going to average down on the WBA. If anything, I'll sell out by the end of the day, or we're going to see where they end up holding up. Ooh. You hear that one? That was good. VFC, big. I mean, Lulu did good. Clothing, VFC could be good. Via low on the high. I need Conoco up. PSX still holding. We sold out of that one. What was it? Via low. HFC, yeah, they were up. There's another one. Hess. Remember, what was Hess? Remember we saw that go crazy the other day? I think that one's still holding. It looks like EXC. Just finished hour-long conversation with POTUS, shared assessment on the battlefield and negotiating, talked about specific defense against the West, or support of a new package of enhanced sanctions, micro, financial, and humanitarian aid. So again, that was the talk between Zelensky and Biden today. Puts on Lulu. I just grabbed a call to get the continuation. It's up 52%, but I don't know about puts. We'll see. I mean, again, anything light positioning, keep it small. Even that play, I only put $20 down. Yeah, they're already giving more aid to Ukraine, but we'll see. We will see. Again, after today, we're going to find out, I mean, with the end of the month and any of the sanctions or anything like that are supposed to come into effect. Again, the European stuff and all that. We'll see from here. It could get interesting. BioMarin up. BMRN. Yeah, that's a big pop. It's not showing there. It's at 80. It's at 80, but it clipped 80. I don't know why it's not moving. Yeah. I don't know why BioMarin always reminds me of Broadcom. Lulu play, I just grabbed a call for next week. Super far out the money, though. It was cheap. It went up a little bit, but we'll see. It's not, continuing the same way. Yeah, banks aren't vibing, but, I mean, kind of expect that. With bonds going up, they kind of look inverse here. It's interesting to see the SPY. Again, we've been going back and forth with that today. I forgot about Chewy. That was post-earning. They got downgraded a ton, though. I mean, they're down 15% right now. Let's see the breakdown. Energy, utilities, healthcare are leading. Zyme. Via low still going. Oil. Yeah, 150 names up on the SPY. 346 down. 13 names up on the Dow, 16 down. Mm. 1,300. Remember, yesterday was weird. Yesterday, we still had a majority of names down, which or were up. It was the day before that where they were down. The weed stocks. I mean, remember, they went up 50% since the announcement, but I don't know if anything happens. If it's anything new, we will see what happens. We will see what happens. The vote is at 1 p.m. Yeah, I think it's a vote for the amendment. Or they're going to like vote to like add an amendment for the vote that's going to go on the floor or something like that. So I don't know. It's going to be very interesting. If Russia nukes in the market crash, I mean, I don't think the market, you might bounce shortly after if that happened, but the only real, like, I don't even know if it's a real possibility. The real risk, it would hit Europe first. If anything, he's not going to do anything to United States. If, the thing people are worried about is if they, any attack outside of Ukraine, if they did it towards like the UK or outside of Ukraine, if they did it towards the UK or Germany, that would be the negative aspect of it. Is dropping nuke a war crime? I don't think so. Is it? I think if it's like chemical, like depending on what it has, but like I think a normal like I don't know. I don't think we don't have too much experience with it. Microsoft, they were the weak one earlier. BASF said it'll have to stop producing gas supplies if dropped. Yeah, and today Europe Germany announced some emergency energy thing. So that was good. EXC coming down. Again, nobody really expects that to happen. But that's just the craziness Putin's been on. So we will see. We will see. Yeah, that would be a full on war. Again, that's why it's just all of it, man. We're just I take it one day at a time. I would just see what happens when it happens, watch the price of commodities, and that will tell you what's pretty much really going on. I feel like that's it. Amor fati. Control what you can control. Everything else is external, and then the information is still very convoluted, more or less. I've seen those videos showing that they're saying they were cannon fodder and they didn't know it was training. I didn't see any videos, but I did hear people talk about that they said that the troops did not, they thought it was a literal military exercise as described. If Russia did it and NATO got involved, I don't know. Oil is going to go up no matter what right now, and there's a lot of factors affecting it, but anything like extremely hypothetical, it would just, I don't know, waste of energy in that sense. It's not, that would be crazy. It would be crazy. But oil right now, I mean, we're already talking $150, $200 a barrel oil, depending on just a slow choking off of European energy. So we will see. Gal lithium. This has to be a lithium play. Livent. Walgreens is pricing in about 4.7% move for earnings. Livent is lithium. There's Livent and LTHM. If that's not lithium, oh my gosh. They picked the wrong ticker. Earnings, you could just check on TD Ameritrade. If you go and enter in the ticker, usually the week of earnings, it'll have a plus or minus here. And then if you even take the at-the-money straddle price, it'll give you, the break-even of this at-the-money straddle tells you what the market maker is pricing in. Because if they believed it would move more or less, they would charge more or less money. Yeah, MU, the plays didn't really do much. The Micron surprise, bro, they did good, especially after their last killer beat and then guiding up and everything else. Honestly, I feel like if we were in a different marketplace right now and there wasn't so many other issues, I feel like this would be good. The oil up 3 today. Corn came down, but I don't know if it's still up. Yeah, up 2. The Lulus are starting to go up. Yeah, the last Lulu went in almost 100% now at 40. With just a wide spread. Micron did good and fell. Dave did terrible and rip. Markets are just high right now. How do you figure out if they're charging more or less? Because if you're talking about the pricing, so it's like if they thought this stock was only going to move 50 cents, they would charge 50 cents a pop for a call and a put because the break even. But if the price of the calls and the puts goes up, your break even goes up. Therefore, where they think the stock is going to go, that is increasing. So that's how we look at the option chain. Because again, people are selling the right to buy or sell a stock at a certain price, and they're charging a premium. So wherever the break even is, that's where they break even. If they thought it was going to go a lot more, if they thought it was going to move $10, they wouldn't charge, $10 for the play. They would charge more. If they thought the stock wasn't really going to move a lot, the price wouldn't be as high. Lulu's still going. Premiums are going up, but if those get filled at the ask, that plays up over 100. Even on the bid, they're now a little bit higher. Keep in mind that's at expiration, yes. And that's why we look at the week before earnings, the day of, and then usually you get a couple of days prior. But yes, it is for the week, the whole week. By expiration is where you get break even. So very good point. But that's why it's like you can't do this on, like, if you go 3 months out on earnings, it's going to give you a different number. And then that's why, too, they're like number on TD Ameritrade right here. It's going to be lower than what the chain price is because this one's factoring in the time. So this is like TD Ameritrade's own assessment. But then this, once you get to the dates, it'll start fluctuating. White House says President Zelensky informed President that the United States intends to provide Ukrainian government with $500 million in direct budgetary aid. Do you think they will decriminalize cannabis? I don't know. There's a lot of old people still who don't like cannabis. Like, Congress has never, Yo, what? How come I'm only getting my ARCA book? That's weird. I used to have, the quote montage. Does anybody on TD Ameritrade, if you have a level 2, can you click it and see if this gives you quote montage? That's weird. It's only showing me ARCA. On E-Trade. Does yours say quote montage? That's weird. This is probably when I linked it with the Bloomberg shit that one time. Because usually, I don't know if I've noticed this earlier. Yeah, it's usually, I don't know why it's only showing me ARCA book. E-Trade. So is Fidelity. We'll see. 3M's back to where it was in 2015. What time is it? 9:30? Ladies and gentlemen, we missed it. It's European close. I know we missed the first one, but we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out that chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. We are glad that you're here, but ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for about 3.5 hours. We got 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendations, stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh. Oh, it's beautiful. How do you feel? Huh? Relax those eyeballs, bro. You know what I'm saying? Woo! That's what you got to get going, baby. So relax the eyeballs. Okay, drop the shoulders. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. You know what I'm saying? It's good for you. It's good. Legs in front of you. Okay, no one's attacking you right now. No one's attacking you right now, okay? You guys are blessed. You see how it is when no one's attacking you. You got to relax your shoulders. Okay, you guys have seen the chat. You see the chat, even if you don't respond. You know what I'm saying? They'll attack. People will attack you. No one's attacking you, bro. So you ain't on YouTube right now. You in the beauty of your home. I hope you enjoy it. So that way you relax, bro. Just drop the shoulders. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Boom, baby. You look good right now. I'm just saying, you look good. I'm just saying, you look good right now. You look better than a lot of things. Wow, you look taller. I can see improvement. Has anybody ever told you that? Like, I don't know. You look different. Wow, that's amazing. Keep it up. No, keep it up. What day is it? It's almost Friday. Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. Keep it up. Legs in front of you, though. Okay, legs in front of you. Legs in front of you. Okay, that's what we got to do. That's what we got to do. Okay, finally, relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Woo! Hey, man. You feel good? Happy Wednesday. Happy hump day. Let me get my resistance. My resistance on a Wednesday. Ooh. Yalla. Oh. There you go. Come on. Come on. Resistance. Get it going. Thanks for telling me to do push-ups 2 years ago. Amen, man. I hope it's had a good one. Why is Lending Tips calling me? Sir, why are you calling me?
Hey, how's it going?
You're
working?
yeah, you're live on youtube.com/the stock market.
Argument doesn't look like you're working. Looks like you're like just got out of a gym session.
Because I got the resistance. You know, you called. I was in the middle of resistances. So, you know, we standing up right now. We ready to go, bro. We ready to go.
That's good. That's good. I call with some bad news. I know to give you bad news FaceTime and while you're live. You can't get too crazy.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I'm good, bro. I mean, a lot of Bible, a lot of Aristotle, a lot of Epictetus, Marcus. I've been feeling good, bro. I don't know. So this is a better time now than any other time. So what you got?
Good. Yeah, perfect timing. I've actually been reading the children's Bible to my kid. It's got pictures. It's actually kind of cool.
It goes hard, bro. It goes hard.
Yeah, it's actually way cooler than the.
So what
Bible.
is the bad news? I mean, can the chat hear it or?
Yeah, the chat can hear. I'd rather them hear it so they know how you react to things.
Okay.
This is real life bad news.
Okay, what happened?
I called about your new build, so I have to go in there and pick out some material for it. But it sounds like it's going to cost like almost 60 to 80 grand. And before you respond to that, I got the price completely wrong.
Oh, that.
It was too good to be true.
So it's 60 grand a repair. I was like, that doesn't sound bad, but it seems like there's a.
Definitely not the purchase price that I listed.
What's the purchase price that you listed, or what's the price of it? What's the real price?
It's $800,000.
Oh, what?
It's still you got a $100,000 cushion, but it's not as good as the other.
Oh, come on, bro.
Aristotle ain't got nothing on me.
Nah, I can't get you a little. You know what this motherfucker told me it was costing? I told the other day. Nah, just listen to bro. I swear, for the last like 2 months, he told me this thing was gonna be $555,000. He said 555. I just got rug pulled. Now he's like, yeah, so it's like 60 grand if you want upgrades, and then actually the real price is $800,000. You know, it's just a slight 70% increase or 50.
That's pretty bad. I called right now and I was like, yeah, so how much if we do all the upgrades total? And she told me, and I was like, what? I thought you said it was 60 grand. She's like, yeah, your purchase price would have been 804 or something. And I was like,
You don't have a contract? What? I thought we secured it lower than that, though.
no, I got to look at the contract. I didn't even look.
Go double check and see. But
Good deal. It's just not.
it's not. I thought it was dude. I said that was the best deal in the world. I was like, of course. Oh man. All right.
Now you got to rethink it. But yeah, anytime you guys want a speed bump, or you're reading the Bible, or you want bad news, just call me. I'll give you something. I'll give you something to test your faith. How about that?
Okay. No, it's pretty good. I thought it was gonna be worse. You hyped it up.
No,
That's
I hyped it up pretty good.
could always be a lot worse. All right. Well, thank you.
All right.
Bye.
There.
Not bad. Bad news bearer. I need to finish my resistances. How we go from 550 to 800, bro? Are you serious? This guy crazy. It was a new build. That's why I thought I had the I swear it's at like, I think it's not, there's no way it's more than 700. But we'll see. The inflation, no, but I have a contract. I secured it. It's a nice house. That's why I was like, bro, it's a steal. I'm still going to take it, but did you hold back on the reaction because you were live? No, it's not that bad. I still like the house. And again, I don't know, bro. I've been in a very good mood. I don't know. I mean, again, can I control that? I can't. So I could only control my reaction, whether or not I follow through with the deal or not. And I do still like the property. So we'll see. We'll get everything else, and then that's it. Oil coming up. Corn coming down. Oh, oil down. Walgreens results put COVID booster review in focus. More headlines on that. Nigerian has Lulu calls. Bro, the Lulu play is up 300%. Holy shit. $20 to 100 almost. It's at 90 cents on the ask. What the hell just happened? Damn, he just pumped those. That's crazy. That's a wild one. That's a good one. That's a great one. We still got a little bit of time. All right, I sold out of the Lulu. Bro, I just got $95 for that. $20 into 95. I'll take it. I'll take it. See the small plays, bro. Then that'll play for the other $50 one. That's great, bro. That's like what, 400%? 300? Well, that's a good one. That was a great one. And they're at $1 on the bid. We bought those for 20 cents 2 hours ago. Now, bro, it's going for 111. Jeez, that's it. The hype on there. Maybe I should have waited for. I got too excited on that thing. I was like, bro, this thing was $20. Give me it. Almost 500. All right, we'll take it. That's a nice one. Again, like we said yesterday on the list, I'm going to make a video here when earnings starts kicking off. We're going to oh my gosh, it's going at 120. Jeez, that was another 100%. But I'm going to make a video on it, and we're going to talk about Baidu added to FHCAA. That's the same thing that happened with Weibo. And remember, that play was kind of a dud. So watch out for that one. But we're going to talk about the like the option strategies here with earnings. I'm going to bring back the criteria because some of you were surprised we were talking about it. You're like, I haven't heard that since the Tastyworks days. So we'll see what happens with it. But at the end of the day, it is going to the criteria. There might be some good opportunities. And then we're going to talk about focusing on some of these post-earnings plays, especially when the market is behaving like this. Yeah, we talked about Costco early in the morning. It's just killing it. It's like the it's very similar to Abivai. Costco trades like, you know, it has the Abivai pattern a little bit, except for this sell-off, but this is big. If it was cheaper, I'd get it, but it's already up there. Baidu and IQ added to the list, and Futu. Dollar Tree. Baidu's getting clapped off of the China news, so watch out for that. So watch out for that again. We got clapped on those Weebos at one point. That's why I'm like, man, they're scammers. Actually, the Weebos are still on the same ask, but it's still BS. So just be careful with the volatility on some of those and see how it continues. For the Lulu 300, baby. Amen. Oh, that was a good play. Good post-earnings. That's good that our first post-earnings play ended up being very good. I like that. Okay. U.S. Consumer Protection Bureau sanctions ED Financial Services. No idea what that is. Yeah, I sold out of Lulu. Took about 400 or 500% on that one. $20 to $100. They're still holding even like $1 on the bid right now. I think it just dropped. Yeah, they just dropped to 90 on the bid. They just went up to 130 right after I sold. They went up another 100%. But I'm out of it. It was a small play. Small play. Gave us some money there. I like it. I like it. Market's going to keep going. We'll see if the bonds give up later today. Again, and you have a lot of influence here out of energy stocks and then a couple of the other earnings. Microsoft's at the high right now. Things running pretty nice. MJ&A, it's what, 20 minutes now? And then you're going to get some update on the vote there or the amendments or anything of that nature. How many square foot on the new build? I have no idea, bro. Honestly, I don't even know the price, apparently. So, I don't know. I'll have to see. I will have to see. But I think it's like 1,500 or 2,000 square feet. I swear I bought it at 500, but apparently not. It's a townhome. It's a new build townhome, very good area. I secured the contract maybe 8 months ago, a little longer. Because I know they raised the prices, but I thought they kept my price the same. Seems like we got hustled. The China news was the HCAA list, the audit list. Like we saw with Weibo last week, Baidu, Futu, and IQ got added to it. It's expensive. Yeah, it's in San Diego. It's what's it called? It's not because of the upgrades, it's the price, but I need to see. I mean, again, once I go back to the original contract, we'll figure it out. Even then, quite frankly, even without it, I would still buy it. Because they raised the prices to I think they're going for now 900, 955. So it's if I'm in at 800, 860 after the max upgrades, it's not too bad, but I thought I had a lot more equity. Hit the ghetto spread on Lou. That would have been good there as they were kind of elevated. Lauren Eldredge. Welcome, Miss Eldredge. SEC has Nocera, Futu, IQ, Baidu, Kasi Pharmaceuticals to the provisional list of issuers identified under the FHCAA. Yeah, that's why Baidu moved. Remember, we saw the same thing with Weibo last week, and I got that small play, but it hasn't done anything. I ghetto spreaded to Baidu. I ghetto spreaded to Lulu. I ghetto spreaded to Netflix. Pelosi poised to pass weed legalization. Buying tax liens. There's usually, I don't know how it is in this market. I encourage you dealing with tax liens. Try to help people out and be respectful. There's a lot of shadiness in that industry there, and I've seen people get real crazy with it, but it requires a lot of cash and a lot of due diligence. Because again, even if you try to buy a tax lien, it is all cash, no inspection. And back in the day, what I remember, people used to still bid the shit out of them. So they were still, I used to see tax liens get bid up before I started seeing normal properties get bid up. So just got to watch out for that. Bruce Willis to retire. He has a degenerative brain condition. That sucks. We love Bruce Willis. Live free or die hard. ET popping off, going off Nigerian. Watch if Baidu comes down in any of the other China plays. Yeah, Baidu among companies added to the provisional list. It's coming out again. Nigerian LAC calls. Energy transfers running. LAC was already up. Yeah, Baidu again. That news keeps hitting. Nah, the Uber calls I sold out yesterday. For 30%, something small. Germany freezes 100 million of funds under Russia sanctions. I don't know if that's old or not. Apple plans to re-release Best Picture Coda in theaters. I don't know if that's going to have an effect. The SEC, LAC going up off of Nigerian. What was it? The other one, ET. ET and LAC Nigerian on CNBC with options. Oil put. Oil put. Oil. I sold out of my PSX today, but we still have our other ones. All the HC, they bounced and then they were weird. Like Weibo ended up coming down, but we never made anything on that play. It was just very weird. I think the news was here. It was one of these days. So just watch out. I think the next development we get, if they actually announce some sort of action beyond it, that will probably be the big move. And even then, how has China been doing? I've low-key kind of forgot about China. Let me check the Shanghai Composite. They bounced a little bit, then came down. Remember, this was the big bounce. And they bounced. Now they're back up. It's still in the middle. Dogs pop. Dogs? Dogness International? I have no idea what this is. Dogs? What happens when the quarter ends tomorrow? We will find out. They manufacture dogs? That's crazy, dog. Technology is wild. LAC, that one was already up from earlier, so I'm sure this one's just getting super hyped. Yeah, LAC is holding up that. Let's see. No meetings today, nothing too crazy. Mm-hmm. Well, dogs is still got. I see another one. Hold on. I'm looking through the scanner. What time is it? Almost 10? They're going to watch the House vote. We can. If you guys are into that. Globant sinks after saying it's probing security breach. This might be old. Glob? What the hell is this? Yo, Glob, Glob. They detected limited section of company's code repository subject to unauthorized access. So they got like a hack, and they've already been getting collapsed. They were halted most of the day. Interesting. Glob. Globo Gym. Airbnb, VWAP. Lulu sweep again. It's still going up. Those plays were great. Put debit spread. You can't. I just played one for the run up here this morning. They think they went down. They're like pretty much holding the same price. So we'll see. Tinfoil of the day. I don't really have any. I don't know. The only tinfoil is like, I don't know how did everybody like, just, I don't know. People defend their opinions like they get paid for it. That's it. That's all I've seen. Other than that, no tinfoil. We live in a Globo Gym world. No Russian updates today, not yet. Well, not except for the other ones. So this is the other one. Unconfirmed reports for the Russian ones that 2 were carrying multiple tactical nuclear weapons while on patrol. Swedish is reportedly furious about the claims. LAC, Lulu's about to hit another high. Airbnb chilled out. Nobody makes me bleed my own puts. That's a good one. Lulu's going up again. New high since then. We already got out of it, but shout out if you're still in there. Amazonian. Alrighty. Hold on. Oh, Biden is going to come on today. Biden at 1320, 120. He's going to give remarks on the U.S. fight against COVID. Oh. Word.
Ingredients at the same time.
Yeah. All right. You got to look at what were the ads? Service Now, daytime promo, therapy ad, eating at home ad. And then that's it. It tells you the ads that came up. Join the cooking revolution. Lulu, Facebook's back up there. Lulu again. I'm tempted to go back and take a gander. Yeah, bro, those 430s are $1.60 now. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. 117 on the bid. That's a beautiful one. I was tempted. I was tempted to look back. Don't turn me into salt. That's a Sodom and Gomorrah joke for all you heathens out there. Amen. Amen. PSX is on the high. I did not see the RH Hardware's comment. We bought them for 20 cents. Seem like they're trading thin. It does, yes. The volume's low. I mean, again, we'll see by the end of the quarter, again, tomorrow, and how everything plays out with all that. But, yeah, volumes are pretty light. And it makes sense with the liquidity, the volatility, and everything else we're getting. All right. I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram, at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. God bless you. Hope you're having another wonderful, beautiful, amazing day. I'm going to go pee. I'm going to get a carbo. And let's see where this life takes us. Okay? You got a couple more hours remaining, baby. Couple more hours remaining.
President Zelensky has updated the president on the status of Ukraine-Russia talks, trying to reach an agreement for a ceasefire. Germany has triggered an emergency plan to brace for a potential Russian gas cutoff as President Vladimir Putin insists that the crucial fuel be paid for in rubles. Europe's largest economy relies on Russia for more than half its natural gas. The European Union is trying to wean itself off Russian gas in a response to the war in Ukraine, with a plan to cut dependency by 2/3 this year. The UK is pulling its judges from Hong Kong's top court. British Foreign Secretary Liz Truss said today China is using its national security law to undermine fundamental rights and freedoms in the former British colony, and that keeping the judges there would, quote, legitimize oppression. British judges have sat on the court since Hong Kong was returned to China in 1997. The U.S. trade chief says it's time to ditch the old playbook when it comes to China. Catherine Tai says the U.S. should forget about trying to change China's behavior and instead take a more defensive posture toward the world's second largest economy. In remarks prepared for a congressional hearing, Tai blasted China for not living up to commitments. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Mark Crumpton. This is Bloomberg.
It's 1 p.m. here in New York, 6 p.m. in London, 1 a.m. in Hong Kong. I'm Romaine Bostick. Welcome to Bloomberg Markets. Here are the top stories we're following for you from around the world. U.S. stocks right here in the U.S. They are lower so far in the session as hopes fade for de-escalation between Russia and Ukraine.
Don't worry, I'm back. It's good. Good to see it. It's good to see it. Good to see it. You guys feeling good? I hope so. I hope so. He's not Bostic with a C. He's Bostic CK. I just heard that too, and I looked at his name. I was like, what? That's crazy. TLT. It went up. Oh, wait. I have Lulu. I thought Lulu was TLT. Oh. Yeah. Again, even then, we still need this to. I mean, every new high, the market has reacted, but there's a slight barrier from today. As TLT would get new highs, market would react, but then eventually, it's just like it's still kind of. It's the SPY's fighting. The SPY is definitely fighting. GME breaking up. MOAS. Microsoft's still on the high. So weird because Microsoft was so weak. and then just came out as the leader today a little bit. Facebook and them up only 0.3. I mean, Dow is only down 0.8. NASDAQ's only down 0.3. Same thing with the SPY. It's kind of weird. Brazil. Fertilizer. I think they're going to be good. Again, it's just timing. I mean, I think they'll be good in the sense that in the next, they're going to pop and drop just like oil has, right? You know, isn't it crazy? Since the first, like, me telling you about oil and going over the SPR and all of that, imagine, it's been 3 months, almost 4 months now, right? So just, you could see the chart with how it's moved. It's like this was since we made the call out. Again, it was already up, it went down, and we were looking at the political action and what it would lead to. And then since then, you could see it would be up, and then slow grind up, come down pretty hard, chill out for a couple days, random pop, come down, random pop, and then as we get higher and higher, it just kind of keeps continuing. So I think a lot of the plays from fertilizer to metals and all of that, I think they're going to play out like this until we get more information or until we get to the seasons and all those other things. It's all, yeah, it's exactly. It's like a silent compounding. So it's like, that's why it's so weird, because everyone's like judging it like day after day after day. But it's like, nah, just like look at what it's doing week after week. And then it's just like slow, it's snowballing into the bigger move. Yeah, low tickers getting pretty active. GFS, Global Foundries, they're red. Original B&O took you from 200 to 1,500. You have a lot of plays for the next month and beyond. So remember, keep the balance, and whatever money you got, save a little bit extra so we have money for the next move. But the B&O play was good, right? And that's why we'll see what happens. I mean, we were early. We were very, very early when you look at the chart, when you look at the time. So that one was a nice play with a lot of time. So, but just make sure you got enough for the next one. Good work, baby. Good work. Solana pop. It's not a stock. You're talking the crypto or Venezuela. SPY's coming down a little bit. Everything seems to all day today. All day we spent the first like hour and a half doing nothing. Like the market stayed at the same price. A couple of things moving. You got the earnings ones. This is like a slow walk back of what we got yesterday. Oh, Lending Tip sent me the contract. I signed it November 18th. Wait, where's the price? It just says my home options. Excuse me. You guys can see a picture. This is how it's gonna look. So it's a nice townhouse, but pretty cheap, really. I thought I was gonna get it at 500. That's why I was geeking out on it. But not too bad. Not too bad. What's my plan for it? I was just gonna buy it and rent it out, or I was going to it depends on the price, because I was like, if it's 500,000, I was just gonna keep it for myself and then just turn it into an office, and then that way I was like, boom, I could have different. That would be cheaper than owning anything at 500 grand in a good area. I was like, dude, that thing would be crazy. I could just keep it. It really wouldn't be that much. But at 800, I'll probably rent it. Yeah, Mulan is jumping up. We've seen a lot from them. Your thoughts on NFT and their future impact on real estate? People were asking about that, and people were saying it's going to get rid of stuff, but you have to think about like escrow and all of that. It's just like there's so many things that come up in a real estate deal. It will be very hard to transition into like crypto. Crypto will probably supplement it in the future, but it's such a like so many things could happen, and like to verify things and to facilitate the transfer of title and all of that. It's there's a lot of difficulties that I don't know if crypto will be able to solve that, or NFTs, but I do think in conjunction with the right human behind it, it could probably help out a lot. We're coming down. Yeah, today's a very interesting. It's a good day, though. At least this is just, like we said, like yesterday was like fake OPEC news, and the reaction, and today's kind of the walk back, but nothing worse has developed, but energy is still climbing up, and everyone's kind of waiting and seeing, and then little by little, we're just creeping into, what's it called? We're just creeping into earnings. Why dollar's moving down with Fed expected hikes? Dollar's going to be tricky because dollar is floated against a lot of things. So that question came up yesterday. I was even thinking about it because in a weird way, the dollar could get very, very strong here. But now you're going to have a lot of like competing factors from like the euro, the pound, and then stuff like even with Russia. And then how do you value the currency? And then when a trade partner, if we're going to ban them or however we're going to go about it, or however it's been cut off, there's going to be a lot of like competing factors that will weigh into the value. And then sometimes, a lot of the time, you'll actually see the dollar weaken into the Fed's hiking as people anticipate policy error or not. Oh, SPY's coming down again. TLT still holding the high. There's been a nice little correlation there. Mulan is still going. That thing just shot up 16%. Isn't it renting out tricky with the townhome? If you're doing Airbnb, yeah, but if you do like a long-term renter, it's pretty simple. Is the weed vote live? I don't know. Is anybody watching it? PSX on the high. Is that LITM? I think that's another lithium play. Remember that little Biden announcement, the Biden thing, the Defense Act? Snow Lake. I don't know if that's lithium or not, but they're going up. Mulan in the bottom right. That's still running. It's 2 p.m. I thought it was supposed to be 1 p.m. We will see. Sky Harbor resumes trading. Shares extend up 19. Sky H. Is that Sky Harbor Airport? Like Phoenix? Why is this thing up like that? This thing just got halted, moving 20%. Sky Harbor. Rules Committee meeting. HR3. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's live. If it comes on live, let me know. That's Phoenix Airport. They're public. Tesla pop. Mulan's still up there. Yeah, Tesla was chilling and just popped somewhat. Bubbling with the heat. Airport. I didn't know they were publicly traded. What's going on with the ruble? It's getting supported by either demand or even Putin, but that's the craziest part about all of it. And it makes sense. I mean, ever since, go look at the announcement last week or prior to that, when they started announcing that they will only accept rubles. And then after they made, again, first it was them making their bond payment, which a lot of people thought would have led to default because they weren't going to be able to do it, but they did. And then after they said we demand our payments in rubles, it started going up because demand for ruble, if you're going to have to buy it in oil, it will strengthen. So it's interesting considering how much has been cut off, but that's what I'm watching for. Yeah, Tesla, that's 2 in a row. Yo, that's 2 in a row on Tesla. It just woke up out of nowhere. Hold on. Tesla. Watch Elon Musk dance move at Tesla Berlin factory lights up internet. That was like a couple minutes ago. That's the only thing I'm seeing. People were talking about that today. They said it was the Berlin plant. What's the Bill Gates says? Low ticker picking up. City's actually printing heavy on there. I saw it in the corner of my eye. Yeah, City is still going. C goes lower. I wanted C before JP Morgan, but then JP Morgan got I thought C had more value just because, again, their dividends higher. They're selling off stuff. They've been beaten down, but it's pretty wild. Email about condos. I did not yet. I will check, though, in a second. Yeah, City. Banks are coming down. Where's JP? JP was looking ugly with the bonds. At Petco, it's a REIT that pays monthly dividend. Phillips and Edison common stock. This looks new. Do you know what kind of assets they have? I'll check that one in a little bit too. Baba going. A lot of things are moving down right now, and then you had that little random pump there on a couple of names like Tesla, but Apple and Microsoft are holding up. Microsoft came down a little bit, and it looks like some of the oil plays are waking up a little. What's the day today? The 29th? LITM. LITM still on the high. Yeah, Roblox came down. What was the other one I was on? What was it? LMT. I just blanked on what Lockheed Martin's ticker was. That's crazy. That's crazy. The House is live. Is this the weed bill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Dr. Burgess, and the members of the committee.
Yeah, he's
I was told to summarize and not read my statement, so I'll ask unanimous consent to put my statement on the record.
Without objection.
I don't have much to add to what you said, Mr. Chairman, about what this bill does, but just to point out, again, why it's necessary. As you pointed out, basically, insulin has been a generic drug for, I think, at least 70 years. So we're not talking about drugs where there's a patent or where, that we're trying to incentivize the industry to do innovation. This has been around. And so you might say, well, then how come this drug costs so much? Because as you mentioned, I think you did, that for most people, they're paying at least twice what this $35 cap is that we're proposing in the bill. And the reason for that essentially is because they have a monopoly. I mean, there's collusion amongst the 3 or 4 companies that make insulin, and they keep the price high. Now, maybe somebody should investigate that, but that's the reality. Because normally when you have generics, they compete with the name brand or they compete amongst each other, and that brings the cost down. But that is not the case here. And so we have so many people who have diabetes and who are dependent on insulin, and the costs are just skyrocketing. Some people are paying as much as $20,000 a year for certain types of insulin, but for most people, the cost is at least twice than this $35 cap. So we're saying cap out of pocket at $35 per month. It applies to both Medicare, and it also applies to private insurance. We do have a provision because, obviously I would like to see negotiated prices under Medicare, but we don't have that because the clause that was put in by the Republicans.
Yeah, I don't think this is the weed one yet.
Established Medicare
I think he got a little ahead of the game.
Negotiations though in the private
Tell me when it
sector.
comes back on, or whenever they start discussing it. But SPY is coming down now. Bonds are not moving. It kind of looks like everything else is feeding into this. I mean, the energy plays are up. That's going to hold things. But let's see here as we go lower again. Below 450, was it 457? I think 457 flat brings us to Friday or the day before its close. SPY just hungry at the high. We'll see. I mean, it's a slow burn day, but I mean, it could be a lot worse, but we'll see. This kind of reminds me of, I don't know. I want to say like around here a little bit, but we're up pretty nice. Again, it's getting to the lows of the top end of the last, of the second wave, if you remember. Inverted yield curve being opportunity on TLT. I mean, TLT will get affected, and the inverted yield curve, I mean, there's a lot of things it's going to bring about, but I mean, at the very least, bonds are historically just very, very active right now. Biden's about to come on live too. The B&O play was from a long time ago. Yeah, bro, oil. You know what I say about oil? Fuck it. We need wind. EV. Ford. GM. Invest in the world. U.S. economy. We build that shit. Huh? Who's with me? I love it. You know what else is sexy? The Hummer. Bang. Oh, we love it. Welcome. Come on. Sign the budget. I got you. Brought to you by Pfizer. Just kidding. Not really. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Joey B. I rarely get that sound, so I don't know. I rarely get that sale, so I have as much fun as possible. Yeah. It's good. It's exciting. That beat is. I love that beat, bro. I love it, especially with Biden vibes with the heavy. Vibes with the heavy. Shine the budget. Yeah. Yeah. It's just like one of the like Bloomberg like waiting pages when you like click on one of them. So I don't know, and I don't even know what the beat's called. If I get my hand on that beat, are you kidding me? I have no idea what the beat is called. It goes unreasonably hard. I know, for real. For real. It goes so hard. And then Biden just starts riding the beat to it. He just... Can't get rid of me that fast. Yeah. Hummers. Mario Barra. Oh, yeah. I love it. It's good. Unreasonably hard. I'm telling you, it hits. It hits. It hits, bro. Yeah, it's unprecedented. Boom, 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 boom. It's a good one. But Biden's supposed to come live. That's it. You'll Shazam it? All right, here it is. Yeah, hit the Shazam. Oh, his spider's going low. Don't worry, I fixed it. Where's Jerome? I don't care. Oh, yeah. Get him out of power. I don't mean it, but I do. Yeah. Anybody need more aid? Stimulus? I got billions. Yeah. Okay. What's there? Tell me if you found it. I need that. Yeah. That's called regime shift type beat. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. That's not what I meant. My moral outrage. It's a moral outrageous. It's like outrageous, like the gobstopper. It's outrageous. Or is that a lifesaver? I don't know. Still. I'm outraged morally. And for God's sakes, hit this man out of power. But keep him in power. But just outraged out of power. What? Oh, no. But I'm back. You got 2 more years, baby. 2 more years. Yeah. Okay. Until the market hits a new low. Let's see. You can remake it in 30 minutes. Someone that we need that beat. We need a remade or something. That's it. That would wait. That should be my alarm clock in the morning. Honestly, I'll never be late again. Are you kidding me? Waking up to that? How can you not wake up and drive? Doom. It's called Too Late to Cry by Accent. That's a weird beat if that's the name of it, because it don't give me those vibes. I thought it'd be like disco around the world. I feel like that's a proper name for it. Honestly, I'm trying to hit a disco. SPY barcode, it's coming down. I mean, right now, if energy wasn't going up and then some of the big tech is holding, we would probably test the lows, but you just have you got the distortion more or less. Which one am I on? Is that December? Fed futures haven't moved. Energy and utilities barely, but I think if some of the other stuff, especially financials, comes down, but then tech, that's where it'll get more of an effect. And then 2,000 names down almost on the SPY. No fair in this universe by Monta. Are you sure? If that's the beat, bro. Oh my gosh. If that's the beat, you're going to get like a quadruple horn or something, man. God bless you, though. Thank you. You didn't even have to donate to just tell me that. Are you sure this is it, bro? I don't think this is it. This look, nah, bro. The title to the, bro, I just searched that, and this look hella sketch, bro. The title look like it's like a hole. It got like devil symbols and shit. What the hell did you just get me to, man? What? That's a remix to it. What the hell? I think that's appropriate given the picture of that. It's pretty close. It is the beat, but it's like dun dun dun. Yeah, we got the remix. All right. Horna. God bless you. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. We'll add these to the archives. Oil clap. Did it go down again? No, 110. Oil's still positive on the day, but it's not. I mean, 112 was earlier. It's the same, but different. Chad, bro. Chad can find everything. They can find everything. Oh, Koa. High ticker's very active. 30 seconds, 1 minute, 5 minute. It's literally fully gas in here. We're approaching the lows. Watch for butter or watch for a mini bounce. But if we do butter, 457 is the level we're looking for. George says commercial real estate is something she's watching. Would you put weed stocks in the long term? No, not until there's like a notable change in the legalization and other things. But eventually we will. I mean, you know, I wouldn't be 5 to 10 years from now, maybe, as we get things to really, doing its thing. So that's what we're looking for. But I still think it's still very early. I said it's kind of gruesome, but I said that, more people have to die before we could really invest in weed the right way. There's a lot of people against it still. There's a lot of different views from it, and all of these other things. So it's pretty crazy. Target of oil this month. I don't know about the month. I don't really have a monthly one. 5 to 10 for weed. We'll see. Again, but once we get more changes, it'll be the time. And, being early is always great, but in a space like this, until we really find out who's going to be the real winner or loser, I personally am going to wait until we could determine that and then go from there. UNG pop, yeah, Boyle's on the high as well, too. PHILO. We have not had PHILO. I want to do PHILO, but I'm also I feel like we're about to fall through the bottom. I don't know, and I don't want it to get too crazy. But I do have a PHILO. I got a good one, but we'll see how this plays around here. Do. If we get a run up, it could be good. Give us a little bounce. We might be able to. What time is it? 10:30. Exercise risk of the butterflies very, very small. If you're out of the money by a big margin, if you're near the money or within whatever the dividend on the S&P is, if you're within that percentage on the contract, then you might get exercised or assigned. But if not, if you're outside of 4 or 5% of the underlying, you should be good. Abivai has 59 cannabis patents. Really? They like, new weed Botox. You can be high all day. We just put it in your lips and you'll look beautiful. It's a lip filler Botox, CBD, THC. That'd be great. I did not even know that. Shout out to Abby Vi. That's crazy. Abby Vi's working on crazy stuff. And they're like, yo, we got these contact lenses that make you not blind, but it's not contacts. Or what is it? They had that other they had a bunch of stuff. Now I got terpene exposure. Akba gets complete response letter. Akba. I feel like I have shares of this. That one sounds familiar. The eye drops. Yeah, the egg. Yeah, you got something. Abby Vi in the metaverse. Wendy's announced they were going to the metaverse today. I didn't do much, though. It's been halted pending that news. So SPY's coming down a little bit here now. Let's see. At least it's happening slow. It's still early, though. It's only 10:30. We ain't even got PHILO. We got a lot of time left. So it's like it's just a slow pace. Like yesterday's run-up was kind of slow, but it was a little bit more. The gap up was good, and then the end of the day was a little bit more face ripper. So we'll see. Did we clip the daily PHILO? We got the PHILO channel. We haven't updated it there in a little bit. I mean, usually people will come on the video at the end of the day and they'll tag it. Shout out Jesus, baby. And a lot of the others who have been in the comments, and they'll tag some of the key points. So that's the best for now. But we got you, man. We got you. Jesus is GOAT. I feel that on many levels. Like Jesus is the GOAT and Jesus himself too. So I'm down with that statement. I don't know. I want to give you the PHILO. But this is an interesting spot. Sold to Lulu's. Good work. That was a nice hit. I really like that play. That was fun. IWM tanking. Send it. Give the people what they want. I don't want to force it. I just don't want to. I don't want to be interrupted if something happens. Meta Baconator. I don't know, man. Metaverse. Let's find out what happens. This is going to be crazy. All I know is just like 5 years from now, all of us, we're either going to like laugh at the metaverse or we're going to be like, oh, yeah, we saw it coming. You know, we knew it was the future and we were already invested in the future. Like, think about it. 5 years from now, the metaverse is either going to be the greatest thing or the funniest thing. Yeah, FRGE, Forge Global, they're going up. SPY coming down. I pray for humanity. It gets clapped. FRGE, that's still going. 52-week highs. Alcoa's kind of coming up off the bottom. Doot, doot. Yeah, Biden's supposed to come on any minute. We're hanging out here at the bottom. Get ready. Grilled fish sandwich that's surprisingly flavorful. Wow, Newswire. They're like, breaking news. You need to try this fake fish fillet. Not Longevron. Where's Chevron? You know the EV Hummers released? You know people got them now? You're going to start seeing EV Hummers on the road. It's wild. They look pretty cool. I want one so bad, but you can't put a gas engine in it. It's so disappointing. Apple's going to run. Well, SPY's coming. It's weird, actually. Apple is coming up right now. Apple is popping. Apple working to bring financial services in-house. Apple Financial Services include Goldman, CoreCard, and Green Dot. Would replace fintech partners. Short Square, too. So watch out for that. Apple and Square on there. Again, you might want to go in the money, if anything. Just because, remember, our old plays, those never went up. Those old ones that we got, like, out of the money. Banks dump. They could. Banks and the other ones might go down. Let's see. Interesting. Square's dropping off of that. Apple had a big pop, but there's something. Remember, that was a good call out there. The news hit, but it could keep going up. It's like weird pops in the premium. I might just hold out of the money ones. And we'll see if those actually end up doing anything. But those expire next week, and they're dead. The news is they're getting rid of bringing financial services in-house. Josh, G dot and GS. That's Green Dot. That's the one they talked about. Yeah, they mentioned Green Dot in there. So Apple's like kind of going up off of it, but they're coming down now as the SPY. But a couple of the bank ones, yeah, Green Dot and Goldman Sachs. Those are some of their partners. Goldman's already kind of clapped. Put the beat. Biden is live. He is live. Here, hold on.
New test to treat locations, which I announced in my State of the Union address. These are pharmacies and other places in your neighborhood where you can get tested, and if you're
brought to you
positive,
by Carl's Jr.
Life-saving treatments all in one stop. We've already stood up 2,000 test and treat sites across the country. We're also we have nearly 200 sites just to serve military families and veterans communities as well. We've done what we've done throughout the pandemic. We've ensured these locations are the hardest hit, hardest to reach communities as well. The bottom line, no longer will Americans have to scour the internet to find vaccines, treatments, tests, or masks. It's all there. And just go visit covid.gov, covid.gov. And let me remind you, when I took office about 14 months ago, the pandemic was raging, the economy was reeling, and the deficit was soaring. Most schools were closed. We didn't have enough vaccines. The unemployment claims were sky high. And then we got to work and we delivered. Enough vaccines for every American months ahead of schedule. Effective treatments, at-home tests that are free and accessible. Over 99% of our schools are open again. Businesses are open again. And because of how we responded, we created more jobs last year than ever before. 6.7 million jobs. And by the way, we did it while cutting the deficit, the largest one-year deficit reduction in American history. Say that again, the largest one-year deficit reduction in American history. But none of that happened by accident. We're able to do it because we coordinated across the government.
Bro, I have a fun fact for that deficit fun fact.
On both sides
Remind me about it.
And the private sector to leverage every resource we had to fight against this virus. We left no stone unturned. And we were able to do it because Congress worked with us and provided us the necessary funding. But now, Just as we've reached the critical turning point in this fight, Congress has to provide the funding.
Oh, yeah, don't trade it. Not a recommendation. It's at the low, but I'm getting it as a financial play because we already have some on the upside. I grabbed a Goldman Sachs put for June, and I spent $130. Don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money.
This
I
isn't
love
partisan. It's medicine. But Congress hasn't provided enough money to keep purchasing these monoclonal antibodies. We've had to cancel planned orders and cut the supply we're sending to the states. Without more funding, we'll start to run out of them by the end of May. We've also had to scale back our plan to purchase more preventive therapies for Americans who are immunocompromised. Critical tools to protect the most vulnerable among us. Without more funding, we risk running out of the supply by this fall. The same is true of testing. It took months to ramp up our testing capacity. The Omicron, we saw how vital, and with Omicron, we saw how vital it was. And we have enough tests on hand to weather the surge. But without funding, we're not going to be able to sustain the testing capacity beyond the month of June. And if we fail to invest, we leave ourselves vulnerable if another wave of the virus hits. Look, on vaccines, and most important tool in this fight, we're also running a risk. Yesterday, the Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, and the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, authorized the fourth shot for those 50 years and older. We know boosters are critical to providing an additional level of protection. That's why I plan to get my second booster today, right here after I'm done speaking. If you haven't gotten your first booster, please don't wait. Do it today. Those who are 50 and older, as well as those who are immunocompromised, can now get even more protection than they have from the initial first doses. We have enough supply to give booster shots to those newly eligible individuals. But if Congress fails to act, we won't have the supply we need this fall to ensure the shots are available free, easily accessible for all Americans. Even worse, if we need a different vaccine for the future to combat a new variant, we're not going to have enough money to purchase it. We cannot allow that to happen. Congress, we need to secure additional supply now. We can't wait as we find ourselves in the midst of another surge to act. It'll be too late. And we also need this funding to continue our efforts to vaccinate the world with commitments we made. It's critical to our ability to protect against new variants. There's no wall you can build high enough to keep out a virus. Congress needs to act now, please. Let me close with this. I've worked so hard to get our lives, all of us have worked so hard to get our lives back. We're summoning every ounce of American resilience, pulled every lever of our government, called upon the goodness, decency, and patriotism of American people. Together, we turned an unthinkable pain into an extraordinary progress and purpose. Americans are back to living their lives again. We can't surrender that now. Congress, please act. You have to act immediately. The consequences of inaction are severe. They'll only grow with time, but it doesn't have to be that way. We've proven what we can do when we work together. So I urge Democrats and Republicans to get this done with urgency. Let's stand united. Let's continue to pull together. Let's get this done. Thank you, and God bless you all, and may God protect our troops, and I'm going to get my second booster shot. I'm not sure why I'm doing it on stage. I have to do it again.
Mr. President, what is the danger of Putin being left in the dark by his military advisors?
You're not supposed to ask this question. Let me get my shot.
I'm reluctant to comment.
Can you comment on the declassified intelligence that he doesn't trust his military?
Bro, you should not be stressing out somebody who's of older age before they have a medical person. Stop stressing him out. No questions. Thank you. Let him take the shot. We don't need any cortisol here right now. You're going to stress him out. Stop.
Mr. President, are you going to extend Title 42?
We'll have a decision on that soon.
What did President Zelensky tell you about the...
Recent four countries of vaccination will affect your
The fight against COVID here.
What did President Zelensky tell you about?
Boeing's popping. Check Boeing. A couple call outs in the chat. They're popping pretty big. Watch out for that. I'm checking news.
Mr. President, what did you hear from President?
China to take 39 Boeing MAX deliveries this year through January 24. China is agreeing to take Boeing MAX planes.
So I apologize for discouraging him. It didn't hurt a bit, and I was able to roll my sleeve up, and thank you all.
Can you meet with Trevor Reed's parents? Will you meet with Trevor Reed's parents, Mr. President, while they're here in Washington? They say that you promised them a meeting.
I'm going to see if I can get to see them.
Today?
They're good people. I haven't. We're trying to work that out. Thank you.
What did President Zelensky tell you? What did President Zelensky tell you about negotiations?
She's like, I just came here for the shot, man. I don't know why you were in my waiting room.
What was more painful, the shot or us?
She about to cuss him out. Oh, she just turned off the button. Bro, I didn't know they had a button like that. Yo, did you know that existed? Look at this. Bro, look it. She said, watch
What
this.
was more painful, the shot or us?
It's so funny every time. Look at, she walked up. She's like, I'm sick of y'all. Watch this. Boom. That's a thank you, lady. Get the out of here, son. That's it. No more questions. Yeah, bro. They got the kill switch on him, bro. I did not know that. They're like, we need this handy dandy kill switch right here. Just keep it right next to us at all times. That's crazy. Yeah, she came in with the power walk and then just, I'm sick of this. That was mean, though. I don't know why they asked him questions during that procedure. Breakaway Georgian region seeks to be Putin's next annexation. South Ossetian leader to start legal process to join Russia. Russia-backed separatists destabilize many post-Soviet nations. She walked up like Will Smith. She really did that. China Southern plane. Yeah, that's the Boeing news. So Boeing had a pop on that. China Southern take 39 deliveries this year and then 100 plus through 2024. So that gave us a little bit pop. And then you have the Apple news. Square was selling off. PayPal's on the low. Apple's trying to come back again. Apple is trying to do in-house financial services instead of partnering. Bitcoin. Oh, my deficit fact? Okay. This one, because I kept hearing it, like, you know how they kept saying, like, Biden has been going up there and he's been like, we've lowered the deficit more than anybody. And, like, you know, he was saying how, like, we're not, you know, they're running a deficit or that they're, you know, it just seems like they're not spending money. Well, that, they're using a different metric. So here is the deficit. The deficit is always going up. It's going higher and higher and higher. But no, Clinton actually lowered the deficit. No, Clinton had us in a surplus at one point. But what they're talking about is year over year deficit. That's what they've reduced. So pretty much when they're saying we lowered the deficit, they're talking about last year compared to this year. They dropped the deficit like percentage wise. So instead of spending $2 trillion, they only spent $1.5 trillion or whatever the number was, right? So I was shocked because I was like, why do they keep saying that? And then you look at it, but pretty much it's like saying, oh, well, yeah, last year, 2 years ago, I spent 5 times my salary, but this year I only spent 3 times my salary. So that's the statistic that they're touting is that, you know, they're reducing the deficit year over year, but they're still spending more money. It's still trillions of dollars, and it's very, very large. And again, I mean, my argument is always that the base problem of all of this, whether it was a month ago, years ago, or recently, it's just, and again, and it does have to, Trump gets some of the credit too. It's all just irresponsible government spending. So it started with COVID when, fiscal government spending went up. It started with Trump because of, that's when it all started. And then everybody, it just keeps going higher and higher and higher. And that's that's why we have inflation. That's my opinion, at least. But I did not know that they were talking year over year deficit reduction. not actual. They're pretty much, we're spending more than ever. SPR is shooting up right there. That's off the BA news. Interesting. Spirit Aero Systems. Wait, why would can Spirit go to China? That's an interesting one. SPY makes 737. Interesting. Check UAL. PHILO time. Well, we're still at this level. UAE, all the airlines are going up off that. So SPR, and remember, airlines were already strong today. Yeah, Delta, United, all of the air travel is going. Interesting. Microsoft, great stock, great stock. But yeah, no, even that, I don't think Trump was forced to spend the money. All of them. I mean, Trump, you could see here, when did Trump get in office? 2016, 2017? He slowly had it going up, but he was even raising the deficit. These are the receipts, but you can see here, it's 2016, the deficit was already going up, and then it was 2020, again, that's when it really got crazy, and then so far it's still going up. So it's both. I mean, that's the thing. My big problem, if anybody asked me to explain why, what could we have been doing better, it's controlling fiscal spending. I mean, you just can't spend money you don't have, or eventually you run into a problem. So there was big spending under the last year of Trump. Yeah, you could blame COVID, but still happened. And then, yeah, both of them are to blame, 100%. Again, everybody is really, I mean, you could blame the government, Congress, president, and even the citizens for accepting it if you really wanted to. But the problem is the deficit and how much we're spending is just, it's been going up at a ridiculous pace. Yeah, both sides do it, but since 2020, we're justifying multiple $1 trillion every single year when it was only a couple, it would be like $1 trillion or half a $1 trillion, but it's starting to get exponential. And I mean, you see what we're dealing with. Is it based on a money in and out from exports, so negative current? Well, that's part of it, and then also taxation and other revenue sources from the government. It just pretty much means we are spending more money than we're bringing in, and that's it. You're spending money you don't have. It's based on the fact that yes, future growth, future this, future that, but eventually, I don't know. I think it was the Ray Dalio thing about the principles of economics and how eventually, it's everybody knows throughout every crisis or any real big problem, the problem starts with uncontrollable spending. And then that usually sets the domino off for 50 other things. And then everyone argues about this and that and this and that, but the source is government spending at a very, very high rate. Tesla falling a little bit here. It's not crashing, but Tesla's kind of slipping there. What's the solution? Spend less money. That's it. Very, very simple. Or you have to have society and lawmakers all on the same page of being willing to control the deficit and being willing to limit the government spending. But again, depending on what objectives you want to accomplish, many political figures are not willing to do so. So we have examples from the 1970s, but even here today, it's everybody has to be, you have to be willing to make spending your priority. But if you have another priority elsewhere and you're willing to do it, that's it. Apple Meta gave user data to hackers who forged legal requests. What? Apple and Facebook, apparently a report coming out that they gave data. Facebook's dropping even more off that. But yeah, they gave data to hackers who forged legal requests. So a little drop and pop. I don't know if it'll last, but SPY's already at lows. If we're hearing about it, it's probably a non-issue. It probably happened like 8 weeks ago. They're like, yo, everybody got poisoned, and we gave out fake legal requests. I don't know how, but it's solved now. Don't worry. Did you hear about Will Smith? Yeah, the Facebook got a weird candle off that. Intel on the low, DoorDash on the low, a couple things, a couple growth names selling off now. Roblo's on the low. Is other Josh going to be back for April 1st? I don't know what that means, but okay, yes. It's just, you want Josh? You want me to clap y'all? I can't, man. I just feel good. I feel I'm just controlling me. That's it. Just control what's in my control. I'm telling you, bro, the PHILO's been hitting. I don't know if you've been on the PHILO grind lately. Have you ever heard of youtube.com/the stock market? The guy gets on, like, he talks about stocks every now and then. He talks about a lot of things. He kind of weird from time to time, but then he does this thing called PHILO. And bro, I've been listening to it, and it's just hitting. You know what I'm saying? It's been great. It's been great. Yeah. You know that guy? You follow him too? Yeah, he's pretty dope. But I like the PHILO. It's weird. I didn't like it at first, but then it just, I don't know. It starts to, I don't know. It just hits. It's been small positive changes. But hopefully you guys have been getting the PHILOs, man. I hope you like it, for real. I hope you guys have actually been taking it to heart and helping it, especially with everything going on. You got to see it today. You get to see it every day. Control what you can control. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Lulu play earlier. That was a good one too. It's good. Seriously, control what you guys can control. You saw a lot here even today. You saw in the morning. I don't know. You guys saw that, right? You see how even if I say I'll refuse to even clap somebody or even give any negativity any attention, you guys see how consistent it are. Like, I get that every single day, whether it's on the chat or even on the email. So I hope you realize it's on you to accept or deny things. That's it. You don't have to accept it all. And that's it. Just control what you could control. And you'll see it, man. You'll see it. It's beautiful to have that control for all of you. So do what you need to do, man. Do what you need to do. But I really hope you guys have been listening. I want to give you the PHILO today, but again, we're on the edge of our seats. The edge of our seats. Mullen all aboard. Mulan. Tomorrow's a mystery. Yesterday is history. Today is a gift. That's why we call it the present. I like it. I'm down with that. I'm down with all the corny stuff. You know what I'm saying? Why are we on the edge of our seats? SPY's hanging down at the low. The slow grind down. That's it. Facebook was using law enforcement. The Facebook Apple was using law enforcement emails. Airlines are part of the S&P, yes. A couple of them. I don't think all of them. With the Lulu, I mean, usually post-earnings play, it just does exactly what we wanted. You get it earlier. We played the dip off of it. Starts to run up, and then we just, you sell out. Usually even 50% would be good. I mean, 400 or 500% on that one. It was super dope. Yeah, Boeing's going up again even more off the China news. Mm, 60% Mulan calls you got on the last headline. Nice. Let's get down to business. Okay, SPY popping a little bit. Boeing's doing very, very well. What was the other one? PSX. We sold out of that one. Goldman, that's the other play I got. VWO, that was up but came down. EWG still down 1. Let's see, end of the day, I mean, last couple days, like this last hour or two, things would go up, and now things are starting to pump. I mean, that Boeing definitely helping out. But I got another little candle. We'll see. The Walgreens, I don't know. I think I might just end up holding it. If it doesn't, the plays went down 28%. So we could take the loss at close if we like, or we'll see. But I feel like premium should come back into it. But you can see it's gonna be a very interesting earnings from, because this is it's either a danger zone or if they get back up here. So we will see. But even then, I don't know if the premiums will even hold. I don't think the cannabis thing is happening now, but they were also discussing other like Medicare stuff. PSX still going. I got a good fill on that play, but I'm sure it's up even more now. Walmart, I mean, they banned the cigarette stuff, and didn't they have earnings, I feel like? But I think their earnings wasn't too long ago, and they're starting to come back to life here, actually. It actually looks really nice on the daily chart. Kimberly-Clark, too. Micron, red going still. Yeah, Micron, Intel, NVIDIA, I think, too. Those are at the lows. EXC, they kind of struggled today. EXC is coming back. I mean, the plays are still up. I think, yeah, we're in the money now at the one that was close there. That one's still up. And then these ones are still, they're still fighting. They were trading at 15 this morning? No way. So I don't think I think they are holding up pretty good. Well, remember, that's the point we needed to really get to and hold. But I like it. This one has been one that just compounded over the days. It moves very weird. But I like it. Remember, EXC covers earnings too. So we got EXC covers till, we have July's, but their earnings is in May. Yeah, Wally World's killing it. They're at the high right now. The Mulan earnings, I don't know if they were. I think it was a couple days ago. I just remember they kept getting headline after headline. Mulan has no sales, earnings. That's a common occurrence. People are like, some people are now like shied away from those companies, but people still are kind of down for now until we See what happens in the next 12 months. Tesla. Bookings down. Airbnb slightly down. They were up. Earnings whisper. Yeah, great for earnings. You could see the whole outline. I mean, I think the next week or so, we get the first couple that kick off, and then pretty much after the next 2 weeks, the bigger earnings will start coming in, or a couple of the early ones. I think Netflix is around the corner, I feel like. Even then, Netflix is guttered here today. Boeing is still going. Boeing a-going. Let's see. Do. Yeah, BA, the China news, that's big now, bro. Off of the bottom, I think that's like a 2%, 3% move almost. It's up 1.3 now, but they were down earlier. The yield curve, I don't know about the inversion. I think it's the same thing, but I don't know if the inversion widened or not. Right now, it's at 0.04. So remember, yesterday was the... we came back to 0.01 earlier today. Playing the pub for Boeing. God is good, baby. Amen. I agree with that statement. Horna. Amen. Amen. Why did my E-Trade just disconnect? Scammers. Yo, bro. They just E-Trade disconnected me. Hold on. Why is it doing this? Scared E-Trade. The news on BA is that China is accepting. China said they'll take orders of Boeing MAX planes. Dog, come on. My E-Trade is starting to go. The high ticker is still working. Natural gas, new high. Ghetto spread the BAs. Like fake news. Now, the Boeing news could be real. We'll see how it plays out, though, with everything. I mean, it's good if they get a bounce. Those other plays, I'm clapped on them. But I still kind of like the idea. So we're going to see. But that one's getting clobbered off of that. Bro, come on. My high-low ticker's working, but... This time of year should be down. The natural gas move. It is wild. Again, the Europe stuff is going to get crazy. Bro, why does it do this? Okay. E-Trade, we need a restart. Why are cryptos ripping? Inflation. No, inflation, and it's been getting hyped there ever since the last 2 weeks with the S&P rally. I mean, a lot of risk sentiment, risk assets. You even see it with the GameStop and all that. That's kind of gone up here a little bit. So that's really been the big driver there of crypto over the last couple days. Facebook news now on Bloomberg. Buy cold, no PHILO. I mean, we're kind of bouncing. We could have a little bit of a late PHILO, maybe. But we'll see. Corn play came back down after today. I'm down $500 on it. Oil It'll come out. There you go. Each trade is back up. Back up. Bro, that Biden beat goes hard. Unreasonably hard. I don't think CNBC even covered the BA news. That'll be even crazier.
Problem is,
this
is
is the
law enforcement
Facebook
agencies
stuff.
having their systems exploited to masquerade as a legitimate official. There's proposals in Congress that might provide.
BA's still going. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram. I love you. God bless you.
That it's really coming from a police department. But I mean, it cannot be understated how complicated and difficult this problem is for law enforcement agencies and for the companies that have to fulfill these requests.
All right, Will Turton there with the breaking news here about some of the data apparently handed over by Apple and Meta to hackers who forged legal requests. Our Bloomberg cybersecurity reported there. We got a lot more to cover on this show, including what could potentially be a big boost for metal production here in the United States. President Biden poised to invoke Cold War powers as soon as this week to boost production. And you don't want to miss our interview coming up a little bit later with the executive chairman of Curaleaf, Boris Jordan, going to be joining us to discuss the vote here in the U.S. to potentially legalize marijuana at the federal level. All that and more coming up in just a bit. This is Bloomberg.
I think that it's hard to put your head around any narrative. Let's just be honest. We've had sort of a shift in, are we in some sort of stagflation fears moment? People were talking about that all day yesterday.
Talk about it all day yesterday.
My time to listen.
Shout out to
You can listen
Coach.
at home,
Time to listen.
in the car.
Get therapy. What? What did you just say? What just? I don't know. Advertisement. Spy coming down. See, man, I don't know. I want to hit the PHILO. Man, it's coming back down again. We're at the danger zone. We'll give it like 5-10 more minutes and see. We might have to postpone. Maybe we'll make you wait till Thursday. It is only Wednesday. Natural gas all day. SPY, a little bit of a cheek lay. Is that Qualcomm? Yeah. Tesla, big red. See what you got. Man, y'all. Tesla's like a little down, but not too crazy. Yeah, I don't think that's a big red. So Chad called it out. I was like, what? And then I was like, nah. Like, it's huge. It's trending down. Bird running. Made the Boeings free. Still looking good. Alcoa wanted to come back up. Oil's still rocking. Times is good to pass on PHILO. Amen. Amen. I mean, we'll take what the market provides. That's it. Man, just vibe. Just vibe. Tell her I've been liking the PHILOs lately. I had a lot of good things. A lot of good things. A lot of good meditation. A lot of good prayer. It's good for you. It's good for you. SPY's coming back down. I didn't turn on the VWAP. VWAP. But you can't stop. I know you want that VWAP. This must be. Now, my young nine to check about types of plays we do. We're just playing global plays, and we do the same for you. Tired of hearing every day, am I still in EWG? Just worry about yours, cause I'ma get mine. People can't just think, doesn't matter when it rips or when it drops. So why? All that matters is that you get the long term, and we do it to you every time. Come on, you never wonder why. Why the long term keeps going high, takes you on a ride. Yeah. When y'all long term starts to ride, long term starts to act. Okay. I'm just waiting for this to hit a new low, man. It's kind of hot. I feel you. There's a little bit of heat there. A little bit. Did Biden have the long term? Yeah, for sure. Netflix is selling off now. A couple of big reds, but you might get something to stop it. Like if any other industries, again, little mini rotations day in and day out. New monthly candle tomorrow. I know. Now, it's about to be end of the quarter technically. Bro, we're about to start up another quarter. It's 3 months already. 3 months. Email corealestate@gmail.com if you would like to join the real estate call tonight, my friend. Netflix, huge candle. It's a couple of little reds there at the low. The MJ bill, I think they're still discussing it. I don't know if we're still waiting on that. Acceleron pop. Low ticker getting there. LABD, I think that's the biotech one. That's going crazy now. Maybe some of the biotechs are going nuts there. EXC finally moved. coatrealestate@gmail.com. My short-term bearish on China. I'm in the middle now. I'm just waiting to see. Because, again, some people have talked about the upside, but they've been, adding a lot of stimulus and other stuff like that. And their property isn't looking, their property sector's not looking too hot. So I'm just in the middle, and I want to just monitor whether or not the Shanghai composite comes down or not from here, as that would just add to more of the global tension or global problems, more or less. So I'm kind of just using them as an indicator and kind of neutral as far as the plays go. I do think we might get some of that audit stuff like we got today and the other week, but it's going to probably play out weird. Yeah, Netflix coming down here. EXC is going up now. So watch if any of the energy plays and like materials recover, because a couple of those are really, really down. Pump post earnings, play the run up only. Well, you can play the run up or afterwards. I mean, they did not hold though. Sometimes that happens. We get clapped a couple times on the pre and post earnings play. It's always, it's always random. The idea is if you know there's a catalyst, you know what's going to help the IV, and you at least know there'll be some level of floor more or less, but that's it. Biden administration to lift Title 42 border policy. Not too sure what that means. The Trump-era border that allows the government to immediately turn away immigrants at the southern border. According to the draft order, because there's no longer a serious danger, the migrants would introduce or spread COVID, so that's why they're getting rid of it. They're delaying implementation until May 23 to allow the Department of Homeland to prepare, and that's it. Yeah, it was for COVID related, apparently. It was good with Netflix. It just started going down. It's kind of down all day. And remember, if any big tech company is going to report, they are going to, Netflix will be the first one, but they're coming down there. When's easing? Probably by 2023, middle to beginning. Who knows? But even then, that's just the early assessment now. A lot of things can change in that regard. So keep that in mind. We still got to monitor the Fed, the economy, and everything else going on. So be fluid. Have money for the next move. Be fluid. Get ready. There's still a lot of time on the clock that we need to even go through. So there's a couple quarters left. Couple of quarters left. Think about removing 1031. I mean, the real thing is just that depending on the policy, when you remove a policy or add a policy, it changes the incentives. So, you don't need the 1031 exchange, but it's probably not going to help with high real estate prices. Again, if people wanted to sell and buy something else and they get clapped on that, we'll see what happens. How do you play the recession that should be coming? wasn't part of the chat when COVID hit. COVID was very, very different in the sense that COVID was like a global external event that caused that stuff and led to, stimulus and all of that. But this time around, I mean, it's monitoring these factors. It's monitoring the bonds, monitoring what's key in the market. In this case, too, watching the, what's it called? Joe Rogan said he'll quit Spotify if he has to walk on eggshells. It's moving a little bit. CFVI and spot. Is CFVI popping off of that? Yeah, CFVI is going off of that. Check. So Joe Rogan comments, Spotify didn't go down as much, but CFVI is running. Check even DWAC probably too. CFVI is. They're going up off of that. The play's already up a lot, so be careful on the option chain with CFVI. But Spotify's reacting. I haven't checked the Spotify chain. That's funny. Yeah, CFVI is Rumble. Special about Rogan. They paid him $100 million. And then I forgot what it was, but I think he made them like a couple hundred. He made them like 400 or 500 million or something. So he brings a lot of people to the platform. And the ad revenue he generates, and even, I guess, like a little bit of even cultural, social standing. But, he brings in money. He brings in mad ad revenue. And that's why. So even on the business side, it will affect them. And they paid him too. So that's an expense on their part. It's actually bullish for Spotify. Yeah, because does that mean he's not walking on eggshells? Scorp! Switch gears. Actually, maybe interpret it. We'll see. We'll see. If anything, I mean, it's just it's a quote. I don't know if it signals anything, but we will see how it plays out. Arrest Trump now is trending on Twitter. Fun fact. EXC's going up there, another highs. That's not 52-week, is it? It's a nice house. EXC 3-year high? Yeah. Yeah. Again, they have a, what's it called? They got earnings and a spinoff. Or they did the spinoff of something. But remember, earnings on this one, it's going to be interesting. Tesla, I have no idea. What they will do tomorrow will be a mystery relative to the news, any of that like lithium plan or the Defense Act and everything else. The Walgreens, I don't know. I might be beaten into submission and hold it, but I could take a small loss on it. Usually, I would want to sell these before. I mean, we'll give it till like a little bit more towards end of the day. Hopefully, some premium could come back to life, but I put in, $120 for 3 of them. So I either going to ride the play out, but even then, though, I mean, it's April 14th. Unless Walgreens surprises and kills it, it's going to be an interesting one. Am I numb on Walgreens? No, I'm good. I actually like Walgreens. Why are we down? You've asked this question already. We've answered it. It's related to the peace talks being walked back, and then oil and energy commodities continuing. April Fool's dump. Oh my gosh. Peace stocks being walked back, meaning more war ahead. Not necessarily. That if that was the case, we'd probably be a lot lower. But I think the overall digestion, bonds kind of chilled out today, which helped. But it's the same situation we've been in almost every day here for the last couple weeks. And then the weed stuff, has that came in? Tilray's already dropping, though. April is best for Treasury. April's even a really good month for the stock market. That's the crazy part. AT&T reinstated as buy at Spinoff Research. So market just hit another low there on the S&P. Bonds are chilling from the first pop level. We're down, what, 0.54, and we're up 0.62. It's about equal. Just inverse now. Banks getting clapped. I thought, again, remember I was so shocked yesterday that the banks were up considering some of the news, but it looks like today banks would be literally just flip TLT upside down. You know, those rates come down a little bit, they dropped. I think sell in May and go away. We'll find out after earnings. I think earnings will give you a determinant on that. I mean, people were already talking about it at the beginning of the year, and they're talking about how everything, we're going to digest all of this up until May, and that might be a certain point, but we'll see. Last April Fools, we had LT run this stream. And, he bought me 1 share of NEO, and you guys got him trading daily SPY puts and daily SPY calls. We're just announced Russia will be removing troops by Friday. I've not seen that yet. Sounds contradictory towards what we've had, but if we get a little pop and that comes out, we'll see what happens. Is recession inevitable? I mean, yield curve is not fully inverted. It only clipped it. So until it really stays there, or probably by the next Fed meeting, I would be able to agree with that. But it's not looking like, I mean, I would say yeah to a degree. But how that recession would look, how long it takes to get there, who knows? I mean, you could always counter back. I mean, it doesn't look good right now, but you know, things can change quickly. Futures closed, I believe so, for like commodities and everything else. Akbar reversal. Walmart's still gassing. SPY's just been hanging, but we've been hanging out here for what, an hour? It's only 11:30. Uber calls. I like the Uber came up a couple times even on the scanner today. Again, I sold out of them yesterday though. It's like they still got a premium. They're like cheap and still have a premium at the same time. It's kind of awkward. But I do like the Uber, but I'm just getting cheap with it. I just want to see if we could get any sort of little pullback on Uber and the premiums give up the last 2 days of gains. I'm going to buy another Uber, but until that happens, we're going to be a little bit more limited here. Yeah, Walmart getting more gas, still going up there. Big volume, actually. AbbVie still holding. Netflix, that one. Remember, Netflix first earnings. That AOC dollars. I was just trying to make the example clear. That's me. You watched me off the cuff right there. You know what I'm saying? You get to like see me, and I just was like thinking of the example, and I went for the first thing I could grab. And sadly, I have an AOC doll within arm's length. I got Elizabeth Warren too. NVIDIA for the long term. I do, but it's at a high price. I mean, I've known about NVIDIA and seen it a long time. I know a lot of people got it earlier. I would just wait for a little bit, if anything. Like, as long as you, you know, give it time. You know, as long as you don't chase it too much on the right schedule, I think you could be good with it. But it's going to be more volatile. And then right now, I mean, it's higher than not. But NVIDIA's, they've done a lot. They've done a lot. It's a great company. You all know about it. You all use it probably without even realizing it. I do have an Elizabeth Warren doll too. Lending Tips got me them. I don't know why, but I like them. He thought I would like them. I thought it was weird at first, and then I was like, okay, it's kind of funny. I find weird humor, so I was like, all right, these are cool. It's kind of like a positive message when I see them. It's like if they can make it, anybody can make it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's really exciting. That's why it's like if God could do it for them, He could do it for me. I'm like, wow, you know. So I'm like, let's go, bro. That fake news shirt is old. It's old. That's why I was like, I don't know if anybody remembers that. I had an old video wearing that. TLT, it's been going back and forth. Every day has been flip-flopping, and today it's an inverse reaction. Bonds are up 0.5%, SPY is down 0.5%. So it's kind of like doing its thing here, but the other days it would be in tandem. Day before that it'd be inverse. Day before that it was inverse. So it's ever since the Fed, we haven't really been able to pinpoint the exact correlation between bonds and stocks. It's been very elusive, to say the least. So that's what we're waiting on. But today it's an inverse reaction. Bonds up, SPY down, and then, you know, you're factoring everything else too. Yeah, the Biden news on the extra aid, yeah, it came in earlier. We had Goldman. That was the other play. I got that on the Apple news, and again, I still have one of those Wells Fargo calls, and we have JP Morgan, you know, in the long term. So I'm thinking if financial do get rocked from here, I was like, I'll take that one, and it's just more related to Apple, but that was the only other play today. Bro, we've been chilling here. All right, man. Should we just hit the PHILO? Is it too late? I want to. I'm tempted. But then I feel like right when I start, now we'll just save it till tomorrow. It's slowing down, though. What's the volume? 43 million. Yeah, today's very low volume. Very, very low volume. I wonder if it's going to set a range like this. It's such an interesting time in the markets. Wouldn't you agree? What dropped today? All of these. What's this? Q? Earnings 421. JP Morgan. Oh, shit. Dividend? Ex-dividend on JP and banks are... Oh, interesting. I forgot about that. Yeah, ex-dividend is on April 5th. Goldman, they already had their ex-dividend. Apple changes Netherlands dating app payment entitlements on Apple. Mama answers this. Hey, don't force the PHILO. I have one. I'm just waiting on the market. I'll give it to you tomorrow. Don't worry. Don't worry. There's enough good PHILO, man. I keep saying it too. Control what you can control, baby. Oh my gosh. Let the external be external. You know what I'm saying? I don't want any, you don't want to be an externally motivated mother effer. You know what I'm saying? Oh, what's in your hand? Amen. Amen. Focus on the qualities, baby. You know what I'm saying? Just vibe, bro. Just vibe. That's it. He could only control you, man. It's good. Practice the recent PHILO. Honestly, I think so. You should be practicing a lot of the PHILOs we've went over in the last couple days. I get good practice every day. It's good. That's why I'm like, wow. It feels very, very peaceful. I'm very, bro. The daily, we get people harassing me. That's fine, bro. I get told my property was now 300,000 more. I'm like, this is fine. Because I'd get to control the reaction, son. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I don't know. Something about it. It's nice. That's why. Just keep practicing. Bring it to life. It's beautiful. Beautiful. DOD. Apple starts letting some app developers pay via the web. FRGE, that came out earlier. Again, a lot of those like certain material plays or anything related to like lithium, all that, they've gone crazy. It's okay. Everything's okay. I disagree with that. You see, that's the point. It doesn't have to be okay. Oh, they don't feel me. You know what? That's it. It's just external. But just how you respond to a okay or not okay situation. That's it. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I don't know. You remember, and then it's what my sister even told you guys. Remember when she came on and she told you that? She said, like, somebody's anger or anything, it's like them trying to hand you a gift. You don't have to receive it. You don't have to accept it. So if the word gives you something, it's up to you on what you choose to accept or not. You be like, well, I get that. That's cool you doing that, but I'm not participating. Thank you. Yeah, Apple simplifies Dutch dating app rules after numerous fines. Has she seen her long term? Yeah, we showed it to her. Remember, she was just disappointed that we were investing in these evil capitalistic pig companies. She said, why would you have JP Morgan? She's like, doesn't Uber treat their employees like shit? And then I think she likes Airbnb. And then Abiva, I think she likes Botox. And then UWMC, she has no idea what it is. Yeah, a lot of Apple news today. Match popped a little bit off that. I didn't even think about that. Good call. Yeah, Bumble and Match are both moving off that. Spy's coming down, though, and a little Chicle here coming to another new low. 457, right? We're at 450. Is that 458? Yeah, so we still got like a whole nother point again in like 455 is where we close. But I think if we break 457, we hit a new low from yesterday, which would be a little bit different. The Walgreens for earnings, we'll see where the premium's at by end of the day. So like last like 10 minutes, I'm going to see what happens and then we'll go from there. I heard you say PHILO. I thought it was an ETF. You meant philosophy. I need to watch you more consistently. Yeah, man. No worries. No worries. It's a common misunderstanding. We're a little bit weird with our PHILO, and we like it, but hopefully we stick it. We see you around for a good PHILO. We're not going to have PHILO today. SPY's coming down, though. Another new low. Again, watch if it picks up speed here. Qualcomm, Micron, chip makers, those are kind of leaving the way down. I feel, though, like a PHILO ETF, I'm down, though, kind of. Like, honestly. It's crazy. I think it's easier to make an ETF than it is going to be to make a REIT. SPY coming down pretty decent. Like, it's actually, like, it's surprisingly a lot more easier to get an ETF up and running and cheaper than it would to get a public company up. It's pretty wild. I was like, I got kind of inspired listening to how Sal did it.
Migration enforcement measure. So the decision on when to lift Title 42, we defer to the CDC. That being said, of course, we are planning for multiple contingencies. And we have every expectation that when the CDC ultimately decides it's appropriate to lift Title 42, there will be an influx of people to the border. And so we are doing a lot of work to plan for that contingency. I think you saw yesterday the Department of Homeland Security did a briefing walking through some of the planning that they're doing to increase efficiency, to ensure that we have the capacity, to ensure that we are operating in a way that's, that is treating migrants humanely, fairly.
Hold on. I like that question from Uncle Terry. What are some other German tickers related to EWG other than VGK? If you want, go look at what EWG is holding, and then you could literally go a la carte and pick some of those out. So the difference is it's actual German equities. That's why I like the ETF, because the ETF holds actual German equities. But yeah, like SAP is an easy German one, software related, stuff like that. But that's how you, if you really want to get more plays, you could extrapolate from the ETF and just see what they're holding and then go from there. And then you could pick and choose which ones that you're down with. But the difference is like the ETF actually owns European equities. That's why people like the ETF, because you can't right now, you can't go to Europe and short a German asset unless you had the access to it, the brokerage, and whatever regulatory stuff you would need. But you could buy an ETF that is actually holding the said asset and will reflect the value changes more or less. She looks tall. She does look like she could play the power forward position, I feel.
Classified information like this to sort
She's
of lay out
than
what Putin's intentions
but I'm
were.
just
He seemed
short,
to be
so
doing
I don't
that
know.
again now by making it clear that he's being misled by his advisors. Can you just discuss what's the hope and the goal in going public with this now?
So again, I think what this does is paint a picture of what a strategic error Putin and Russia have made here. We saw from the outset that they, for example, made an aggressive push toward Kyiv at the beginning of the invasion. They are now
Troy just said something with
trying
laser.
to
It's moving.
the
What's the news
goals
for
of their,
laser?
Invasion to be different than they were at the outset. I think putting forward this information simply contributes to a sense that this has been a strategic error for them. Again, I'm not going to characterize what they are thinking. I'm certainly not going to characterize how they may or may not use this information to make decisions. That's not my place. But I do think that making this information public contributes to an understanding that this has been a strategic failure for Russia. Obviously, we will continue to pursue our strategy of imposing severe costs on Russia and trying to strengthen Ukraine on the battlefield and at the negotiating table.
And if Putin is being misinformed like this, then who is really pulling the strings here?
That's not a question that I'm able to speak to from this podium. I think this is again, I don't speak for the Kremlin. What I can speak to is what the information that we see, which, again, as I say, shows that he has felt misled by the Russian military and has resulted in this persistent tension.
And just lastly, how does this impact concerns about whether any deal that may be negotiated with Russia, between Russia and Ukraine, can be trusted?
Well, again, we are not negotiators in that process. We are obviously in close contact with the Ukrainians as they work through this process. Again, our role is to do everything we can to strengthen Ukraine on the battlefield, as we've done with the security assistance, the unprecedented amount of security assistance and weapons that we've flowed to Ukraine. And also to strengthen.
So watch out. We got one more point till the low. You're at 458 flat almost. Watch for the butter. 457 if it goes below there. Again, 455 would be the next level. But watch here if it picks
is your
up.
expectation that releasing this information are you hoping that it changes Putin's calculus or the military's calculus as they approach these things?
That is not our intent. Our intent is simply to make the information available so that there is a full understanding of what kind of strategic blunder this has been for Russia and for the Russian people.
And is there anything more that you can share just about, whether this is an assessment that you're extremely confident in? I know, typically there's a range of views among analysts across the intelligence agencies about how solid information is. Is there anything you can tell us about how solid this is and what is underlying this that gives you the confidence that this is the right reading?
Well, I can't speak more specifically to the intelligence because we obviously do not do anything to compromise sources or methods. I will simply say we have made it public and allow you to draw a conclusion from that.
So does the U.S. believe that Putin is now fully aware of the misinformation, that he now has a clear picture of Russia's military operations and how badly it is performing?
Well, again, I would just say that we obviously have information, which we have now made public, that he felt misled by the Russian military. We believe he's being misinformed by his advisors about how badly the Russian military is performing and how the Russian economy is being crippled by sanctions, because, again, his senior advisors are too afraid to tell him the truth. Beyond that, I can't characterize any further than that.
Are there any examples that you might be able to offer us, other than Putin not knowing initially that his military was using and losing conscripts in Ukraine, that show how Putin was potentially being misinformed by his advisors?
I don't have any detail beyond what we've made public already.
Fine. One more. U.S. officials have obviously been saying since yesterday that the U.S. is not going to be fooled by Russian claims about a withdrawal from Ukraine until you all see it happen on the ground. Does President Zelensky share in that skepticism?
I'm sorry, I apologize. Ask that one more time.
You all have been saying that you're not going to be fooled by Russia's assessment or promises that it is going to start withdrawing and start pulling back on military attacks in Ukraine. Right. Wondering if President Zelensky, since he spoke with President Biden, does he share in that assessment?
Well, I won't characterize President Zelensky's thinking, but I will say that we continue to see evidence today of Russia attacking, advancing, attacking in places where they had previously said they would not. So I think that is self-evident, and obviously we continue to do everything we can to flow assistance, security assistance to the Ukrainians.
Hey, Kate. Back to Title 42 for a minute. Back in the spring of last year, there was a very large surge of families, record surge of children at migrant children at the border that overwhelmed Border Patrol stations, took a long time to get them moved into HHS, into sort of temporary shelters, and then ultimately to HHS. Since then, there hasn't been a major overhaul of the immigration system. Legislation that the president proposed is completely stalled in Congress. There have been some sort of tweaks and changes around the edges, but there hasn't been a wholesale kind of rethinking or change of the asylum system at the border. The MPP program that Donald Trump put into place is back in place by a court order, but it's also at a very low level. So what is there in place now, if there is another surge in the next month or two when this is lifted, what is there in place that gives the administration confidence that some different result will happen than happened a year ago?
Well, I think if you look back to the spring, to the time period you're referencing, there was an effort to move those unaccompanied minors as quickly as possible out of Border Patrol custody and into facilities that were more suited for children. And we were able to dramatically reduce those numbers. They were in the thousands over the course of a couple of months through the work of DHS and others, and HHS, I should say. We were able to dramatically reduce those numbers, move those kids quickly out of Border Patrol custody and into the system. So I think if you look at what we were able to do last spring, there was an ability to move those numbers and move those children quickly into into facilities that were better suited for them. Writ large, I would again point to the things that the president has done to try to rebuild what was, if you remember when we came into office, a system that was decimated by the previous administration. The previous administration spent 4 years trying to tear apart a lot of the pieces of our immigration system. And so we were in many ways building from, I won't say scratch, certainly, but we were building from a place where a lot of these pieces have been torn down. So what we focused on and what the president has focused on is working with the Department of Homeland Security to give clear guidance for internal enforcement, extending and newly designating TPS, temporary protected status, for a number of countries, restarting the Central American Minors Program that the previous administration ended, putting together the Family Reunification Task Force, which we have made some progress on, reunifying some of those families who were torn apart under the previous administration. Of course, ending the Muslim ban and the public charge rule, and protecting DACA recipients. So this president has taken numerous important substantive steps. of course, there is more work to do. There is absolutely more work to do, but we've taken serious strides forward since we took office last year.
Okay, and then one quick follow-up. You said again the line that the administration has used a lot, which is that the Title 42 isn't an immigration policy, it's a public health policy. Has the president, has Ron Klain, has anybody else in the senior administration tried to overrule the CDC during the past year in its efforts to lift Title II prior to now?
No.
Okay.
Thank you. On COVID, can you help us understand, you guys have laid out sort of what happens if the money runs out that you're requesting. Can you remind us what, in the view of the White House, is the most urgent item on that list that runs the risk of not being funded? And Republicans again today are saying the money for this is there in previously passed legislation. There's one figure they're saying is $160 billion is there from the COVID relief bill. What is the White House response to that suggestion?
So firstly, this is funding that's going to be used to provide tests. It will fund additional vaccines. For example, as we were talking about yesterday, should there come a time where a fourth shot is recommended for the broader population. It will also fund life-saving treatments. And also our ability to additionally provide vaccines around the world, which is another piece of ensuring that the virus is not able to move around the globe. So, this is critically important funding. The stakes are very real and very high. You have heard the president state this repeatedly, that this is critical in order for us to continue our progress. The other thing I would say about this funding is that it will allow us to prepare for the eventuality, the possibility, I shouldn't say eventuality, the possibility of another variant, another wave. It will give us the funding that we need to be prepared for the future. So it is critically urgent in that way. And I'm sorry, what was the second part of your question?
The idea that they say the money's already there, that there's unused funds from previously passed legislation.
So obviously, we initially proposed this as emergency funding, but we are working with the Congress. The Congress is working to get this done. The president's been very clear that it should get done. How the mechanism of finally coming to an agreement on this works out, we'll leave that to the Congress. But the president's been very clear that we need this funding and that it's urgent.
And to follow up on something he said earlier, that he may have a meeting with the family of Trevor Reed. They're trying to make that happen. Is that happening today or at some point soon?
Don't yet know if it's happening today, but I spoke to the president about this earlier. You obviously all heard from him. He is very eager to meet with the family, and we're working through when that's possible.
Kristen? Thank you, Kate. I want to ask you about the call with President Zelensky, but just a couple more on this new information about Putin being left in the dark by his military advisors. Who authorized the release of that intelligence?
That's not something I can speak to. Obviously, it was declassified and put forward into the public sphere.
Can you say, did the president sign off on this?
I cannot speak to that, except to say that this is information that we declassified and made public.
Okay. There has been so much discussion about the concerns over whether Putin would use chemical weapons, nuclear weapons, biological weapons. Does this increase the administration's concern that Putin might lash out in that way?
Well, as I say, I'm not going to characterize what Vladimir Putin is thinking, what the Kremlin is thinking, or how this might impact their calculus. That is not the intent of putting the information forward. What it does is underscore that this has been a strategic blunder for Russia. But I'm not going to characterize how Vladimir Putin might be thinking about this. I will say that we are prepared for any and all contingencies. As you know, there's a lot of work going on to be prepared for contingencies, and we've also been very clear that should Russia act in that way, there will be severe consequences.
On the call, Kate, the readout that the White House put out says the leaders discussed how the United States is working around the clock to fulfill the main security assistance requests by Ukraine. We don't know what specifically the president of Ukraine asked for of President Biden, but publicly at least he has called for those Polish MiGs. He's called for anti-aircraft. Has the president changed his decision in that space? Is he now potentially more open to providing those Polish MiGs given that statement?
We have provided an unprecedented amount of security assistance to Ukraine, including anti-air, anti-tank systems, small munitions, things that our military have assessed are the most impactful weapons on the battlefield in Ukraine. So as the president is making a decision about what to send, he takes into account two things. First, the assessment of our military about what is most impactful, what is best able to help the Ukrainian armed forces turn back Russian aggression. And we've seen that the weapons that we have provided have been instrumental in helping them. And then secondly, as he has said many, many times, he is not looking for direct American military conflict with the Russian military. He's been clear that providing the planes makes this, there are logistical complications to providing the planes. And he's not going to make decisions that is going to lead to direct conflict between the United States military and the Russian military.
President Zelensky has been clear, including when he addressed NATO, he doesn't think it's enough. He doesn't think that NATO is doing enough. He thinks that there, yes, has been a lot of assistance, but it doesn't go far enough for him to achieve the goals.
Again, the scope and scale of the assistance, the security assistance that we have provided to the Ukrainians is unprecedented. We have worked very, very closely with them. Again, as they discussed on the call today, we've worked very closely with them to provide them with the weapons that they need. And again, the president takes into account those two factors that I was just talking about when making decisions. But that being said, we have sent $2 billion in security assistance to Ukraine, and we continue to supply them. Those deliveries are happening daily, every day. Those weapons are being delivered. So we are doing everything. The president is making every effort to ensure that they are getting what they need.
Very quickly, any reaction to former President Trump calling on Putin to release information about Hunter Biden? Are you concerned about that?
So what I would say about that is, what kind of American, let alone an ex-president, thinks that this is the right time to enter into a scheme with Vladimir Putin and brag about his connections to Vladimir Putin? There is only one, and it's Donald Trump.
Thank you, Kate. Earlier today, Germany said it is willing to act as a security guarantor for Ukraine as part of the peace negotiations between Ukraine and Russia. Is the U.S. willing to become a guarantor of Ukraine's security or considering that option?
So we are in constant discussion with the Ukrainians about ways that we can help ensure that they are sovereign and secure, but there's nothing specific about security guarantee that I can speak to at this time.
Do you have any more information on the $500 million in budgetary aid for Ukraine that was mentioned as part of the readout between the president's call with President Zelensky? Did President Zelensky specifically ask for this to help pay for salaries and other government functions? And is it coming out of the $13.6 billion in Ukraine-related funding in the omnibus, or is it separate from that?
So it is financial assistance the Ukrainian government can use to bolster its economy and pay for budgetary expenses such as paying salaries and maintaining government services. We don't yet have additional detail on where the money is coming from. That is being worked through, but it is a commitment that the president made today.
Lastly, what is the administration's current view of whether the U.S. Embassy in Moscow should remain open, and how is the administration going about evaluating whether or not to keep the embassy open?
So I don't have any additional news to make on that at this moment. Obviously, we will come back to you if there's development on that front, but there's nothing new that I can announce from this podium at this moment. Thank you.
Thanks, Kate. On the economy, the yield curve for the 10-year Treasury note has inverted. Historically, this is viewed as a sign that investors are pessimistic about the long-term view of the economy and they expect a recession is nearing. So can you tell us what the White House believes is the prospects for recession nearing and how concerned you might be about it?
Sure. So, as Chairman Powell said after the last Fed meeting, all signs are that this is a strong economy and the probability of a recession within the next year is not particularly elevated. Our team looks at a broad range of indicators to understand the health of the economy now and going forward. This is one, but there are many, many others. And the other important indicators to include as we are assessing where the economy stands are things that, frankly, because of the president's economic plan, we're able to confront from a position of strength. So that's, for example, the fastest economic growth in nearly 40 years, a record 7.4 million jobs created, the fastest decrease in unemployment on record to 3.8%, and the first major economy to return to pre-pandemic levels. So while historically this has been one indicator, it is far from the only one, and many of the other fundamentals that we look at to assess where we are economically are incredibly strong and getting stronger.
Just get ready. You're going to hear this for the next 12 months. Every time it's brought up, and the worse it gets.
House Democrats.
We talked about this earlier today.
See as a sign at this meeting, should we expect that there's going to be some kind of consensus around a plan on the domestic side that is going to be ready to ship over to the Senate, or can you tell us more about what they're going to discuss in the executive action front?
Sure. So this is part of his continued engagement with the Hill. He's been meeting with a number of different caucuses over the course of the last month. He and our senior team here at the White House. We are obviously constantly in close contact with the Hill. I would not view this as a decision-making meeting. This is a discussion of our shared priorities. I would not anticipate a deliverable coming out of it. This is, again, a continued discussion of our strategic priorities as we try to move forward on our agenda.
And then just really quickly on India, Dilip Singh is there for the next couple of days meeting with officials. Is the U.S. frustrated with India's response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and what kind of message is Dilip and his team going to be delivering to the Indian government on that front?
Sure. So as you note, Dilip will be in New Delhi to continue our ongoing consultations with the government of India and advance a range of issues in the U.S.-India economic relationship and strategic partnership. He will meet with the government of India to deepen cooperation to promote inclusive economic growth and prosperity and a free and open Indo-Pacific. He will consult closely with counterparts on the consequences of Russia's unjustified war against Ukraine and mitigating its impact on the global economy. He will also discuss the priorities of the Biden administration, including the promotion of high-quality infrastructure through Build Back Better World and the development of an Indo-Pacific economic framework.
Okay.
Hi.
I know this was asked yesterday, but in the last 24 hours, has this White House learned anything about why there is that gap in call logs on January 6th from the Trump White House that was given over to the Select Committee?
We have not. My answer has not changed from 24 hours ago, which is that I would refer you to the archives on that. But certainly where we can cooperate, where we are needed to cooperate to fill in that gap, we will. But I would refer you to the archives on that.
Okay. And then regarding the $500 million to Ukraine, what is the current explanation of why the president hasn't sent over a nominee to the Senate to be the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine right now? What's the current thinking on that?
That's an excellent question, and I'll have to circle back with you on. Thanks.
Hey, on the pandemic, the president got his second booster shot today, but more than half of adult Americans have not gotten their first booster shot, even as public health officials warn about a fall increase, a BA2 variant. I wonder, is the White House concerned about that? Like, what is the White House doing to sort of help close that gap? What's the message to Americans?
Well, our message to Americans first and foremost is to get vaccinated and get boosted. It is the best way to protect yourself from the virus and to protect against the spread of the virus. What I would say about BA2 is that it is certainly more transmissible than the original Omicron strain, but there's no evidence that it's more severe than Omicron. Our vaccines continue to work well against BA2, particularly, again, with the high level of protection provided by boosters. So we continue to both encourage people to get boosted, but I would also point to all the work that we've done to make boosters available, to make vaccines available. There are 90,000 free locations nationwide where you can get vaccinated and boosted. And then lastly, I would revisit something we were talking about earlier, which is that we need Congress to pass the $22.5 billion in emergency COVID funding immediately, so that we can maintain our tools to protect people and to be fully prepared for the possibility of any new variants.
Yeah, one more on that last part. Mm-hmm. Has the president or the White House reached out specifically to any of these legislators who have lobbed criticism that you haven't used the money that's already been allocated for the fight against the pandemic?
I don't have any specific engagements to read out, but obviously we continue to work closely with the Hill. The president has stated very clearly that there's an urgent need for this money and wants to see it done.
Well, how after printing trillions of dollars, taxpayers might want to know, is there not enough money to continue fighting the pandemic? Trillions of dollars. You're out of it? Is all the accounting done, every single dollar?
So we have the resources that we need in this current moment. What we need is this funding to be able to plan for the future, to prepare for, as I say, the possibility of a new variant, the possibility of a new wave. We don't want to be caught flat-footed. We currently have, for example, all of the vaccine supply that we need to vaccinate and boost every American. But what we need to have this money for is to prepare to be ready for the future. As we know, the virus can be unpredictable, and we need to be prepared. And there's an urgent need to do that.
Right, but can you see where taxpayers would be skeptical? I mean, trillions of dollars, and all of a sudden you need billions more.
I think taxpayers want to be prepared for the virus, and they want to make sure that we have the resources that we need to keep them safe, and that's what this administration is focused on.
Why no high protection
Sorry,
for the 20?
Jack. Yep.
The president has called Putin a war criminal. He said that he believes he will meet the legal definition of a war criminal, and the U.S. has vowed to pursue all accountability measures, including prosecution. Sentencing for war crimes is long-term imprisonment. So how does all of that not equate to calling for regime change?
The president has been incredibly clear about this. He is not advocating for a policy of regime change. What he said a couple of days ago was a statement of personal moral outrage, but we do not have a formal policy of regime change. What we are doing is continuing to impose unprecedented costs on Russia. We are ensuring that Russia is paying for this choice. Putin himself has said that the costs, the impact of the sanctions has been significant. So we are continuing to focus on our strategy of making sure that we are providing security assistance to Ukraine and imposing significant costs on Russia for these choices.
So when he said that he believes Putin will meet the legal definition of war criminal, was he not saying that he believes he will be convicted of that crime?
He was not, in fact.
And then does the president and the national security team here believe that Ukraine can win and push Russia out of its borders? And if so, has the U.S. adjusted its strategy at all in helping Ukraine since they started to win?
Well,
so 50 points from the bottom there. If we break below there, it could go to 455. But let's see, we got 50 minutes left.
To provide Ukraine with what it needs, to provide it with the resources to turn back Russian aggression. That has been the focus of our strategy. Again, a two-pronged strategy to impose costs and provide both the security assistance and the humanitarian assistance to support Ukraine.
Is there any reason why no one from this administration has just plainly said, we think Ukraine can win this war?
I think in our actions and in the support that we've provided, we've been very clear that we're doing everything we can to stand with Ukraine and ensure that they are able to push back against Russian aggression.
And just one more on the southern border. Has DHS requested National Guard troops to be sent to the border? Is that something the administration is considering?
As far as I know, that is not currently under consideration, but I'm happy to check in on it and come back to you.
Thanks. First, Senator Susan Collins came out in support of Judge Jackson's confirmation to the Supreme Court today. Do you have a reaction to the kind of confirmation that you'll have a bipartisan vote there? And then also, in her statement, she said that the process is broken and it should go back to kind of being based on qualifications, experience, and not ideology. And I'm curious what you think of that.
The president is incredibly grateful to Senator Collins for her thorough and fair consideration and her support. The two of them spoke earlier in this process, and he appreciated her thoughts and her insight. Obviously, her support speaks to the qualification of Judge Jackson to sit on the Supreme Court. Judge Jackson has been working hard to earn support and, as you well know, responded to Republicans' requests for in-person meetings by promising to sit down with any senator who wanted. And she has engaged very directly. She answered over 20 hours of questions. And, she has earned the support of some of the most respected retired conservative judges in the country and the Fraternal Order of Police and so many others in law enforcement. So she is an incredibly qualified nominee for the Supreme Court, and the president is very grateful for Senator Collins' measured, reasonable, thorough, and fair consideration and ultimately support for her.
What did he make of the other part of the statement, or the White House make of the other part of the statement, that the process as a whole is broken?
Well, I think what we're seeing in the immediate case is that the process is moving forward. She's receiving fair consideration. I think the president was incredibly proud of the way she handled herself during the hearings and thought she very effectively spoke to her judicial philosophy and handled incoming criticism. So I won't speak to whether the process writ large is broken, as we are focused narrowly in this moment on the process in front of us. And I would say the process in front of us is working. And I think, again, Senator Collins' support today, the president was very grateful for it.
Yeah, back to the Intel release. I'm wondering if this is partially just an effort to embarrass Vladimir Putin, to sort of publicly shame him or something. It comes across as, you say that you can't speak for the Kremlin, but then you're saying he feels misled by his advisors. It seems like there might be something going on here.
No. Our aim is to show that this has been a strategic blunder for Russia, that there is ultimately this is going to leave them weaker. It is not going to leave them stronger. And I think making this information public simply contributes to the picture that strategically they are having to reorganize, to refit. And that shows that, again, this was a terrible decision for them. And at the end of the day, as we've long said, as we've said from the outset, as we said even before they invaded, we said that this would be a strategic mistake for them. And I think that is borne out.
Going back to the COVID funding, I think it was your answer to Ed. I'm trying to read between the lines just a little bit, but you had said previously we asked for $22 billion as emergency funding that wouldn't need any offsets. Now we would like Congress to get us this money. Are you saying that you're willing to accept offsets? And also, are you willing to accept less than the $22 billion?
Well, what I would say is we have been very clear that we need this money now, and we're hopeful that Congress is nearing a solution. Again, the president called for this initial $22.5 billion as emergency funding. But at the end of the day, we need the money. It's important. It's critical for our preparedness for the next, the next phase of COVID and being prepared so that we're not caught flat-footed. So ultimately, we are hopeful that Congress is nearing a solution on this.
So we should take that as you're willing to accept the offsets.
You should take it as what I said, which is that we're hopeful that Congress is reaching a solution on this, and Congress will determine ultimately where we net out on this.
Thank you very much, Kate. Going back to her question, who the White House believes is winning this war?
I think that the White House believes that Ukraine has fought valiantly, has been incredibly brave and resolved in the face of atrocious, brutal invasion from Russia. I think what you've seen in the actions from this White House is that we have provided weapons, we have provided assistance, we have been there every step of the way and will continue to be, and we have put enormous economic pressure on Russia in order to hopefully drive this conflict to a solution. So, I think, again, I don't know that I have to say it. I think that our actions show, and the support that we've provided shows that we believe that Ukraine has been incredibly brave, incredibly strong, and we're going to continue to support them as they move forward.
Do
you want to know?
Yeah, do you mind? Because President Zelensky just tweeted also that President Biden him talk about a new package of sanctions. Do you have anything more specific on that?
So I don't have anything that I can preview in this moment, but certainly we are continuing to look at options to expand and deepen our sanctions, and I anticipate that we would probably have more for you on that in the coming days.
Okay, thank you, Kate. Two quick ones, hopefully. Could you give us any steer on the additional capabilities bit of that readout from the Zelensky call? Is there a shift in thinking perhaps that Ukraine needs a different category of weapons, not just enough to hold the Russians back, but actually to push them back?
So an example of one of those additional capabilities, something that we talked about a little bit last week while we were in Europe, ship-to-shore capability, anti-ship capability. That's just one example. Beyond that, I'm not going to go into further detail on what's being discussed, except to say that we're doing everything we can to ensure that Ukraine has what it needs on the battlefield.
Thank you. And the other one is today Boris Johnson.
Just wait to see if it butters 457 flat, and then that could start to descend to 455. Got about 40-something minutes left.
In place until the Russian troops are all gone. That was a lot more black and white than anything that's come out of the White House. Does the White House share that kind of maximalist goal with sanctions? Are they going to stay there until the last Russian troops are gone?
That's not something that I'm going to be able to pre-state in this moment. I will let Boris Johnson and the UK government speak for themselves.
Yes. Yeah, thanks, Kate. There have been some reports recently that some Democratic senators on the Hill have expressed concerns about Eric Garcetti's nomination to be ambassador to India. Does the White House still have confidence in him and its ability to get him confirmed?
We do. The president has confidence in Mayor Garcetti, believes he will be an excellent representative in India. I would remind you that his nomination advanced unanimously with bipartisan support in committee, and we're continuing to engage with senators and working to earn bipartisan support for his nomination and believe he should receive a vote in the Senate expeditiously.
Yeah. And earlier this month, President Zelensky signed a decree to combine Ukraine's national TV channels into one platform, saying he wants to create a unified information policy. Ukraine also announced that it was banning 11 political parties with ties to Russia. Is the White House concerned at all about these moves by the Ukrainians?
So this is the first that I'm hearing of it. I will look into it. I'm happy to talk to our national security team and get back to you. Thanks.
Kate?
Thanks, Jen. Seriously.
High praise.
Calls me my master's name.
Encourages boosters. You talked about the work you've done on that. But given that
She loved it.
cases are down and that the pace of boosters has been sluggish, will there be an actual public campaign by the president or the administration, more of an outward effort to get people to get their boosters?
Well, I think we will continue to do the work we've been doing. And today we launched a new website, covid.gov, which gives people what they need to track transmission in their community, to find a test to treat location. So an opportunity, a location where you can go, you can get a test, and if you're positive, you can get an antiviral. So this website is part of our effort, our continued and ongoing effort to make sure that people have what they need to deal with COVID as we move into potentially the next phase of this disease. From the outset, we have said and continue to believe, because the science shows, that getting vaccinated, getting boosted is the best thing that you can do in order to protect yourself from the virus. So that has been a big piece of our public messaging. That's been a big piece of our message to the country, and it will continue to be.
Today described this new moment where he said COVID no longer controls our lives. How critical is it that Americans get boosted to stay in this new moment right now?
It's important, and our message has consistently been that it is important to get boosted. The science shows it is the best way to prevent the spread of the virus and to protect you and your loved ones and your family and your friends from getting sick. So our message will always be: it is important to go out and get boosted. We are doing everything in our power. We have done everything in our power to make sure that boosters are free and available to everybody in the country.
Yes.
Thank you. Regarding the president's budget proposal, which was released earlier this week, Senator Manchin is already saying that he can't support this so-called billionaire's tax because it would tax unrealized gains on certain assets. I wanted to hear your response to that, and I'm also wondering if he sticks with that. Given his opposition, does that mean this proposal is DOA?
Well, what I would say is that the president's budget is a classic Joe Biden budget. It is focused on security. It is focused on security in our communities, security abroad, and it was designed in order to help ensure that we have the money in reserve to pay for and bring down the deficit. Even after Congress sends us whatever they ultimately send us on the proposals that he very much wants to see passed to lower prescription drug costs, to lower the cost of childcare, to tackle the climate crisis. So the key priorities in this budget are those, and ensuring that the wealthiest pay their fair share. Obviously, I think Senator Manchin and President Biden share a belief that the rich should pay their fair share. And we'll allow the process of negotiation to work itself out. I'm obviously not going to negotiate from the podium, But I do think that Senator Manchin and President Biden share that fundamental belief that the rich should pay their fair share, the wealthiest, I should say, should pay their fair share. And so we'll continue to work with him and to work with Congress to move these forward.
21 states have filed a lawsuit against the government because of the mask mandates on transportation. I wonder if the White House is prepared through the CDC to issue some new guidelines to lift these mask mandates.
So I don't have any news to make on this at this moment. I will say these are conversations that are.
All right, you're getting some
underway,
butter in. Watch
and
out
certainly
here.
when we have news to make
455
on this,
next
we'll come back
level.
to you.
Thank you, Kate.
Unless we bounce.
When
I'm
I
eating a
asked
chewy
Jay
bar.
Sullivan the question of whether no one in the administration had said definitively whether or not the White House thinks that Ukraine can win this war, he referred me to the Pentagon. And moments ago, when the same question was asked to you, you said, I don't know. I don't know. I have to say it. But the president has said, I don't care what Putin thinks. So why isn't the administration being more definitive on this question? Is it for fear that this might provoke Moscow? Is it that you don't have a clear definition of what victory might look like over there?
I think what is important here, as I said in my previous answer, I think what's important here is our actions. I think we have provided the security assistance, we've provided the weapons to Ukraine. We continue to support Ukraine. We continue to do everything in our power to ensure that they have what they need. So I think if there's, I don't think there should be any question about whether this White House and this president is doing everything in his power to support Ukraine in the face of Russian aggression.
But towards what ends? Thank you, Kate. Two questions, one on Iran, one on electric vehicle. So on Iran, today Secretary Blinken had announced a new sanction against Iran over the ballistic missile activities. Will this endanger the nuclear talk?
Sorry, the second part. Second part.
Will this endanger the nuclear talk?
No, not at all. In fact, these sanctions are not connected to the Iran deal. They demonstrate, in fact, what we have always said, which is that we will continue to hold Iran accountable for its missile proliferation and support to proxy networks as we work diplomatically to place strict limits on its nuclear program. So that will be true whether we are back in the nuclear deal or not. And the sanctions that we're applying today will remain in place whether or not we're back in the nuclear deal. But as you know, it is our firm view that getting out of the deal was a disaster. And second, that these other problems, missiles and proxies, are better addressed without Iran at the nuclear breakout threshold. So ultimately, we are able to hold Iran accountable on issues like the missile program while continuing to work toward a potential deal to limit their nuclear program.
Second question on the electric vehicle. So yesterday, you announced investment in electric vehicle, and this week, actually, a Chinese company called Semcor, which is Shanghai Energy New Material Technology, just announced a new electric vehicle battery investment in Ohio, which will create around 1,200 jobs. We know pushing cutting-edge technology and preserving supply chain is Biden administration's priority. But would you also worry about national security aspect and future supply chain concern over a Chinese investment on those items?
Well, as you say, a significant economic priority, a significant plank of the Biden economic agenda is bringing our supply chains to America, making more in America, manufacturing in America. The president has been very focused on taking steps to ensure that we're doing that, and we're seeing investment. You'll all remember the investment that Intel announced a couple of months ago. These are investments that are happening in part because President Biden is creating an environment where companies feel like they will get the support and they will therefore bring their jobs here. On the national security question, I would only say, of course, we would always review and undertake all of the necessary steps, but I don't have anything beyond that to say. Oh, okay. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
So, I know we're talking about the levels, but how do you like the new Jen? He's sus. That guy, hold up, little door closer over there. Nah. Why is he looking like that? Nah, he was. Look at him. Hold on. Why is he walking like? Usually it's the other chick with her, but then hold up. Look at him. This is the slowest. He's like Like, well, something happened. He was looking there. I don't know. I liked her. I liked her a lot better than Jen. I'm sorry, Jen. We love you and we watch you every day, Jen. But she was nicer. That's it. They answered the question the same. But I liked her. She was good. She seemed nicer. She didn't, it just a little less sass. It was just like, all right, I guess. It was this, it was boring. Yeah, but it was good, though. It wasn't as like, I don't know, like she, even if she didn't answer the question like fully, it wasn't like sassy. I don't know. I think it was just her tone. That's it. But I liked her. She's not as jaded though. I feel she doesn't have to deal with the reporters every day. I feel like Jen was kind of like that when she first started, and then everybody kept testing Jen's gangster, and Jen just like shut up. So it's good. It happens. I feel Jen still has COVID, I believe. So that was good. Mm-hmm. That guy at the end though, I don't know what was up with that door knocking there or the door closing. But SPY's coming down to the levels here. Again, 455. We got 30 minutes left. We might hit there. That's the close there of Monday. So we've given up a new low now. We've pretty much gone a slightly lower than yesterday, slightly higher than when the news initially broke. A lot of the commodities have already got recovered. So it's decent. We're going to see how it plays out. I mean, everything's still in play. It's just all the same stuff. I mean, today you just flip-flopped, and now you have financials down as well as tech and all of that. Tech definitely wasn't doing that bad, and then it kind of broke away extra 0.5% from the SPY there in the last hour or so. So nothing too crazy, but we're waiting, digesting. Sadly, there was no real news today. This has just been the back and forth. Why do T and VZ inverse? I have no idea. Lately, it's been doing that, and that's why we picked up those Verizon plays, but the Verizon plays didn't perform as well. But I've been noticing that since the last couple of weeks. They like inverse, and then they vibe with it, then they don't. But a lot of the communication stocks, I mean, it kind of makes sense that, the communication would have a little bit of a benefit. It's very important here, and then other places, worldwide. But other than that, it's very hard to say. And they have been underperformers, if anything. That's like the easy divergence. You could always point out when the market goes down. Really bad, you'll notice that some of the other stocks that were already beaten down, they will begin to rise. So I think that could be it with some other external forces. But I tried to play it, but it didn't really play out as I planned. So thankfully, that one was actually a little bigger. I put like $100 on it. So VVC. But keep watch on it. I mean, there's a lot of little pockets that are doing that, and a lot of things happening. Well, there's end of the month rebalancing. We're gonna get some of that tomorrow, but you're also going to get the end of the quarter one. Russell rebalance, I'm not familiar. I do not know when. The range for the PCE, it's tight. So if that comes in heavy, we'll see. Again, German CPI today was not good, and I think that points to our CPI, but PCE could be an event tomorrow. We will see. It just really depends. If you surprise big, we will get clapped. If not, then things could be a little bit better. So VVC. New Zealand confirms lift of trading halt. Air New Zealand. What a day. You got 30 minutes left. A slow but steady sell-off. You unwinding everything from yesterday. So let's see how it plays out. And we're going to see if we get any other headlines there. And really coming into the next few days, that PCE and jobs report Thursday, Friday, back-to-back, plus the yield curve, plus energy and commodities. That will be the key. And then we got a couple of earnings there, too. Again, we played the Walgreens. That one didn't really work out. I think I might end up holding it. I don't want to, though. But we will see. I don't want to hold it because I like to keep the strategy, just sell off, because I feel like the plays are still going to get clapped no matter what, unless they really do good. Funny how the media says Ukraine can win against Russia. I like the question she asked. I mean, it just highlights it, though. I don't know. It's like I'm I'm really over just going back and forth with it. It's either you believe the news or you don't. It's very simple. Just everything's damn contradicting. So it's, we're going to find out. But that question was interesting where she highlighted, she's like, well, you keep saying that Putin's advisors are this and that, but you guys can't speak for Ukraine and all of that. So I just think we're getting a lot of back and forth, and we will find out. We will find out. Yeah, the Lulu play was good, but focus on that strategy and volatility. I think I might just make the video on that today and discuss, there's just there's like 3 separate catalysts that even during volatility, you could focus on certain plays. And that one was one of them. And that's why I'm kind of excited here for earnings, because it could create an opportunity here where it's like, okay, we got massive volatility. There's a lot of stuff, but we could have little pockets that will last for a day or two based on specific catalysts. But it is risky. The Wevo, I don't know. I feel like everyone got hyped on it till rates started going down, and then we haven't heard anything. Yeah, ruble back to pre-war levels. I mean, it could be indicating probably all of the trade that you're not seeing, and or my main thesis with it would be preparing for ruble transactions for gasoline or energy, as tomorrow will be the deadline. Germany already responded today, and we will see how it plays out. We have to wait till tomorrow for Walgreens. Walgreens is tomorrow morning, so I don't think it's not going to be after hours. A lot of things are kind of V-bound. We've seen that a lot towards the end of the day, but it would happen earlier. So even if we bounce, I mean, we might get back up to VWAP if it gets aggressive. Otherwise, it puts us like in a weird middle between the highs and the close of yesterday. Market on close, 791 million to the buy. Ooh. Micron News, nah, that was just a failed earnings continuation. So that's an example of it not working on the post earnings. And then where's Restoration at? Yeah, Restoration, they continued to decline. PSX, that thing's still going. Miss listening to music during the day. Look forward. It's fall about. I don't think I'll get like clapped. One day we should have a music day where like I could just play the playlist, because I used to vibe out heavy. It's different. I don't know. It's nice. I mean, it's good to be busy. At least you're busy. You're working out there. It keeps you more involved. But man, there's just something about like 100 decibels of music and just trading, bro. Like it's just like. It's crazy. I don't know, man. I'm telling you, like, you give me, it's the weirdest combo. But I trade different when I listen to Lil Baby and Gunna. It's weird. I had a phase for it where that's all I would listen to, just all the like Lil Baby and Gunna tracks. And I don't know what about it just gets me like, I don't know. It just gets me going. I'm like, this way. I'm just like, oh, trying to catch the wave, harder Fibonacci wave, dude. And I just get super hype, bro. So that dates catch every day. Catch it, I try to get paid. Yeah, I just go. I'm like, oh my gosh, oh my god. But that was a while. I haven't been able to do that in a minute. I don't know why though. That gets me in like the trading thing. It's really weird. It's really weird. The beats are volatile. I gotta love volatility. Gotta love it. Omi and Pick on the high. OMI. My jacket, I fight that don't mean that it's beige. I think we rally. We've seen a week is because of earnings. I think Bank of America yesterday said it's a bull market rally. I think there's a lot of stuff going on with it. There is the pensions, which you got to keep in mind, but this is very, it was the last 2 week rally so far has been in like the 99 percentile of any 2-week rally, especially within a bear market rally. Again, only other times you've seen market performance this bad and then have a rally like that, it was 2008, and then other times were like 1929. So it's a little bit weirder. What is it? Recession then? I mean, in like 10 months or 12 months, a minimum. I mean, we'll see. It's just the timing. I mean, just be on watch. That's all. I mean, right now, the yield curve is not inverted. It did not hit it there today. It kind of pulled back a little bit, but that's why I think in the next few days, or at least by the CPI or Fed, it should be fully inverted. The Nightco is daily puts rally, seen only once every few dozen years. Welcome to Ocean's 11. Which both rallies led to more downside over the next few months? Well, yeah, I think all of them, and then even like there was one in 09, which went down, but then a couple months later it went up. But, I mean, key is we got our yield curve inversion. We know what's happening with commodities and all of that, and we understand the risk in the other countries. That's all you got to focus on, and just don't underestimate the SPY to go up in the meantime. That's why we got our long-term. You get a couple good leaps that you like on some companies so you can ride it out there. Don't overpay and don't buy into the green days, and just wait till everything develops, and then if the yield curve triggers, then that's it. And then we got our we have what we need. But it's a solid indicator. And you saw it. I told you, everybody is going to... The problem is you are going to get the shit confused out of you over the next 12 months with the yield curve. So I hope you listen to what I'm saying, and I hope you realize you're hearing it first before... And it's not about me calling it first. I'm just telling you, don't forget your first knowledge on it and why I'm bringing that up, because over the next 12 months or longer, they are going to hammer it home exactly what she said. What she said today, we already talked about it. They're going to say, well, we have a lot of other tools and this and that, and then we're looking at this, and you know, everyone's going to ignore it. Or everyone will try, there's going to be half opinion on why it's going to crash tomorrow, and then the other half is why it doesn't really matter, and it's nothing to worry about just yet. So just get ready for that. I mean, hopefully you could prepare yourself mentally. But I know for a fact that's just how it happens every time. I've seen it, but it's a very controversial topic, and it's just so accurate. That's the problem. It's just like literally there has never been a recession without the yield curve inverted. That's it. You've never witnessed that ever. So it's going to be a good one. But at least you know what to look for, and that's why it's just like. Just make sure you focus on what's important. You're going to have a little bit of patience and wait till the big one actually gives you a trigger, and then you're good to go. The 2 and 10-year reverse today did not invert. So yesterday it inverted, but today, all day today, it came close to inverting, but it never did. That's why I said let's wait till what we got. In 2010, it didn't invert. Well, that's the funny part. It didn't invert on the one we were looking at. The 2s and 10s never inverted in 2019, but the one that Jerome Powell said, the 3-month and 10s, I believe, inverted. But it was like it was considered a normal curve to a degree. 2020 was a very it was a phenomena, if anything. And even like 2001 with how the yield curve played out, you know, the market did start dropping before they cut the rates, and the curve was it was just flattened and really inverted in small areas. How imminent is the full inversion? The next important data set, whether it's the Fed minutes, the CPI, or anything, those will be the things that will move the next marker on it and then keep us inverted. I think I could be wrong. Oh, maybe I am. I just hit my water bottle and it hit that button. I don't know, but we will see. You remember the September move? I don't know. I think that was I think we just got scammed off of that. But the September, November move, I don't know. That one was very, very short-lived, if anything. So, like, let me see it. No, that was 2020. Yeah, that was still at the top. I don't think it's gonna really. It could, but the difference is no yield curve or anything like that. Yeah, nah. What was there's one September was only I think September was CPI, wasn't it? Is it inverted also indicating a flash crash? No, it would not. If it was going to be a flash crash, you would need the bounce. So that's like kind of what I'm saying is again, I started this whole thing like talking about it. Do not underestimate the market's ability to go up during all of this. Like that's where the flash crash comes from, this divergence. Again, I'm so happy about this stat, bro. Because I'm like, wow, I wonder how this is going to play out. We get to live through it. But this is the, I know, I'm sorry. I keep hitting you on it. But this is the fifth largest since 2000 or ever, really, 2008. And then even going back in history, the fifth largest divergence. Like, by far. Like, that's why I'm like, okay, this is wild. This one's wild. But yeah, so get ready. Get ready. But just be nimble. Be nimble. Have money for the next move. Watch how this is going to play out. And just get ready to just be patient. That's it. As long as you don't, every day we're going to go back and forth just like we saw with yesterday. You're going to get a lot of that. So we'll see how it plays out. Go from there. But there is going to be a X amount of time. I mean, this is going to be like the boat crash. A lot of time. And it's going to move slow. 12 months. I mean, just imagine. It was only 12 months ago. You were freaking out about inflation, trying to buy every meme stock you could think of. Trying to buy everything. That was only 12 months ago. Isn't it crazy? 12 months ago, there was no war. There was no high gas prices. There was no Afghanistan, Taliban stuff. There was no bills getting passed or denied. It was like that was all just 12 months ago. Imagine everything that's happened. There was no weather events. There was no Evergrande. What else is there? Do you see what I'm saying? Like in the last 12 months, there was a lot. There was no freaking out about the Fed. There was no, CPI was a lot lower. Simple time. Even then, it wasn't simple. I was even like, this is crazy. It wasn't even simple. So just imagine that's a 12-month time frame from then till now. There was no crazy techno song. I know, man. I know. So just keep that in mind. But that's why I'm saying it's like, this is going to be slow. And 12 months, a lot could happen. That's it. The butterfly, I might grab another one, but we're going to wait. I want to hold that one till the expiration. We will see where things are at. And then, again, we got a 12-month time frame from there, or we'll see what happens in between. Yeah, DD 12 months ago. I don't even think DD existed. That was probably 8 months ago, 9 months ago. 10-minute rig coming in 4 minutes. Would you hold leaps? I have over $20,000, or I think almost $30,000 in Airbnb leaps. So I have a couple of leaps on stuff I really like, and that's about it. And other plays that we've been holding. Other than that, just make sure you get a good deal. And the best thing to do, just don't buy into the green. That's all. Especially in the volatile moments. Just stop buying in when everybody buys in. Like all you're doing is you're waiting till everybody else buys in, and then it has a premium, and then you're like, okay, I feel comfortable. Now let me get it. No, just buy it when it's red. If you could wait until the shit is red, and you find something you want and actually are buying it on the dip, then you will be very, very good. That's the, you know, and then again, control your balance, make sure you have enough. But the problem with all of these is on the rally, and then you're buying, you know, and you're buying it into the rally. That's where you're going to be in a little bit of a problem. So just I think that's the easiest way to go about anything you want to buy, but you got to balance it out. And like I'm saying, just be ready and be expectant of volatility. And if you're the type that judges your performance after 48 hours to a week, then you're going to be in for a wild ride. But just don't be the guy buying on all of the green candles. You see what I'm saying? Even here, wait till it comes down, or if it's a green, wait till it's actually the lower end of the candle. But you know, don't buy here, buy right here. Don't, you know what I'm saying? Don't buy right here, buy right here. Even then, even if it keeps going down, but I'm just saying at the very least, you're buying into the red. That's what you need. Because if you're buying it on a massive 4% rally day, and then even if it's still lower, you're going to pay a premium with it. And then the spreads are wild. This is part of illiquidity and volatility. The mindless pension. Well, we'll see. I think the pension buying should be wrapping up. But, I mean, we'll see here to the end of the quarter. It's one of my stickies, buy on a red candle. Super, super easy, super hard. Because when you want to buy it, you're like, no. And like, I want it, but that's why I just wait. Like Uber, I brought that up today. I like Uber. I sold out of the plays yesterday, and I want to buy back into them, but I need the premium to come down. I need to buy Uber on a red day. If I could get if Uber comes down, we kill off some of that premium over the last couple days, I'm going to buy back into Uber. But right now, they're still up 40 to 50%. Repl. What's Replum? Replinum. A little bounce, though. 10-minute rig coming in hot. 30 seconds. REPL just got a pop right there. I don't know what that one is. Uber going to the moon. Good guy, man. He's a good guy. He fights hard. You know, he fights hard. Roblo is not in the long term. I have it in the other account. Well, it went up too high. And then by the time it came down, we were looking at a lot of other discounts. But Roblox is on my list for next month. So we'll see. SPY. Oh, 10-minute rigged. Coming down. Little bit of a move. Little bit. Everybody May 60 Roblos, added some there. Make sure it covers earnings. If you could cover earnings on it, I think it'll be dope. Like, I still have some of those old leaps. 2 out of 3 are just down 99%. I was like, what? The Nancy leap is clapped. Oh, my goodness. SPY, WTF. There's 10-minute rig. I mean, again, the best case scenario, we would have came up to VWAP, but we'll see. 457 is like the lows of yesterday, and anything below that, we'll see what happens. Yeah, Yancey. I mean, Yancey lost the mill on those, and she ain't even care. She ain't even tripping, bro. I think I'm going to hold the Walgreens. They dropped 37%, so that's pre-earnings fail. Pre-earnings fail. We hit the pre-earnings. What was the other pre-earnings we hit the other day? Was it not Micron? Didn't we hit another one? I feel like we hit a pre-earnings play already. And then we just got the post on Lulu. Russia's starting to withdraw from Chernobyl. That's what Pentagon is saying. Baidu's on the low. They're continuing it down. Interesting. Remember, they had was it Adobe? I think, yeah, it was Adobe. We hit that one like a week or two ago. It seems recently. It was only like 20%. It was Adobe. So that was good. Walgreens failed, but I'm going to hold Walgreens. I think I'll hold it. I'm already down 40%. Might as well. I figured these would have been, even if they did good, I figured these will go to 10 cents, even if the stock is up and it's just not in the money. Free fall. We'll see. Again, if it breaks below 457, the key is if we get to 455. Otherwise, it's like just an awkward middle between there. CCL. I mean, a lot of travel stocks are doing good. I don't know about going for like a leap on there. You might be able to flip it, but I'm not the biggest fan of those. No, Ford, I sold out the Ford premiums. Let the Ford premiums come down, then they'll be good for calls. Remember, I sold them yesterday. I was just like, some people were confused, but like I said, the premiums were just already up. Like I had the May contracts. I had these ones, but you could see it. They were like, these contracts were dead for the longest time. And then they just shot back up today, and now they're like coming back down. So it's a decent price right now if you wanted it, but I'm out of them for now. I'm going to be a little patient. Ford value or growth? I would say value because it's still underperforming, like in that sense. Like it's kind of out of favor. It's like real value and it pays the dividend. So it's like both out of favor, in favor, but they have a lot more way to go. It's like they could grow into it, and that's where your real value comes from. But I would say more value. Yeah, they are going to split the EV business. They just need to stop spending money. Everybody does. Like, the government needs to stop spending money. I mean, we should all stop spending money and have a good budget. But, like, Ford just, like, I don't know why they did that last quarter or, like, 2 quarters ago. Like, they were just, like, they just keep spending. I don't know what's necessary or not for them, but they just spend. That's if Ford could cut down their capex, like it would be a whole different story. They can't stop all of them. Burn cash to innovate. Yeah, and Ford just like it's a legacy company. I mean, it's been there. They got a lot they're paying for dividends. They got a lot of boomers on there, a lot of insiders. You know, it's like they know the game already. But I don't know. They just spend a lot though. The Walgreens was an April call. I bought them at 50 cents or 40 cents. They're down 41% here. We were gonna buy them and sell them out, but even then on a pre-earnings play, usually you don't go down 40%. So I'm gonna just ride this one out. It's not even coming back up. The electric Mustang, throw it in there. I like the car. It looks cool. And I got LED lights. I don't know if I'd buy one, but they're cool to look at sometimes. I have not driven one yet. The only electric vehicle I've ever driven is a Tesla. That's it. A couple things moving right here. EXC hitting the high. Yo, a couple of things are going crazy. XLU on the high. Interesting close here. Interesting. The best thing since wrestling. Attention, please. These scammers. Just let this thing move up, bro. Come on, stop playing with us. This stock is so weird, though. Roblox looks to fall to 40. The pump is mad. EWG near the lows. LMT, they were up earlier. Tesla. Roblo, the Taycan. The Taycan's more expensive, though, than a Tesla. The Taycan competes with, like, the same price point as the Lucid. That's why, I don't know, bro. The Lucid is a weird car. I don't know, man. It's hard to describe. Have you ever been on a cruise? I've not. Cat Pop. Again, a lot of these are kind of running a lot of material plays here at the close. Let's go in there. No job alert. Let's go, baby. Amen. Daikon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, if you guys are holding on to any bags, please throw them in the overhead bins above. Firmly beneath your seat, we'll be coming through the aisle with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 5 p.m. Pacific time at the Trading Fraternity terminal. Hopefully we see you there. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m., 6:10 out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it is about 68 degrees and sunny. Looking like a good day out there, a little bit cool, and hopefully you're not flip-flopping too hard there with the S&P so you could enjoy it. We are no longer under COVID guidelines, so please make sure that you exit one row at a time. No masks are required, but we do ask that you are respectful of all other passengers and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Cole Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully you have a wonderful evening. Let's go. I was getting hyped off that. I was like, bro, my clapping hand is back. That was so weird yesterday. Oh man, but bring it home, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot to digest. The walk back in cold water of the news from yesterday. A slight, slow sell-off coming into the bottom. Energy is up. Germany is responding to energy. Tech went down, but a couple of plays in the other space went up. Tesla was up and down and up and down. A lot going on. The yield curve is no longer inverted, but it's at a danger zone. We're waiting about more aid or more developments from Russia and Ukraine. There is a lot. Japan chilled out. You got the PCE tomorrow and the jobs report on Friday. You got to finalize it all today, baby. 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Let's go, everybody, to the exit. To the exit. The bell's gonna ring. You can hold the play if you want, but after the bell, you can't do anything about it. If it's an option. So finalize it. Bring it home. Less than 20 seconds left, ladies and gentlemen. Less than 20 seconds left. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Oh, man, this is gonna be crazy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Hard. Oh my, did we close right at VWAP? Are you serious? Yo, they're crazy, bro. They're crazy. Oh my gosh. Did they really close it at VWAP? But that's it, man. We did it. We made it. We did. I need the GGs. Give me my G. Wait, hold on. I need the G. No, we need to. Come on, man. We did it. We made it. I need a GG, everybody. God bless you. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it, baby. Come on. Let me go. I don't care if you made money or lost money. I don't care if you were in the game. Actually, no GGs if you weren't in the game. I'm just saying. If you were really in the game, we need a GG. We need that good sportsmanship. And were you typing in the chat all day or were you playing? Huh? Were you in the game or were you typing, baby? I don't know, but GG. All sins are forgiven with the GG, baby. Come on. Good sportsmanship. Come on. If you made it to the bell, I need a GG. Let's go, baby. 7 hours in the books again. We did that again. We did it again. Oh my gosh. Let's go, baby. Oh, I need my GG. Oh, I need to. Forgive me, Lord. Forgive me, Lord. You know we need the GG. Come on, chat. Forgive me. If I clapped you today, forgive me. Okay? If I said something you don't like, forgive me. I was in the heat of the battle. I was playing with real money. We going over real theories, a real-ass yield curve. You know what I'm saying? Real-ass news. Real-ass news. You got it first, man. Come on. I need my GG. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. GG, baby. Oh, my God. Hey, man. Cut it. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. So God bless you, baby. God bless you. I hope you had as much fun, if not more fun than I did today. But I love all of you. Thank you for being here. Before you get going, I just want to say thank you to each and every single one of you. If you put me on in your speakers, you put me on in your car, your work, wherever it was, you gave me an opportunity. So I'm thankful for it, and I bless you, man. I'm just giving blessings to you, and I hope you are blessed as much as you have blessed me, my friend. But thank you for that opportunity. Big shout out to all the people who support the channel, whether it's a like, a share, who knows what it is. Toe point. It doesn't even let me like my own video. Hard. Oh my gosh, baby. Look at that. They didn't have to do it. You didn't have to like the video, but you did. Some of you showed up with game time mode. You didn't have to. That's what I'm talking about. God bless you. Thank you. See? So God bless you, man, for real. Big shout out to all of you. Thank you for all being here and giving me that time. Again, if you hold it down in various ways, big shout out to the members. Some of them have been supporting and holding it down for years, baby, for years. So members, thank you for making it look good. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for being gracious. Thank you for contributing to the chat, because guess what, man? $4.99 don't give you a good attitude. $4.99 don't put love in your heart. $4.99 don't get you in the game. You know what I'm saying? They don't feel me, baby. I love it. So members, God bless you for real, man. It's amazing. I know some of you have been here for such a long time. And again, when the market gets crazy, when there's a lot of, just high level shit that we have to deal with and going over it, and going over theses and trying and experimenting and all of it, man. I know some of you have been here for a while, and I just appreciate just how you guys have been here. It's great to have you witness everything, to you guys having you learn it with me, and you guys get to follow along, and we just get to share this moment. So God bless you and thank you. Big shout out there to the Stream Alerts and all the other people supporting that way. If you got the membership badge at Stream Alerts, man, God bless you. You holding it down above and beyond, and we appreciate you. And again, Stream Alerts, better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. We gonna make sure you don't miss anything. But we love you guys, and just don't get it twisted at the end of the day. It don't matter. It don't matter if you got Stream Alerts, okay? It don't matter if you got Stream Alerts. It don't matter if you a member or not. I don't care what any of them. Nah, we don't care about that. Again, $4.99, it don't make you different. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm saying. $4.99 isn't going to make you wake up in the morning and play the game as everybody else is playing it. You know what I'm saying? Stream Alerts ain't going to make you serious if you ain't already serious and ready to play. So my shout out is for every single one of you. If you show up with the same intensity that I do it, you know what I'm saying? If you could wake up when I wake up, you playing when I'm playing, you in the game, you sharing these moments, you know what I'm saying? And you just come to play and you're coming to try. That's it. You don't, whether it's win or loss, up or down, it don't matter. You can have a lot of dialogue or no dialogue. All that matters is, we gonna try, baby. We gonna try. We in the game. We said we gonna be in the stock market. We said we gonna make a change, and we did it, baby. That's who I'm talking to. That's what I'm about, man, and I just love it. You know why? Because there's nothing like being surrounded by people like that. Y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. Some people don't feel it. Some people will never get the benefit of that. You know what I'm saying? Even then, even if they don't want to, they will. But I'm just saying, man, waking up and being able to be around that, being around it all day, each day, day in, day out, seeing people not motivated by anything else except for they have the same desire as you. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that's what I'm talking about, and that's what we got here, bro. And we all built that together. Every single one of you. Some of you have been here longer than others, so you know what I'm talking about, man. That's what we've really been on, so I love it. So just thank you. Thank you for showing up, ready to play. Ready to play. And honestly, man, if you showed up and you didn't want to play today, I honestly encourage you to get in the game before it's too late. That's it. As simple as that. We're going to do what we do. As you can see, I love it, man, because some of y'all were like me today. Y'all could even just ignore the BS. Y'all were just getting straight to the point. We didn't miss any of the news. We were looking at plays, post earnings, pre-earnings. We getting the yield curve. So I love it, baby. I love it. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, you know what I'm saying? So God bless you, man, for real. For real, for real. And just keep it up, okay? Keep it up. I mean, I can't wait. I wish I was able to give you the PHILO. I'll give you a sneak peek at the PHILO. You're either doing it or you're not. Honestly, it's just me telling you in the game or not. It was an epic thesis. I had a good one for you. But don't worry. What's going to come is going to come. You know what I'm saying? But for real, thankful. It's crazy. We've been here for years. It's crazy. We keep doing it. It's crazy the moments we live in. So I just hope all of you guys are ready. And once again, as always, my friends, thank you for being here and thank you for your support, baby. God bless the cult. God bless the cult, baby. And shout out to long term. Don't forget, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to, we love that long term. And that long term, it's just getting started if you think about it. You know what I'm saying? So that's it, man. I love you guys. God bless you. Check out the links. Oh, we'll talk about the real estate here in a little. Don't worry. I'll just tell you quite simply, God bless you and thank you for liking the video. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. Don't miss it. I might give you a different one today. We're going to say, oh, it's good. But if you want, learn about the yield curve, bro. Learn about it. That's fine. And you can see, I don't know what shirt I'm going to wear today. I look a little smaller in this shirt. You can see. But if you want to see what I look like before that and you want to look at my face, we have a merch link. And you can see this was me before I got the long term and started lifting. So nice to meet you. I use this as a marketing technique to sell you some very breathable merchandise that we do have available. So if you'd like to check it out, it's there for you. And thank you to everybody who has. And honestly, man, just you got to rock that bull with a smile on your face. You know what I'm saying? I love you. See, that's why I'm always smiling. That's why I'm always smiling. You know what I'm saying? It's beautiful. It's beautiful. But check that out. Second link, members or watch list. Third link for the membership. Check out the new channels, code Real Estate, code Cars, code Music, code PHILO. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Oh, you got the green ones, bro. The green ones are a hit. Every time I wear them, everybody's like, yo, when do I get those? How can I'm like, man, it was a limited release, man. You know what I'm saying? We got red pink ones now. I don't know how to describe the color. It's hard, man. It's hard to describe, whatever it may be, okay? Okay. But check it out, man. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity, okay? I got the long term on there. You can see all the latest long-term picks that we've made. And just don't respond to any fake trading fraternity that hits you up. So if you follow me and I follow you back and I start asking you about trading and crypto, that's not me, dude. Okay, so report them. Don't fall for it. I love you all. God bless you. If you want to learn about options, this is a great link to start with, how option trading works and finding 1,000% gainers. I'm telling you, this one's a good one. This one's a good one. You'll learn. I promise you'll learn. Check it out. How we set up our long term. Somebody asked for an update on this today. I might be down to do that here. If you guys want to go for an update, I mean, I'm not going to talk about how we set it up because it's age old and I want you to figure that one out. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, we could give an update on where things stand. The long term's is looking beautiful, honestly. I'm very humbled by it. I'm glad we stuck to the strategy. I mean, I didn't plan to flip-flop anyways, but at the end of the day, man, it's looking good. We could give you an update. You know I got a lot of plans, but if you have been here, if you've been on the Instagram or you're at least following along, you know, you guys come with great questions. I'm always down to share my plans with it and talk to you about where we're at and all that. But the long term's looking pretty. It's looking beautiful. It's great. It's exactly what we wanted. So let's just, I mean, honestly, just more motivated to keep building it out. Sticking to the plan and little by little, and now we got enough invested where, you know, we got a little bit more flexibility, and I'm very, very grateful about that. So, yalla. I feel like our Gucci man in 2006. Yeah. Oh, you put that on the speaker in the trap? Well, everybody should vibe to that. You know what I'm saying? Honestly, if you ever need big motivation, that's all you got to say to yourself sometimes. Just be like, I feel like I'm Gucci man in 2006. Yeah. Make no sense. Yeah, it's good for you. It's good for you. Trust me. But check those out. And finally, man, whether you Gucci man or no Gucci man, it don't matter. We got a prayer request wall. It's not that deep. If you click the link, you're not going to turn into salt. We don't have any other affiliate links for you to click on. Just a nice little prayer request wall. We want to pray for you. Put your jersey on our back, man. The whole logic, it is the attitude that we try to foster in here. It's very simple. You got to be able to root for people. You got to be able to want other people to succeed, especially the people around you. And that's what we all about, because if it can't flow through you, it ain't going to flow to you, dog. I'm just trying to keep it real with you. And that's what we're about. This is something me and my mom do, and I feel like I've got the Chad on board, and I know the Chad praying for everybody else, and we doing it. You know what I'm saying? So keep praying for me, man. Don't be shy. Don't be scared, whatever it may be, and then keep praying for everybody in here. And like I said, always, if you ever want to do anything for me, man, shoot me a prayer. Just pray for your boy. Honestly, the prayer of a genuine person, it goes a long way, and nothing is better than that. 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 The options link is right there, man. It's in the description. It's there. I love you. God bless you. But that's it, man. That's the day. I wish I could give you the PHILO. I don't know. I can't talk about it because I'm gonna ruin it. I feel like I'm gonna just give it to you. You guys know how hype I am. But for real, man. Honestly, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it for real. The PHILO, man, is just, I just want you to put into practice everything we've been going over. Okay? That's it. I don't know. I don't know if you could sense a difference in myself. You know, it's stuff we've already known, but it's crazy how little reminders can always bring you back and get you on board. But honestly, I think the post PHILO I could give you is just put it to life, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, seriously, let's bring it to life. Start focusing on what you can control. Let go of everything else, man. Let everybody let people do what they want to do. Let people say what they want to say. If they, it's on you to accept or decline anything in your life right now. And then again, just take, I'm telling you, honestly, all it is I'm just taking one extra second. That's it. I move pretty fast. I move pretty fast on a lot of things. I don't know. Have you ever seen me execute it? I timed it once. I was able to execute a trade in like a second or something like that. It was crazy. It's like I can move fast, but when it comes to interpreting things, whether it's the news, whether it's other people saying stuff to you, whether it's reading the piece of something on the internet, whether you're in traffic, something happens, just take one extra second, okay? And just be aware of your impression and how you are responding to what it is. And just really ask yourself and try to get to the bottom of it. Is this in my control or not? And just control yourself. That's it. This is it. That's all it comes down to. It's just self-control. It's self-control. It's focusing on it. It's not being impulsive with it. Not letting anything get ahead of it. And that's why, because that's the only thing you can control. And so honestly, it's very peaceful, and I really hope you guys get it. I hope I can set an example for you with it. But above all else, I just want to see you do. I want to see y'all do this, and I want to be able to see it more and more. And some of you are, honestly. What I saw today was amazing. So I'm excited. But for real, those PHILOs, man, all of them. And if I could say anything, man, because this is why I had a talk with God yesterday. Don't worry, I'm not going delusional. I didn't hear any trumpets or shit like that. Don't worry, chill out. But it was just something to just sit there with God, man. And I was just talking about, I was like, man, all of the stoicism, all of the PHILO, all of this stuff is great, but it's like it's so different when I open up my Bible, man, and the words. And just reading from the book, and it's just like, don't ever forget with all of this, man, the driver behind a lot of the PHILO, and the timelines could correlate, but what I'm just trying to tell you, man, is finger to the sky, okay? To God be the glory, and there's a lot of things, and a lot of things can help you in this world. A lot of things can hurt you, but a lot of things will help, but it's just like, man, just like taking all the PHILOs we've discussed, and then also everything with God and what we already know, and knowing that's the source, you know what I'm saying? Oh. God is good, bro, for real. For real. So just don't forget that, you know what I'm saying? And please don't ever let it slip, because I like it, because I know we're reaching a lot of people. Yeah, for real. I know a lot of the recent PHILOs, it's hitting some of y'all different. It's hitting some people way, way different, and I love it. But that's why too, I just don't want it. Don't ever get distracted. And, it's like it's easy to follow these when the Father is good and you have that fellowship. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Chad, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Yes. Woo! So I love it, man. It's good, but hey. Just don't forget, man, control what you can control, okay? That's it. That's it. Control what you can control, my friends. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. You are not obligated to handle anything outside of your control. Isn't that amazing? I mean, you are not obligated. It don't matter what anybody does, how they behave. Sometimes it'll be pleasant. Sometimes it'll be painful. But at the end of the day, you can still control your reaction. I'm frustrated at life. Well, that was the PHILO of yesterday, and that was the conversation with Epictetus. Only thing we control is our attitude and effort. Tell him, Mr. Riddle. Always good to see that name, baby. God bless you. God bless you. All right, Troy's out. Make sure you follow Troy. Fast Stock News on Twitter, baby. Such an amazing realization. It really is, and it's easy to forget. And it's easy to get caught up in the daily patterns of life, and then other things hit, you know what I'm saying? And, that's why I'm really glad to remind and really glad that we've got to explore a lot of it, and I could bring it to you guys in different contexts, and we could discuss it. But just don't forget how powerful it is, and don't forget amor fati. Again, love the fate. And like I said last weekend, man, just like see where the world takes you. You know what I'm saying? Stop fighting the world a little bit and just see where it takes you and control what you could control, and just understand there's a season and time for everything. And once you realize that and you just control your behavior and what you could control in the meantime, man, it's money. That's easy. You know, it's money. It's beauty. It's money. It's beauty. It's peace. Whatever you want, you could get it, baby. Woo! There. Don't fight the flow. Amen. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Amen. 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 So God bless you, bro. All of you, for real. I love you. I hope you got something out of it. Go read the books. Okay, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World, my friends. If you're feeling a little extra, you can read Lead the Field by Earl Nightingale, okay? It's a good one. It's a good one. You know what I'm saying? It's a good one. It's a good one. Takes pressure, makes you realize there's nothing to change. I mean, you can exactly your effort and attitude. And if you ever focus on, if you're like, oh, I want this, that, it's not, don't even focus on the problem. What it is you can focus on the qualities, and the qualities you have. All about you and what you got in you. It's beautiful. And remember, pain and pleasant, it doesn't matter. That's the crazy part with it too. So I'm hyped. I'm hyped, bro. I'm hyped. I could get so hyped on this. Okay? It's great. You know what I'm saying? Woo! Amen. 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 All right, so I love you. God bless you. I hope you have a wonderful day, Chad. And again, like we said, you know, read the books, but don't forget why we're here and why he's there, and why you know, we are obligated to just handle our own conduct, you know, and why we got love for other people regardless. And that's something we could always control. And you know what I'm saying? It's beautiful. If you think about it, it's beautiful. But why we really on that? It runs deeper than that. Why we still in the game? Why we still trying every day? Why do we show the love in the present, baby? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Woo! I love it, bro. I love it. I love you. God bless you. I hope you enjoy it. And that's it. That's it. That's it. It's a fun day. Fun day. Fun day. You hope you have fun. I want to listen to Breakfast. We listened to this one yesterday, and I liked it. No, that's not it. That one in here. We'll run it at the end. Run it, bro. Run it. Cup. Don't let me get too high. But shout out to Cole. I love you. God bless. Amen.
Wake up in the morning, I be eating. Money still my back, check a knee and thank the man. Then I get back to the trash, seeing houses in the evening. They go to LA, brought a tear to mama's eyes. We should see how far we came, not to pray in the evening. Ain't promised a day, so this money that I'm saving is some money on the way. Another day, another season. Bitch, I ain't afraid, cause the Lord can give a lie and the Lord can take away. Yeah. On my job, feeling Joe, quit $1 million for the whip, $20 for the clothes. So I don't forget the days that I barely stayed afloat. Hope you picking up the game, I ain't saying this shit to close. Don't trust him, don't eat. It don't matter if you dining with the king, cause your weapon take can kill you before you blink. That's a pride, and it's talking about the grit. Crazy, but I'm diligent, contrary and a dissident. I keep the peace, don't be naive, I'm moving like I'm militant. I translated transitory, there was no equivalent. Everything except the president is unprecedented. Damn, you might get that in a minute. We're on a second listen, I son him, that's repetition. The Father got all the knowledge and granted me with the wisdom. The truth is still hard to swallow, ain't following what I'm spitting. Valley of the death, I be walking, chilling, seeing what I see, yeah, caught that vision. Got a lot of skies, but they taught me lessons. We gon' take it far, if that's what God's willing. Morning I be eating, money still my back. Check a knee and thank the man, then I get back to the trade. Seeing houses in the evening, they go to LA. Brought a tear to mama's eyes, you should see how far we came. Wait, ain't got time to even finish hooks. I'm busy making plays and just waiting to get the puts. Ain't caught up in what they talking, cause often they overlook the progress we making often and focus on what we couldn't. You don't bring down, don't eat. That's reality, that shit ain't up to me. You can look, but that don't mean you really see. Price inflated, but still the land of the free. Fuck you, you ain't feeling it. Me and you no semblance. Mama was an immigrant, and look at what we did with it. You look like you think you quit, but nobody gon' give a shit. That's between the future you. I hope that you could deal with it. Damn. I should cool it for a minute, cause I ain't really tripping. It's different, the PHILO hitting. I deal with the dealer different and wholesaling for the difference. I got a tree planting trees and it's feeding my children. Wake up in the morning, I be eating. Money still my back, take a knee and thank the man. Then I get back to the trade, seeing houses in the evening. They go to LA, brought a tear to mama's eyes. We should see how far we came, another prayer in the evening. Ain't promised today, so this money that I'm saving, there's some money on the way. Another day, another season.
Bitch, I ain't afraid.
The Lord can give a life, and the Lord can take away.
I love it. I love it. I should cool it for a minute, but I ain't really tripping. It's different than PHILO hitting. Oh, man. That's it. Just listen to Uncle, bro. That's it. Just take it seriously. I should cool it for a minute, because I ain't even tripping. It's different than PHILO hitting. Oh my gosh. Another day, another season. Bitch, I ain't afraid. Cause the Lord could give a lie and the Lord could take away. Ah! Alright, man. I forgot. Cole Real Estate. For real, be there. Email colerealestate@gmail.com. And honestly, just sit through it. I don't think it needs any more explanation beyond it. I mean, we talk about it a lot. I know some of you may be newer, so it's like, yeah, if you are newer with it, definitely, I mean, there's a lot of questions that we could answer, but, you know, I know some of you have heard it for a long time. I mean, control what you could control. I'm going to control what I can. I mean, we are willing to help anybody who wants to do it. We have several people who take it very seriously. Literally, there's a damn brokerage of it, and just to have everybody in the game, that's what we want. So anybody who makes that choice for themselves, we will be there, and you will have all those people there ready to help you. And nobody really wants anything but for you to actually take the qualities and what you learned from it and become the best of what you could be with it, so that we could have another successful member on the team. That's all it really comes down to. I know some people have been on the fence and this and that. It's like, we're not trying to convince you, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, if you feel called to it, go email and do it. If it's not your calling, you don't feel it, or you still, you know, you got a lot of questions, a lot of fear, a lot of whatever it is, I can motivate and hype you as much as I possibly can. But at the end of the day, I think it's either you're called to it or you're not. And that's what it's about there. So if you guys want to be there, colerealestate@gmail.com. You will get email. We will see you there. It's always going to be fun. It's kind of like a giant PHILO, and again, it's the beautiful part about it, and this is one thing I really, really like about it, is that it's just simply like the guys who are teaching you, the guys who are going over it. You guys got leaders in there, Tyler, Trey, and a lot of you have even stepped up in various ways, man. I've been seeing guys like Brock and a couple of other people, you know, even Sean. They've been going in. I know I see Rai in there and a lot of people, man, and I love it. And that's the beauty of it, because it's just like, yo, the same people talking to you and the same people explaining this stuff to you, and they're like going back and telling you, yo, I was like this, I had the credit card debt, I was starting here, it's like they were in the same position as you. It's not me telling you this, you know what I'm saying? I have my own experience, I've went through it, but it's like these are people who started out just like you. They started with stocks, got into real estate, they're still into stocks, and they're now doing both of it. And then now you could see it. It's different, bro. That's what I'm saying. It's beautiful to see, and I'm very proud of what I see out there, and it's great. But like I said, you know, be there to be there. Be there and take advantage of the present. You either got to call them for it or you don't. If not, you could always just lurk and listen around and do your thing. And, you know, I don't doubt it. There's a time and season for everything. All of you you are gonna find your opportunity. So at the very least, ain't nothing to trip about. Okay. Very simple, man. Okay. But listen, man, another day, another season. Okay. I hope you're not afraid. Okay? Amor fati. The Lord could give a lie and the Lord could take away. He took away a pony. He gave me a pony. It's fine. It's okay. I'll get another one. That's fine. Another one came back. Maybe. Like a parable of maybe. Anything could happen, man. Anything could happen. Okay? The world is yours. Okay? Come on. Scared of failure. I'm a perfectionist. Well, can I tell you this? I'll just tell you. I'm a failure. So don't worry about it. Don't worry ever about failing. For real. Like, that's it, bro. All of it. All of it. Don't worry about it. Don't be scared. Have no fear of anything. It's fine. You know that? It's like, seriously. You got to understand it. Anytime I tell you anything, even when I get up here, whether I'm telling you about stocks, whether I'm telling you about a Bible or I'm going over it, you have to understand at the core I'm a human and I am a failure myself and all of that. I never claim to live up to this or to do that or that I'm this. It's like you got to vibe with it. Vibe with what you got and where you're at. But nobody is perfect. Nobody comes close to it. You just got to keep it real. But it's like you can't be scared of whatever it is. You got to exactly control what you could control, man. Amen. Amen. As simple as that. As simple as that. So you run it like that. That's it. There's nothing to trip about. What's the worst that's gonna happen? Huh? What's the worst that's gonna happen? Nothing. You know, the world, it looks the exact same whether you succeed or fail. It don't change. The blue and the green, the world, it looks the same. It's flat. No, I'm kidding. But for real though, it don't change. It don't change, okay? But I love you all, man. And God bless you. Okay? Just keep it real. Enjoy it. Be at peace. Okay? Don't fight the tide. Don't fight the waves. Do what you gotta do, okay, baby? Control what you can control, Chad. I love you. I'll see you tonight. And I'll see you in the morning, baby. Peace out. Oh, hey, wait! I want a pony! Even if I can't control it, I'll get it. Okay, love you. Bye.